This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Dobry den, hello, good morning and welcome to another day of excitement, entertainment and action on the European Cricket Network. We're getting ready for the start of day 2 of the Challenger Division here in Czechia. Welcome to the European Cricket Series here in Czechia, and yes, it is day 2 of the Challenger Division, and it's a big day as well because it's the last day of group matches. Tomorrow is the Challenger Division final, so big matches coming up here today, starting off with two teams that had a similar record yesterday. Vinohrady are taking on the Praha Dominators. Both teams had a win and a loss yesterday. That means that they're on level points in the standings. It also means that the team that wins this first match will be guaranteed a safe passage into final stage tomorrow. So we start off with a biggie. Let's go straight over to Charles Croucher for the all-important coin toss.
Good morning. Thanks, Rico. Welcome to the toss for match 6. Vinohrady with Praha Dominators to call. Tails is the call, and it is a head.
We're going to bat first.
Vinohrady have won the toss, and they'll bat.
Thank you very much to Charles Croucher. So it will be Vinohrady and their captain, Venkatesh, that wins the toss and decides he will have a bat first. Makes perfect sense to me. Why? Because today is a very different day to what we had yesterday weather-wise. The sun is shining, it's absolutely beautiful, and though there is a little bit of dew on the ground, that's going to burn away pretty quickly, so it's a good day to have a bat first. Batting-wise, yesterday Vinohrady did do well, even though they would go down to the Spartans in the first match. It was Venkatesh who scored a very fine half-century, at least giving their team a score to defend, but unfortunately the Spartans were just a little bit too strong for them. But they did come back well against Ostrava. Firstly, in the field, they were outstanding. They held all their catches, and we saw a fine bowling performance from the young spinner. Harry Boland picked up a threefer, and then with the bat, we saw Mohid Adnan score runs. Now, Adnan, he's the guy that's well known in Czechia. He's a devastating batter, and he showed that yesterday. But somebody that I really did like was the left-hander, Abdul Muiz. I think this guy is going to score a lot of runs, and he was in fine form yesterday as well. Let's talk a little bit about the Praha Dominators. They started with an unlikely victory in the lottery match first thing in the morning yesterday. It was a 3-over-a-side match reduced because of the weather, and it was a smash, and they picked up the win. It was an unlikely one because they didn't get a lot of runs on the board, 33, but they defended very, very well. But in the next match that they played, they were well beaten by Moravian. Moravian are a strong side, and they just put too many runs on the board. There was a good half-century there from Mamadul Hashim. Also look out for the bowling of Abdul. So this is a big match. Like I say, whoever wins this match will know that they're coming back here tomorrow for the Challenger Division Finals Day. I will talk you through the action that happened yesterday when you join me back in the commentary position, and I'm also spoiled for commentators here in Czechia. I've had a bit of time with Vinny Sandhu. Shubu was excellent yesterday, and I also will have a good friend of mine. We were together, of course, earlier in the year in Dreux. Danny Hudacek will join me in the commentary box as well. So do join us for a very exciting and fun first match of day 2 here in Czechia. Yes, it certainly will be a fun match, and I think really going to enjoy this first match. So much is relying on it. But before we focus, of course, on today, let's take ourselves back to what we did see yesterday. And of course, yesterday was very different today when it comes to the weather. There was a bit of rain around in the morning, but it did finally come to a stop, which meant that we had a 3-over smash where the Praha Dominators took on the Spartans. And the Dominators, well, they dominated proceedings with the ball, didn't they? Not so much with the bat. They got to 33 for 2. But the Prague Spartans just fell away and weren't able to get there. They were 30 for 2 and going down by 3 runs. Player of the match there was Rahan Sorari with fine bowling figures. The one over from him only went just for the 1 run, and he picked up 1 wicket as well. So good start for the Dominators. Prague Spartans, though, we know they're a good side. They were going to bounce back, and they did. And it was against Vinaradi, despite Venki's half-century, 55 from 27 balls. The Spartans just were too strong. Sandeep Kumar had a fantastic day yesterday. He was doing everything, catching, batting, and even bowling beautifully. 37, he scored of 14, took 1 for 8 as well. Got good support there from Shubham Gupta, 28 of 14. Allowing the Spartans to get a victory there. Moravian then were in action against the Dominators. The Dominators, though, in the longer T10 format, weren't able to be victorious. They were set 123 to chase. Got to 109 for 6. It was Arjun Singh who put a good performance in for Moravian, scoring 45 of 19. It was well supported by also a player had a good day yesterday, Abhishek Parker, 25 of 15. And a good bowling performance there, as you saw, from Chandra Prakash Rai, 2 for 10, helping his team to a good win. Not just 1 win, but they would win later on today in the day as well. Ostrava were next in action against Vinaradi, and it was an opportunity for Vinaradi to register a victory themselves. Ostrava were going to be playing back-to-back matches, starting with Vinaradi. Nitin Meal was there for a while. He scored 30 of 22, but the strike rate was the problem for Ostrava. And Venugopal was also there for a run of ball 25. Putting 90 on the board, which Vinaradi knocked off quite comfortably with 12 balls to go. And it was Abdul Muiz and Mohid Adnan who were in very good form. Watch out for those two today. I think they could be the key players, certainly, for Vinaradi, especially with their captain in good form as well, Venkatash. So the last match would be when Moravian were back in action again against Ostrava. And as I said, Moravian winning both their matches yesterday. This time, piling on the runs, 129 they scored. Bhatnagar was 46 of 28 and was well supported once again by Abhishek Parker, who would be the player of the match with that 42 not out of 22, and he was pretty decent there with the ball. Ostrava, there was a bit of a fight back there from Abhijit Vincent, 33 of 20, and Nitin Meal once again poodled along really, 28 not out of 24. But it wasn't enough with Moravian winning by 30 runs. That meant the table looks like this. And you can see from that just why this match is so important between Vinaradi and the Praha Dominators. They, along with Spartans, all on 4 points. So whoever wins this, you could more or less say, not only go to the top of the standings for now, but will be here tomorrow. Ostrava are a team that are really going to be up against it. They need to have a big day here today. They've got to really basically win both their matches and hope that other results go their way as well. A lot of people in the chat. A very good morning to Phil G, who's saying good morning to me and also saying good morning to Danny. Speaking of Danny, he is in the house. And Dobry den to Danny Hudacek.
Dobry den, Rico. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, and all the better for seeing the sunshine and sitting alongside you on a lovely day, and we're going to be calling some good games. What are your thoughts on this one?
Oh, it's going to be a tight game. Dominators are a good team. But hopefully, I mean, I'm a Vinaradian, so it's a team I kind of play for in a way. I'm looking forward to a good game. I think Vinaradi have got a bit of class about them. You mentioned a couple of players there in Abdul Muiz and also in Adnan.
Mm-hmm.
They're both class players, and then they've got good bowling as well. It's the first time I've seen Harry Boland actually. Very impressed with the left armour.
Yeah.
And Venki's bowling well as well. So and also Mohammad Faizan. So I think they've got a good, solid, well balanced side. They've strengthened a little bit with Faizan Imtiaz coming in. So I think they probably get a win. You can never tell with Vinaradi though. It's one of those sides. But Dominators they're a good team as well. Very solid. And they'll. I wouldn't be surprised if they got up as well. So I'm not predicting a winner. I'm just, as you know, I'm kind of hoping that Vinaradi get up.
Yeah, you're hoping to try and stay neutral. Yeah. Well, yesterday, of course, I had Shubu with me now. He was very much a Spartans, and he was like, put him on the spot before he went yesterday. I said, so come on, who's going to win? And he said, well, I'm a Spartan, so it's going to be the Spartans. And now I've got a Vinaradi in here with me as well.
Yeah.
So Interesting. Well, when it would Phil G, it'll be interesting to see who Phil G will be backing. Anyway.
Look, Phil and I used to play for Barbarians.
Yeah,
I jumped ship a couple of years ago, just because. But yeah, I've hardly played for Vinos. Played a bit indoor for Vinos, but not really outdoor much. Getting old, Rico. Takes a lot longer to recover.
Well, it's fine when the weather's like this, that's for sure. Yeah, good morning to everybody in the chat. I know that Dave is in there as well. We are ready to start. Rado gives us the thumbs up. Here's the first ball coming from Shubit's end. And it's going to be a wide ball to start. As Muiz, as you'd expect, does have a swing at this. But yeah, that's a long way wide from, this is Sai Vansi Pruthi who has the ball. But yeah, glorious day here. And pleased to report there is not a cloud to be seen, and it's going to be a hot one.
Yeah, I think it might be. We're nice and cool here. This is in the air, chance, and put down.
There, down it goes. That's a big opportunity, isn't it? Because the man that we're talking about, Abdul Muiz, well, I did say that. I got a feeling that in this tournament he's going to score a lot of runs, but he could have been gone without scoring in this first match. Will he make the most of that opportunity he gets there?
He's a big hitting batsman. He's got a bit of class about him as well. It's not just slogging. He's a very good bat, and that would have been a huge wicket for the Dominators first up.
Sharma gets ready to face now. And once again, it's the right and left combination which serves Vinarati very well when they're out there. So actually, they do come back. They come back for swing and a miss here, wide ball. I'm not sure what's happened. Yeah, it was swing and a miss there for Sharma. There was the wide, wasn't there, very first ball. So wide and a single. So it is Sharma, and it's another wide this time. So Priti just having a few issues adjusting to this now to the right-hander. It's always an issue, I think, for bowlers, and that's why I think if you've got a good left-hander there at the top of the order and mixed in with the right-hander, it will cause problems. That's well bowled and well dug out as well, but not the best of fielding. Oh dear, well, we've seen the catch go down. I get a feeling it might be the same fielder involved now, allowing this one to go through him. And that's going to be 4 runs. One thing for sure today, Danny, is the outfield is going to be a lot quicker than what it was yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it firms up here and very quickly in Viraj. It's a lovely ground. So you came here last year, and I know that you like the ground then as well, but it is pretty quick, very quick last year, even quicker the year before as well. So lots of runs.
Yeah,
wide again.
Yeah, just having a few issues here with his line is Brithi, so he's got to get that sorted out pretty quickly. You don't want to be giving too many extras away here, Vinarati. You want to try to restrict them to that score. Probably, I would say, to around about that 110. It will be interesting today to see what the scores are. Yesterday, and then that Moravian did get on 2 occasions scores in the 120s. 129 was the highest score batting first. We then had scores around that sort of 110 mark. So it'll be interesting today with the sun shining and the outfield considerably quicker, whether we do see higher scores being put on the board.
Yeah, look, we haven't seen huge scores yet. About 120 is about the average. It's even less than that, which is surprising. But yeah, I think the scores will go up. It'll go up at the end of the week as well, where the big boys come in. Nice shot over the top from Praveen. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. They have got that fielder close in, haven't they, in the cover to try and stop any quick singles, but that's been played beautifully over the top of him. And just as we're talking about, once this ball gets past the fielder, it's going to be 4 runs.
But a little interesting fact for you, because you know I'm full of facts. So, you know the Down Under, where
yes,
I do my
yeah.
quizzes on Thursday. Welcome to come if you like. I'm doing the quiz on Thursday. I know that there's a few people coming in to play.
Wild wicket. There's going to be another wide called there by Shobit.
So the man out there, Shobit, who you just mentioned, is the bar manager there.
Is that right?
One of the bar managers at the Down Under. Voita Hasa, who you saw play last year, I think, for Vinarati, owns it with Ash McGlynn, who's also a Vinaratian. The man facing here, Praveen, is a cook at the Down Under.
In the same establishment.
Same establishment. I mean, it is the only Australian pub in the whole of Prague. So maybe the Czech Republic, actually. And also, Nitin Meal who played for Ostrava yesterday, used to be a waiter there for many years. So it was interesting seeing him in Ostrava colours as well.
Okay.
So,
now, they should be thinking about changing the name of this establishment to the Cricketers, I reckon.
I think the Down Under did sponsor Vinarati. It's definitely the home pub. Nice place too.
Flicked away. And Shobit, of course, that you mentioned, I know that you weren't here, but a couple of days also celebrated his birthday as well. So, and I'm not sure if it finished up with the Down Under, but I'm pretty sure they must have gone in there to have a few bevies as well.
Yeah, I'd say possibly. I know there was some sort of jazz club he went to for his birthday. I missed out. I was I wasn't in the mood. I would have loved to have gone, but it was. I saw Shobit's message at about 10 o'clock at night, and I thought, they're probably still going, but.
Expensive over so far, 16 from it. The number of wides in this over already is 6. So it's almost like he's bowling 2 overs on the spin. That's high up in the air. Is this going to go to hand? Oh, the two fielders collide into each other. And Moyes, after being dropped on 0, is going to be dropped on 1 as well. Complete communication failure. देख लो इधर कितना मेरा कैच है कितना नहीं मेरा एक दूसरे ने ना थप्पड़ मार के कैच थल्ले गया. Oh, that is a calamity of errors here at the moment from the Dominators. And they're only dominating themselves and nothing more. Huge opportunity. Moyes dropped again.
That's 2 balls he's faced, twice he's been dropped. That one, you could see it happening. You could see that collision happening. That's going to be a fair delivery.
Well, the over finally comes to an end. It's a long one, so there's going to be time pressure straight away on the Praha Dominators with that over. As I said, 6 wides in it, 17 runs, but there were 2 opportunities. I suppose the bowler Pruthi is saying, well, the over could have been a lot better. Hey, we were talking about the run rates. This is it. So yesterday, we were going at about that 111. So like I was saying, it was probably about 110-ish, 934 runs in the day. Total number of maximums, well, we're still on 49, so the first 6 today will be 6 and number 50. The 4-8, not 8.5 at the moment. I expect that to go up. And the wicket rate slightly lower than what normally is the average. It's normally about between 5 and 6.
Yeah, look, that's. I mean, I guess we had one game which was only 3 overs per side, so that probably affects a little bit. It's only one day, but you're right. I think, I don't know, has it just been bat dominating ball? Not sure.
Next bowler to come in here now. So let's see how this guy Sarati goes. He bowled very well yesterday and he starts with a good one. Probably just going to go on and miss the leg stick. Actually gets a good little bit of movement. It's worth having a look again, but I think this ball is just doing a little bit too much here.
Pitched outside leg as well and missing leg.
Yeah, but remember that 1 over that he bowled yesterday in that surprise victory against the Spartans. Only conceded 1 run in that 3-over smash, and he bowled beautifully well. He really did.
That's a big win. A big win in the context of this. This tournament.
So
Spartans are a very fancied side. I think Spartans and Vinarati probably are the ones with the most heritage. But you got some good sides. I was impressed with Moravians yesterday as well.
It's well bowled. It doesn't seem to be having the same kind of issues with his radar that we did see them pretty. So good delivery there once again for Rehan Sarati. Yeah, Moravians yesterday, I really did like them. I'll tell you what I liked about them more than anything else is that they really were buzzing and gelling as a team. They were making a lot of noise, supporting each other, whether they were batting or whether they were in the field. And they put some good, solid performances together. Of course, sitting pretty at the top of the standings. This one is a bit of an inside edge. Once again, no run.
Moravians started the first time they played a competitive game was on ECN, and the very first Czech Super Series when we went down to Brno. So there were 3 Brno sides: the Rangers, the Raptors, and the Raiders, I think, which was confusing. but they had a top side, second side, and third side. And Moravians came in, and it was like a bitter split from Brno Cricket Club.
Okay, this is another chance. This one will be held. That's going to be the end of Praveen Sharma. Rehan Sarati will get the wicket. Sharma's going to have to take a walk. And finally, Dominators do hold on to one. goes for the big shot. It wasn't quite there. It's a good catch, actually, had to come across. And what I like about this is the fielder is ready. He's got the cap on. He's got the shades on. Holds on to the catch. Picks up the wicket. Well done. Well held. And that's Sultan Arif, who holds on to it. Pravin Sharma goes back for 9 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, really well judged catch that. He came around, had his hands up high in front of his eyes, and he gave himself every chance to take that. It was a really neat grab. Very well done by Sultan Arif. So Moravians, they go in full of steam, head full of steam, and first ball of their careers with Moravians, lost a wicket. Come back to that in a moment.
Short. And that's hit pretty well, but there is a sweeper out there who deals with that nicely as the ball bobbles away a few times. Mohit Adnan. This is a partnership you expect to be pretty fruitful for Vinarati.
Yeah, both good bats. Probably the two classiest bats in the Vinarati lineup. They get a lot of runs for this side. So going back to Moravians, second ball, another wicket.
So this is the first encounter out there in the middle.
First ever time they played as a club was in that series because there were 4 teams in Brno for that tournament. It's one of the legs, or 4 legs, and then the finals. 3 of them were played here. One of them at a place called Velvari, which is a pretty little ground in the outskirts of Prague, and one in Brno. And so they were 2 for blot after 2 balls. So it wasn't a great start.
Quick look at what we've seen here with batting first. So the highest score was that 129. We were talking about Moravians, and they were the team that scored that. In fact, in both their matches, scoring 120 pluses. So the average, the 113. The lowest was the 90 that we saw yesterday, and a successful run chase, 114. And of course, that featured Vinarati. And that was against the Spartans, and lowest score defended so far is that 122. And interesting wins batting first compared to second, 3-2. I feel that might go up a little bit here today, because certainly batting first, you would fancy yourself to, on a day like today, to get some good runs on the board.
I think the score is going to be higher today. I think that the players are getting into the tournament yesterday. All teams have played. So I just have a feeling that the scores are going to be slightly higher today.
Well, and right on note and right on cue, there's a biggie, and there it is, maximum number 50 in the tournament, and it comes from the bat of Abdul Muiz, the man who was dropped on 0, dropped on 1, and now he's thinking it's time to cash in.
That was dropped by a rabbit out in the bush there. So no, you can't give him too many chances. If he goes on with this, they'll have themselves to blame. I think the Dominators, moves on to 9-26. Now the score. Still in the power play.
Shamim Ahmed was the pick of the bowlers for Dominators yesterday. He bowled pretty well in the... Oh, dear. Well, they're not helping themselves, are they, Danny? We've seen 2 catches drop. We saw a glaring misfield as well before this one, which went for 4. Now this as well, the fielder just literally ran straight past this. And that is kind of unexcusable, really.
It is absolutely unexcusable. I just saw that Shobit ducked. He doesn't normally need to.
I knew that was coming. Shobit, he's a great character, isn't he? He's a lovely guy. Yeah. Shorter delivery worked away. They want to take the quick single, and they will take it quite nicely. These two, you'd imagine, as we saw yesterday from them when they got that win against Ostrava, they bat very well together, don't they? And if they get going, you're right, Danny, left and right combination, they know each other well. They got a good understanding between each other, running between the wickets. Could see a big partnership here.
You're watching them get run out here. You put the commentators' curse on both of them. They're going to get run
there
out.
were a few yesterday, actually, commentators' curses. And a few more people joining us in the chat. I hope you're having a wonderful day. And do stick with us, because I feel we're going to have a very entertaining day of cricket. And an important day as well. Tomorrow is the final of the group already, Dan.
Yeah. I missed a tournament and a half. It happens pretty quickly here.
It feels that way, doesn't it?
So I'm just going to say hi to a couple of people in the chat. Dave, good to see you. Number 1. Well done. Johnny Heat as well.
No ball here, by the way. So to just come in there, just seen that there are too many out. So there's the signal there from Shobit. So free hit to come.
So Johnny Heat as well. Finless Chickens. Good to see you. From Dubai.
in the air. Of course, won't be out even if anybody does catch it. Of course, they won't. But the main thing, of course, is that they don't give away another run. So not able to cash in on this occasion. Some of the days that's worth talking about. And first shout out that I want to give out is to everybody in Iceland because it is their Independence Day. So enjoy. And hey, now this is a good one. When I was here with Vinny on my first day, he was telling me about the name Jan or Jan.
Jan.
So,
Yep.
I mean, you could probably fill us in a bit more on there. I wonder if there's anything on this. The bowler seems to think so. Let's have a look at this first before we talk about Jan. I think there might have been because the keeper looks distraught. Let's have a look. Oh, there is. That's the third drop. Oh, my goodness me. I don't know what and which gods that Moise was praying to this morning, but they have answered his prayers. He's dropped for the third time.
That came pretty quickly to him. So it didn't move his feet at all. Just stuck some gloves out, but it's just away from the fingers. This is going to be a wide. It's going to be a minimo as well.
Well, that's a minimo. That's going to go into where some of those lovely poppies are, but that's not a good delivery. He grunts at this. I think he just tries to put the extra ball in. Probably a bit disappointed that the ball before wasn't caught by the keeper, Hasham. And that's going to be a minimo. Yeah, going back to what I was saying, today is National Yarn Day being celebrated. Commemorates the distinguished European name. Yarn is used for boys and girls. It's popular in countries like Norway, Sweden, Netherlands, Germany, and, as I've been told, here in Czechia as well.
Yeah, lots of, I mean, Jan probably more in because Jana here. I don't know if Jan is a female name. I'm not. Oh, gets away with another one. 4 runs.
आज ना पता नहीं चंगा पूजा करके आया अपना बैटर देते Moise काफी chance देते 10 chance 3 lives. He's still there. Everything is going his way at the moment. He's having one of those days, and he knows it. If he doesn't get a big score here today, he'll probably think he never will.
There's big smiles. The Vinarati bench is right in front of us. There's big smiles. I think they're talking about Abdul Muiz there, about how lucky he's getting. Hopefully he's not wearing out the luck for Vinarati.
Yeah, maybe he's having all the luck of the whole team here, but sometimes you just have days like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if your name is Jan or Jan, then do celebrate. It's your day today. And more celebrations for Abdul as he pulls this away in the gap on the leg side. 4 more runs to complete the over, and the power play is worth 46 for 1.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start here from Vinarati, considering it could have been very different, but going pretty well. Just a question from Dave. Independence from Denmark? I'm assuming so.
Independence from Denmark? Yeah.
I'd say so. I mean, I'm not, like, again, quizzes are my thing.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that's right. So, good question, Dave. You should be a quiz master. Talk about quizzes. I've got a quiz for you.
You got a quiz for me?
Yeah. I thought about it this morning. I thought, oh yeah, that's all right. I'll do that. It's all about the Czech Republic mainly.
Oh, I like it.
It's stuff that you know, that I know you'll know the answers to. But I want to see how much you've been listening over the last couple of days.
Okay.
All right. So
we will try that. Anyway, but Dave, yeah, it commemorates the foundation of the Republic of Iceland back in 1944 when the country did become a sovereign republic. And it obviously did, before that, have ties with Denmark for centuries. So there you go. That's the answer to your question. And it happened in 1944.
do you want your first question?
Go on, give me the question.
So, again, Vinny was speaking about it to you yesterday. As we see the bowler come in, it's Al Mahmoud.
That's clubbed out of here. Manos arriba from the arbitro. That is the biggie. 6 runs.
Very nice shot there. Very nice shot. So, here's a question for you.
Okay.
How would a Czech say Prague?
Praha.
Praha.
Is one of the ways of saying it, because we are seeing Praha dominators out there.
Okay.
I listen sometimes, even to Vinny.
another question for you.
Yeah.
Because we take a little bit of a break for some reason. The leafy upmarket suburb in Prague which used to be the Royal Vineyards, is what?
That used to be the Royal Vineyards.
Yeah, it used to be the Royal Vineyards, the Castle Vineyards.
Uh-huh.
All right. It's where I live. Phil lives just across, or just up the road. Vinny lives across the road from this suburb. It's very nice.
It's played away. Are you talking about where the wine, the grapes are being grown?
Used to be grown. Used to be grown. But it lends its name to the suburb. It's where the Down Under is, and Beer Geek, which we should get you to Beer Geek one day if you like beer. But again, you know the answer.
Do I?
100% you know the answer.
I wonder if anybody... Can I call a friend? Chat? Chat? Help me out here. Okay. Vinny, so Vinny's told me this, is he? I know he was talking about the Aries one, and Shubu has this one. It's in the air, and it will be taken. There is a wicket, and can you believe it? That Abdul Muiz, finally, he will depart after giving 3 chances. He's not going to make the most of it. He'll go for 22 for number 11, and it will be Mahmood that gets his wicket, thanks to a good catch out there from the fielder. And I think that is Vatupali that holds on to it, finally.
It was a good low catch, actually. Judged that, well, he could have come in and made his life a little bit easier. But it was a pretty good innings there in the end. Bit of luck. 22 off 11. Funny because it's got 22 on his back, so I think he's aiming for it. All right, so now I'll give you another interesting fact afterwards, after this ball. This is just big appeal. Not interested, the umpire.
Wow, let's have a look at this again. I mean, the bowler's saying, did he touch it? Why not umps? Let's have a look. It comes in.
Oh, it's a pretty good shout. I think he hit him outside the line.
Yeah, I think he steps across. He's going forward here, and it doesn't hit back
close.
though. I mean, it's definitely a very good shout.
That's
very good shout.
Might have hit him outside the line because he's moving across, so the umpire would have seen 3 stumps at a fraction of a second afterwards. So I think good decision, but I could have seen him going the other way as well. Oh, that's...
Well, this time the bowler says, who needs the umpire to make the decision? I'll just knock the timber over. So Ravi Kumar got, he got the benefit of the doubt from the umpire Shushant with the ball before, but this time the timber has been shattered. Let's have a look at this. There's no better way to get a wicket. The stumps are all over the place. Another wicket goes, so Vinarati now in a bit of trouble, but they have got the captain, Venki, to come out here to hopefully steady the ship.
That's a good piece of bowling, but a pretty ugly-looking shot there from Ravikant. So, Venki, I'm sure he's got good experience. I'm sure he'll hit the looser balls.
He batted as you said, he batted very well. Don't take that bat. Take that bat and put it away, because that's not one you want to be using, especially when a batter doesn't score any runs from it. Right, captain, let's see how he fares. And that's his trademark shot, isn't it? He played this shot so well off his pads yesterday, and that I think he scored probably more than half of his runs by just clipping the ball neatly off his pads.
So I seen the right answer in the chat. Dave's almost right, but I think he could be righter. More correct. Don't look at it yet.
Okay, right? I'm not looking at it yet.
But what would be what's the Czech word for beer?
Czech word for beer.
It's a word you need to know. Are you a beer drinker?
I'm not that bad. I was talking to Phil about this, of course, when I was in, because I was saying to Phil, I said, and if I don't want to drink beer, because beer I'm pretty fussy about at certain times, give me other alternatives. And of course, he talked about the proper homemade lemonade. He said that's definitely one to go for, and a few other suggestions he gave me. I'm guessing beer is going to be something like, because he told me about the Pilsner, of course, the Pilsner, and how a lot of people forget that Pilsner is actually from Czechia, not from places like Germany or Belgium or maybe even America, that a lot of people do think. So beer, I'm going to say it's probably very similar to beer.
Same number of letters, ends with the same letter.
Okay.
And the second letter is the same, but apart from that, no.
Okay.
so I'm going to pivo. Pivo is beer.
Okay.
And you did say that like you were going to be in town at about 12 o'clock, about midday or just before, and you said it's too early for beer. That's a phrase that's never been uttered in the Czech Republic before.
Yeah, well, a country where, of course, beer is the popular drink and cheaper than water, they say.
Cheaper than water.
Yes, that one is. Is it? It's the Vino Bibo or something like that?
Vino? So what's the suburb? Vino. Concentrate. You know the answer. I know you know the answer.
Vinograd? Something like that?
Keep going. That's what Dave's put. Neeraj is in the chat.
Hello, Neeraj.
He got the right answer.
Did he now?
But
I'm not going to look. I'm not going to
so
look. I want this.
So
I'm on the right track.
Think, Rico. Vino. It's a suburb, and it's a castle. Grad is like Belgrade. Belgrade is castle in Serbian, right?
That's guided away.
What could it be in Czech? Similar language. You definitely know it.
You got me here now. My brain's trying to think. It's overheating in the heat.
Can I give you a visual hint?
Give me a visual hint.
Look there. No, past. Right there. Right there. There's a whole bunch of them there. Shot.
It's straight to the fielder though. It's going to be caught on the boundary. Well, he hit it pretty well, Adnan, but he didn't account for the fact that it's Arif, Sultan Arif, who's there again. And, well, very good catch. So once again, we see a ball hit pretty well, but it's going to go straight into the hands of the fielder. So well taken. Another one bites the dust. And, yeah, nicely hit, but to the fielder, takes the catch. So adios there to Adnan. He'll be disappointed with that 9 of 5 balls.
Yeah, it's a very, very good catch there. Off the bat, it looked like it was going to be 6. Just didn't get enough elevation. Hit it very nicely. Let's have another look at this. Right off the middle, pretty much. But nice catch taken out there. And it's starting to turn, isn't it?
Yeah, it is starting to turn. I mean, that's another wicket case. They're not getting any big runs. Well, they're struggling like I'm struggling with your question here at the moment.
I can see a whole bunch of them there. in the maroon and black.
Okay. So, you're talking about Vinoradi.
Yeah, that's the name of the suburb.
That's the name of the suburb.
Hrad is castle, and
yeah.
Vinoradi is the castle vineyard. It used to be the castle vineyard. So but I know that Vinny mentioned it yesterday.
Is this going back to when, because it's the wine region, that's why it's all vino. Then it goes to the team names. That's what I was told yesterday about the team names.
Yeah.
So you had all to do with the different sort of Vino Radi. Then you had like to do with the white wine, the red wine, the rose wine.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's all to do with the chubbers. That one is going to be clipped away for the game. 4-2, are they? No, they decide against it.
Faizan's the new bat. He's more noted as a long format player. He goes at about a run a ball. He doesn't love the T10 format because it just doesn't suit his game. But he's a very good bat. So we'll see if he can tick the score over and get Venki a bit of the strike.
Yeah, strike is what they need.
So I will give you more questions in a minute. But as I said, you know the answers to all of these.
Yeah, I've like you said, I've got to show that I've been paying attention. But one thing I will say, it's been that's the beauty of this. I was saying this yesterday to Shubo, being with commentators that are from different areas, I suppose, of Czechia. Shubo's a little bit different. He was, I think he was saying he was about an hour and a half or so travelling by public transport away from here. So he was telling me a little bit about the area he's in, where his university was. Of course, was talking to Phil G as well, talking to yourself. You learn a lot about the place that you're in, and that's the wonderful thing. And not only do I learn, but so do a lot of viewers from around the world. And you probably just got hello and welcome. You probably just caught me saying that, Dally, you're going to have to come down a little bit because You're a lot taller than
I'm just sitting on the table.
That's a good
behind us now.
idea. So you can just have a little sit down there.
Yeah, why not?
It's nice when I'm taller than my fellow commentators. Look at this here. Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Prague here in Czechia, and a great pleasure to be here with the professor, my teacher, who's going to be testing me on my knowledge of Czechia, because I've had plenty of people telling me about this beautiful country. Vinny's told me about it, Phil G as well, Shubo yesterday, and now I've got Danny Hudacek here with me. So we're going to watch some cricket and learn a little bit more about this beautiful country. It is a beautiful place, and one thing I was saying to Shubo yesterday, and you really do appreciate this as you travel around the country. It's just how green it is. Very green, very lush. And I'm told about 34% of the country is all Greenland.
Yeah.
And that's great. It's fresh.
It's very close to main cities as well. Very close to main cities. Even in Prague, I mean, it's very, very green. Lots of parks around. It's a lovely city to live in. And it's a great country to be well, not a citizen of, because I'm not quite a citizen, but just a call home. So he's tucked around the corner. My Faizan, nice shot. Pretty quick part of the ground, not going to the boundary though. They'll come back for 2. So, okay. Another little interesting fact about wine, sort of. Wine bars, like if you had a thing saying wine bar, it would be Vinny bar. Seriously, Vinny bar. Vinny bar. Yep. Yeah, it's sort of plural, I guess. I think that's how it works. Okay.
That would have been interesting to know when Vinny was here, because I think we could have had a bit of fun with that Vinny bar.
I think the keepers copped that on the gloves, so we've got a bit of time for more questions.
Now, more questions. Okay, so Vinny bar.
Vinny bar.
Now, you've talked obviously a lot. Well, we have talked a lot, I think, about beer here. We've talked about the Pilsner beer, how it is the main drink out here in Czechia, etc. So what about? I mean, when you read about Czechia in certain areas, there's a lot of talk about wine as well.
Yeah.
Wine being grown here. I know I went to a restaurant the other day where the wine that we had, and it was a beautiful wine, white wine. All the grapes were handpicked from the region here in Prague.
Yep.
Beautiful wine. So, is wine more popular for export then, or are the Czech a good wine drinkers as well? Was it a mixture of wine is for like when you're eating, beer is for social? How does it work?
I'm gonna get to your next question.
Okay.
And it'll sort of answer this one in a way as to where the wine is grown. Okay. There are 3 traditional or like historical regions in the Czech Republic. One of them is the Bohemian region, which is where we are now.
Yeah.
Right? And you get the term Bohemian and things like that.
That's right.
Another one is a small section up the top, which is the Silesian region. It's a very small part. Part of it's in Poland, I think mainly Poland. The other one is what region? What's the third region?
Isn't there one that would be close to the Austria?
Yes.
Is that the one I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So the very north of that, to the very north of that region is Silesia.
Uh-huh.
One of the cities is sort of split between the two. But what is the region? There's Bohemian, Silesian, and...
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, you can. You know the answer.
I know the answer.
Yeah, I know 100% that you know the answer. And it's from... Have a think of the 2 questions that I've given you already.
All right.
So the answers are... All right. Praha is Prague. Vinohrady is the suburb in Prague, which is the wine. So what is the region that is not Bohemian? The Bohemian region. Nice shot there from Faizan. Clipped it up his feet. 4 runs.
Yeah, he just uses the pace there. It's just slightly down the legs of this from Abdullah Al-Mahmoud, but very quick hands, quick wrists. The thing is, though, I know you said that the T10 format is not one that he prefers, but you can play if he puts his mind to playing just a nice, good T20 innings here. He's still got time on the board to get a good partnership going here with Venki. That 115 is kind of the expected score, which is sort of being about par. We saw that from one of the graphics a bit earlier. So if they can keep going this way, I mean, we know that Venkatesh can really turn on the style if he gets going. You probably feel, though, Danny, that these 2 here, probably last of the two recognised batters that are going to have to try and get them to a respectable score.
We haven't really seen any batters past this for Vinarati. I don't think we've seen. I don't think we've seen Harry Boland with the bat. He's
No.
impressive with the ball.
He was
think
very impressive yesterday.
I think I can see him with the pads on. Also, Mohammed Faizan as well has got the pads on. Okay, so there is a connection between all the answers.
Okay.
So the two first answers are Praha is Prague.
Yeah.
Vinaradi is that leafy suburb.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Bohemian region, the Silesian region, and the... Remember, there's a connection between all five, and there's a prize at the end.
You got me thinking.
What's the connection between Vinaradi and Praha? Vinaradi and Praha.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's a connection. All right. I'll give you a massive hint.
Give me a hint.
The answers are all to do with the teams playing in this tournament. Does that make sense?
All right.
So, Bohemian region,
Yeah.
Silesian region, and
So you're saying that. So let's go through to the teams as well.
yeah,
So Moravian, isn't there Moravians?
Moravian. Yeah,
Yeah.
Moravian region. So that's just out of the reach of the field. They're going towards a boundary, and it'll be thrown in by the fielder out there.
Nice
keeping
shot.
The boundary.
So Venki also gets a boundary here. And that's the other thing with these two. You got to still play your shot. You still got to get the boundaries there. Singles alone are not going to get you there. Nice shot. So Captain was in good form yesterday. Scored a very good half century. And it's well bowled though. Well dug out. Just a single. So the Moravian region.
Yeah, Moravian region. And so most of the wine is grown down there in southern Moravia. Brno is the capital of Moravia.
Yeah.
But there's just towards the Austrian border, that area, some very good white wines. Don't touch Czech red wines. It's just not the climate for it. But the Czech white wines are pretty good. A lot of them. Some of them are terrible. Avoid things with butterflies on them. Oh, I didn't. Not mentioning any names. That was a piece of advice I got early on. Oh, a bit of a mix-up. I think he might be gone. I don't know. No big appeal.
Well,
they've...
The fielder doesn't look
I think he's out.
confident.
I'm not sure. Let's have a look. He's gone for the replay.
Let's have a look here.
That
When that bail get removed.
Oh, I think it's out. I'm not. Oh, I can't tell.
It's so hot.
Can't tell.
I think they might look at Shobit there. He's in a great position actually.
It's not out.
Yeah, and I think they've gone with the umpire's call there, just
I thought he went for
basically
the
because of the angle.
He did the square box thing. I'm not sure if you're supposed to do it here, but he went for the replay. But not out. Says the
Not
umpire.
out. Wasn't the
says it.
best of throws.
Oh, big
Good
inswing.
delivery again. Like it. I mean, this is Shahid who's bowling here. So Shahid, he really is darting in those Yorkers. And he's taken 1 for 10 so far. And Vinarati, 114 expected score. But at the moment, it's some very good tight bowling here. I'm liking the Yorkers that Upsat is firing in. It's time just slightly over pitch. Fielder's got some work to do here. Can he catch up with it? And I don't think he can. He goes with the old foot fielding method. And might have got something on it, but not enough to stop it going past the boundary. And needed that boundary pretty badly with only just 4 coming off the over so far. You see once again here, that's disappointing. Use your hands. I was saying this yesterday, Danny. 2 things that I think that the men certainly can learn from the women's action we saw over the weekend. And I know you probably saw some of it at the T20s. The women's backing up when they were batting at the non-strikers then, and the fielding. Certainly something that a lot of the men could learn from because they were backing up beautifully. And in the field, they were always going down and trying to stop the ball with their hands and knees.
Yeah, look, I was very impressed with what I saw at the weekend, and last week as well with a lot of the cricket from the women. It was a great tournament. Well done to Gibraltar and Austria for the wins in the 2 tournaments. They were very impressive. So here, what's coming up next? Finland is starting on Monday. That should be good. First time in Finland. And you'll be in Bulgaria.
I'll be in Bulgaria, and Shubu will be joining me there as well. So it'd be nice to catch up with Shubu again. And where are you next then on that?
I'm going to be in Hungary with Phil on the 29th of August. 29th of August?
I'd
Is that
say-
when it starts?
It will be bacon. I'll tell you that now. Take my word for it. I've done Hungary in the summer. It was roasting. So be warned.
I'll come back to that in a minute. So yeah, look, I'm looking forward to it, and it'll be good. I'm going to Austria for a little weekend as well, which will also be fun. So
Yeah, that's up. So take a snapshot of that because plenty of good cricket coming up, and going to some nice places again. Going back to Belgium, there, Krefeld in Germany as well as Kiel, and I'm looking forward to the two events in Spain as well. In Alicante, is close to the Benidorm area, Alphas de P, and at the Sporting Alphas Cricket Ground. I know you know that ground pretty well.
yeah, I played there.
And
so
also
nice
to Levante, which is in Valencia. So two new. We're relatively well. We have been to Alfest before, never been to Levante, so that's going to be great as well. Great to see some more cricket in Spain.
yeah, it's it's going to be pretty warm. Is it later in the year?
Yeah, but still the temperatures will still be good, and as though the climate's pretty good all the way up until sort of midway through November. Sometimes even through December. Normally changes about the beginning of January, and February is the early time. Sort of the temperatures get cool enough for you to think about contemplating putting a jacket on, but then straight away, as soon as February's done, the weather's good again. As it's Sorari who comes back, and that's hit pretty firmly, and not going to be stopped by the fielder out there. They've stuck with just the mid-wicket long on, no square leg out there. I wonder if they could strengthen that leg side. They've had a sweeper out on the offside for the bulk of the innings, who in fairness hasn't had to really do too much, so they could make a change in the field here.
Yeah, they could. I'm just changing the narrative a little bit. Venky's batting very well in this tournament so far. Like, I'll put the mockers on him. Hope not. But he went back in his crease there. He's looking very comfortable, and he had a bit of cricket last week with the other men's tournament, the internationals, and he's looking confident, looking good. So hopefully he doesn't get out this ball.
And that's going to be another boundary. Yes, they do this time put a fielder back. The thing is, putting a fielder back there doesn't guarantee they're going to stop it. So he gets himself tied up in a bit of a knot there. That's going to be 4 more. So the captain, Venkatesh, certainly doing the business at the moment, starting to get the acceleration going. It's another one that's nicely played. That's going to be 4 more runs. Saradi not happy. Makes his change, or gets the change he wanted in the field, gets the extra player across, but the fielder lets him down.
Phil you reckon he heard you say bacon?
Bacon?
I love bacon.
Oh,
dear. It's Minimo. That's pretty horrible and not what they needed at this stage. Good little comeback from the Dominators, picking up a few wickets, and now it's just all coming.
Oh, that's a terrible delivery. It's not for the first time that they've given away a Minimo here. 5 wide. Well, I don't know when I said bacon, but yeah, I mean, a nice bacon sarnie now would go down pretty nice. Look,
bacon.
I talked a bit about wine, and I'm sure the conversation about wine and beer will continue. But what's the story with people in Czechia and mushrooms?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, apparently you can't get enough of them.
Look, it is a bit of a national obsession.
And now this one is too fine for the same fielder. This over is exactly what Vinarati needed. Talking about going up a gear. And it is the captain that is sparking this little bit of a revival and fight back. This over is going terribly wrong. And it's Rehan Suradi, who normally is probably one of the better bowlers. And at the moment, he's gone for 18 in the over. Remember, his first over only went for 2 and he picked up a wicket. It's all gone wrong. 98 for 4. Still 2 balls to go in this over.
Yeah, he's angling it into to Venky. One went down leg side for a Minimo. And then Venky's been hitting it through the leg side pretty comfortably. He's moving across a little bit just to give himself a bit of space. Let's see if he can get this right and get it outside off. There you go.
In the gap. 4 runs. And no matter where he puts it at the moment, the ball is going to the boundary. Whether it's coming off the bat or not, it's another boundary. It's the 4th boundary off the bat. And don't forget, there was the 5 wides in there as well. 22 of the over. That boundary brings the 100 up as well. So that 114 to 115. That was the expected score for some time. Has now jumped up to around that 127 mark.
It's looking ominous for the Dominators. Looking pretty healthy for Vinarati. Let's see if Venki moves across to the offside again, and doesn't this time. Same result though. It's another 4 runs.
Well, just the bowler is only happy that this over has come to an end. He has been taken to the cleaners. Jangia Jutiampaya Rahan Saradunu has not been his best over by far. He's given 26 runs away, and Vinarati, in just those 7 deliveries that came off that over, have probably now jumped to probably favourites to go and win this match. But there's still 2 overs to go. Anything can happen. The Dominators can come and fight back in the last 2. But Vinarati looks set to maybe get to 130 on the board here.
Yeah, look at the little fight back in overs 4 and 5. So 2 wickets in over 4, 1 over in over 5. And it's the run rate started going down. But that was a big over there for Vinarati. So, okay, question.
Yeah, we were talking mushrooms, weren't we?
Mushrooms. So, yeah, look, it's free. And I think Czech people like free stuff. I think everyone likes free stuff. But this is going to be a wide. There are quite a few countries that pick mushrooms, especially cep mushrooms. I know that, I think, what are they called in Italy? They've got a specific name in Italy that, and in France, they're cep, and I can't remember where they are in Italy, but they're found all around. They're absolutely delicious. And here there are different types. They're called gib, and it's they're the prize ones, the main ones. But there are different mushrooms you can eat. Some of them you will die, so you've got to avoid them. And from a young age, people go like with their parents picking mushrooms, and they know which ones to pick. And it's unbelievable how they spot them. This is hit through third man. This is scrappy. And it's 4 runs.
Yeah, well, first of all, it was the wide that allowed them to take the single. That would have been a wide as well, but gets a bit of bat on this, Venki, and then the fielder, well, not for the first time, is an error in the field from the Prague Dominators, and they've given away a boundary. So at the moment, Venkatesh, he is going sensationally well. That's now 4 boundaries he's hit on the spin. That's a good comeback there from the bowler, Prithi, who bowled the first over, which went for 17. Yeah, going on the mushrooms, what I was reading is that a family here in Czechia picks an average of around 8 kilos of mushrooms a year.
Not surprised. Oh, I can show you a picture of. I went mushroom picking yesterday with the last year. Nice shot there, whipped away by Margashayam, another 4. And I'll show. Actually, I'll try and show you the picture in a minute. But we only decided to pick gib mushrooms, different varieties of them, but gib. And what the biggest one I had, I think, was about 600 grams. It's a big mushroom.
That's a big mushroom.
But yeah, and my friend...
I want to just stop you there for a moment. You can see that umpire Schubert is just patting his chest with his palms wide open, which means that 5 penalty runs are being added to the batting side. Remember, patting means for the batting. So with a slow over rate, no surprise really because of all the wides. So that just makes matters even worse for the Prague Dominators. And now a misfield from the fielder means that another extra run goes on to the board. 1 becomes 2. They've just lost their way, the Prague Dominators, haven't they, in many ways in the field. Stopping balls, catching balls, and now, of course, with all the extras, it's cost them in a time penalty as well.
I mean, it's the morning, but it's not that early. This is going to be a no ball. Oh, almost a run out. And they'll come through for another one. Another one. So, yeah, look, we went out and literally my friend Bara who was here last year with the kids. Remember, I was doing some... Yeah. I work with her. She's a good friend. Work with her at the school. And literally, it didn't matter where she looked, she could find mushrooms. It's something that's ingrained here. Everything looks like leaves to me. I've got to trip over them before I find them. But and they know which ones to pick. So yeah, and what they do generally is dry them. So they air dry them. I've got a little dehydrator. I've still got some mushrooms from that pick last year.
Hit firmly. Fielder this time doesn't make a mistake. Good bit of fielding, nice and tidy. Takes it on the bounce and gets the throw in.
Yeah, and they're absolutely delicious. But yeah, there is an obsession with mushrooms here.
Venkatesh, by the way, has moved to 44 and looking to make it a second half century for him. Back to back it will be, because we didn't see him bat in the win against Ostrava. Hits that firmly to the fielder. A good pickup. Should be out here.
Whoa.
That will be out. That's excellent cricket. It really is. Well, they've done a lot of things badly, have the Prague Dominators, but they get this right. This could be our HCL Software Player of the Day. He's just hit it too well, hasn't he? It's a good pickup, and he releases the ball early, gets it straight into the hands of the bowler, and I think if he's got the ball here, I think that's out. That's the question. Now, does he have the ball? Which hand breaks the stumps here?
I've got a sneaking suspicion it's his left hand that breaks the stumps. Let's have a look at this.
Let's see. Does he take that hand off the ball? Let's keep this going forward. Oh, it's close, isn't it? Does the ball make contact there? Probably.
I don't know.
The way the stump goes back there, I think he does push the ball onto it, does he? Doesn't look like. I think they're giving this. Yeah, they have given it out, because I can't see. That looks like Mohammed Faizan is now making his way out there. So we did need that close-up, didn't we? So it will be a wicket, but what a good knot that's been from the captain. He will go for 44-20, and in the end, it is a good bit of fielding that removes him.
I think that's something that's gone. It was a great piece of fielding. It should have been out. Whether he hit it with his right hand or left hand, I'm not really sure. But it's irrelevant. As I see here, nice pick up and throw. And this one, I don't know if he's missed the stumps completely and hit it with his left hand, Vinny. Rico.
I think he just managed to push the ball onto it. I think more by good fortune than anything else.
There's no way you can judge it. Oh, it's a nice shot. 6 runs. Well, Faizan.
Yeah, that's Mohammed Faizan comes out and he says, well, that's not. Yeah, that's a great shot. Absolutely crunches it. The start, of course, of the last over. Boom. Shukka lagya. Thank you very much.
We can't really get the names wrong here. It's Faizan and Faizan.
Faizan and Faizan, yeah.
The Faizans.
Comes the next delivery in. This time's against short, but doesn't find the boundary this time. The fielder makes the stop. So we are going on to put a big score on the board. Apologies that we just lost the graphics for a moment. They'll be up in a moment. I think they're just getting that run out sorted, all the scores. So looking to go and post a higher score in this series so far. 129 was posted yesterday, but they're going to get past that quite comfortably, as it's another ill-directed delivery, which has just been negotiated away on the leg side. And Prague Dominators, the last 3 overs, they certainly have lost their way big time, with Saradi going for 26 in an over. That last one from Priti going for 15. And you feel that this one is going to go pretty big as well. So into the 130s now.
It's down leg side, going to be wide. Just in the chat, Dave was convinced that the ball hit the stump. So we'll go with Dave. He watches more cricket than I do. And I love the comment from Craig George. Ooh, some fielding.
Yeah, well, yeah, it probably did surprise all of us, actually.
Good pick up and throw. Good stop, good pick up and throw, and a very good take by the bowler.
Rashid doing the bowling here. Just works that away onto the leg side. They are taking on, and we'll get the second. So good running from the two Faizans. And there we go. Well, the 130 now becomes 140. Remember, there was the 5 penalty runs added to that as well. And just like we suspected, Danny, even though he didn't look it early on in this innings, we are seeing bigger scores already.
Yep. I think it's good conditions. And used to it. Oh, what a shot.
It's going to be out, though. No, never in a million years has he dropped that. Can you believe it? Well, let's go back to normality. Oh, dear, the fielder. How he's put this catch down, I will never know. and tries to get funky the batter. Well, yeah, the funkiness doesn't work well for him, but he does get lucky. Rashid should have had a wicket. And he's not going to get one with that shot. And this time, it's, well, somehow it's been stopped. I don't know how.
I have no idea how they stopped that.
I was worried about Shortbid here. I know he was ducking early. Well, he had to duck for this one. This was like a heat-seeking missile going straight at him. Watch him. He gets down. How did he stop this?
2 feet. No, 1 foot. There you go.
How does that get stopped? Well, I suppose a little bit of luck going their way right at the end. But Vinarati, they'll be the happier of the two teams, no doubt about that. And I think they ran the one there at the end, probably the score 142. Or did they come back for 2? Well, I'm sure the scorers will confirm that with us in a moment. But it's going to be a 140 chase coming up here for the Prague Dominators. Remember, it was 60 at the halfway point, but they just lost their way towards the end of the innings, when I think all the kind of disciplines that you need to apply in the field went wrong. The catching just wasn't there. They were giving too many runs away when things like that happen. And this won't be the first time that we're going to see the ball get through the field and go to the boundary. And then the bowlers lost their way as well, Danny.
Honestly, I mean, so there were a couple of drop catches. Abdul Muiz has dropped the first 2 balls he faced. There's so many went through the field or minimos. It was not a good effort. This is a nice catch, though, to be fair. That was the end of Praveen. They get the first wicket to go down, and a big 6 there from Abdul. You can see his power there. But honestly, there was too much of that. The ball just going through. There were minimos, at least 2 that I can remember. I mean, okay, a little bit of luck for Abdul Muiz as well with those edges. He didn't really hit the ball cleanly, but really the Dominators are not really dominating cricket at the moment. They're just, it wasn't a great effort, but finally got a wicket. And what highlights for the Dominators? The run out was a good run, a couple of good catches, but in general it was pretty scrappy early on in this. In the morning. Again, a nice catch out there, taken on the boundary. But Vinarati, I think they'll be happy with this score. Probably got about 33 runs, to be honest. This was the run out. Again, that wasn't the run out. That was the first one with Faizan making his ground. But in total, Venki with 42 did a lot of the heavy lifting. Again, another one through the fielders, another minimo. And, well, it's highlights for Vinarati, but lowlights, I think, for the Dominators. Will have to improve if they want to stay in this tournament. But, again, just too wide. And, again, this is another one. Straight to him, shot through a little bit, got his foot behind it, but just not enough foot. And this was the run out. This is a good piece of work. And again, I'm not convinced that he's taken the ball. Dave's convinced, so let's go with Dave. But all in all, a pretty good effort there from Faizan. This was the drop catch towards the end, which really should have been taken. And then that shot down the ground. Finally, a good piece of fielding. I think through luck more than skill. But Vinarati, must have got about the positives. Vinarati, good score on the board. Going to be difficult to reach for the Dominators, and with Vinarati's bowling lineup, I think it's going to be a pretty good start to the morning for Vinarati. You never know in this game. See, Abdul Muiz, a bit lucky with his 22. Got there, the Praveen Sharma got a start for 9 also. Adnan with 9. But Venkatesh, Magashayam, Venki, 44 of 21, very good batting. And Faizan with a nice 22. Bowling figures. So pretty good from Al Mahmood, taking 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. And good also for Shahed with 1 for 16 off his 2. Rest pretty expensive. There were lots of extras as well. 30 extras is just too much. If you take away the 30 extras and take away probably another I'd say 15 to 20 runs with the misfields and the drop catches, maybe even more. And this would be a score of around about 90 odd. But it's not. It's 142, 143 to win for the Dominators. They'll have to bat well to get there, but with a very good bowling lineup that Vinorati have, I think it's going to be a difficult task. Vinorati, of course, are a first division side, but playing in this Challenger division. Whereas the Dominators, even though they've only come in the last couple of years and they've made a lot of progress, they're a second division side, and they're going to have to dig deep to get their 143 they need. And so this is the European Cricket Series here in Czechia, match number 6. We'll be back in a few minutes' time for the second half of this game between Vinorati and Praha Dominators. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Good morning and welcome back to Prague. To this European Cricket Series match between Vinaradi and Praha Dominators. It's the Dominators being dominated. Pretty poor in the Skippy was number 1 yesterday for quite a while. Not sure if he ended up number 1 from Brno. I'm sure he'll be watching Moravians. And in the next few days, he'll also be watching Brno, who are one of the favourites to win the Premier Division. That's coming up in 2 days' time. See here, 99 is the target to get a point here for the Dominators. If they can get the total of 142 and 7 overs or less, then they will get a bonus point. I don't see that happening, but you never know. Vinaradi want to keep the Dominators down to under 99. They were 1-1 yesterday, lost to Spartans, and then had a good win later on. First ball of the innings, and good one straight up, squared up the batter. It's a good line and length there from Mohammad Faizan. Sultan Arif is the batter facing, and Vamsi is at the non-striker's end. Got a third man in. I can't see where the other deep fielder is. Oh, another good ball put down. Well, that's a chance. I don't know what's going on with the catching today. Let's look at this. It's a big edge and should have been taken. That was pretty simple there for Praveen Sharma. So a good piece of bowling from Mohammad Faizan. A good lift on this pitch. Happy birthday to Johnny He as well. Good to see everyone sharing the love on the chat. Comes in again. It's high, and that's going to go over the boundary, I think, for 6. There's a dodgy top edge, but Arif won't matter. He swung pretty hard at it, and no luck there for the bowler. He swung hard, got a thick outside edge, and that's gone up towards the P patch. We haven't had many go into the P patch. So this tournament, with the international games, a lot of the men in that tri-series, the Czechs, Norway and Austria were hitting in that P patch. A lot of potatoes there. This is a nice shot out through the gap, 4 runs. Good shot from Arif, and after that early chance, Arif is batting pretty well. Speak of the devil. Skippy's in the chat. Good morning, Skippy. Hope you enjoy the action from Prague. You're home down at the big village at Brno. Brno is it's a nice place. I don't mind it. It's not quite Prague though. Bowler comes in again. And around the corner, 4 more. Well, it's a big score to get. But Sultan Arif can stay in for the majority of the innings. He's batting. It's pretty risky. It was a one-handed shot towards the car park. But if he can stay in for a majority of the innings, I think they'll have a good start. I mean, now it's 14. 1 ball left of the first. Well, saying it's a good start, they need 14 and over anyway. So it's a it's a par start so far. 1 ball left of the first. Faizan. Bit unlucky with that that drop catch. But it's been good batting since, and this one, the inside edge, rush the batter, and end of a good over there for the Dominators. 14 from it after the first. Target, remember, 143. So they're on par. Vinarati, though, 83% favourites according to the supercomputer. So a beautiful day here in Prague. A few little clouds in the distance, but nothing threatening yet. We'll, hopefully won't have any rain today. We started off with a bit of rain yesterday morning. We had a shortened game. 66 matches since the Golden Ball. I'm sure we'll see one in Prague, probably in the next few days when United play. They've been involved in, I think, 2 or 3, 2 in the same tournament a few years ago. And this is down leg side, called a wide. It's Abdul Muiz, the bowler. It's interesting. Bowls right arm, bats left-handed. We see that a lot actually with modern players. I see that a lot with Czech kids as well. We used to. I'm not sure if it's changed or not. And hit on the pads, no run. A lot of kids here play floorball. Some play hockey, but floorball. It's you always use your dominant hand up the top with floorball, and so often the kids will pick up the bat with their dominant hand up the top, which makes them instant left-handers if they're right-hander. If they're right-handers, does that make sense? And you'll see that a lot with batters all around the world. Even batters like Sachin Tendulkar is left-handed but bats right-handed, or batted right-handed. But you'll see that a lot with players around the world. Right, and it's gone straight through him. Good bowling there from Muiz, and that's the end of Umsi. He goes for a duck, and straight through him. And it's been a good over so far. 2 balls gone, 1 wicket, 2 runs. Let's have a look at this one. And massive in-swing. Really good bowling. These Grizzlies do swing, especially in the early overs. And that has shattered the stumps. And a salute there from Abdul. 16 for 1, the Dominators. Sultan Arif is doing the damage at the other end, but they do need, as I said, 14 and over, just above. So new batter comes in, and Vinarati. Well, they were favourites in this game to start off with. I said they're a Div 1 team. As Muiz comes in, and gone again, straight through him. Mr. Full Toss. And the batter's wondering what's happened, but it's gone probably pad high. Full toss. He's having a chat. I think they'll check it. I don't think there's any issue. Let's have a look. So it's gone through, I think, pad high. Yeah, pad high. Top of the pads. No complaints. And that is out. Dipped down a bit, took leg stump, 2 in 2, and Dominator's in trouble now. Sultan Arif is watching the carnage from the other end. So Abdul Muiz on a hat-trick, and you've come in just at the right time, Rico. It's a bit of damage done here by Abdul Muiz, 2 in 2.
Yeah, well, look at this. He just totally misses a full delivery. It comes down a fair bit, and that's why I think we were looking at the height there, but it gets a... The key there was the amount of movement, and he just can't believe that it's gone onto the stump. So this is the last hat-trick that we've seen. Khalid Ahmadi, 4 for 34. There on the 1st of June. Habib Khan was in there as well in Estonia.
How long has it been? They're chatting.
This is going to be 5 runs, by the way.
It's going to be 5 runs.
This is going to be 5 runs. Now, what are they doing? Remember, they gave 5 away when they spent too long in the field. You're going to see 5 runs come here.
It
I'm
has to
telling
be,
you
doesn't
now, that score is, the target is going to go up by 5. I'm
Well,
sure of it.
They haven't signalled it.
Let's see, the umpire's going to signal this any minute, I'm sure. If you don't, I'll
yeah,
be
here we
very
go, here we go.
surprised.
No. Oh, surely. That's been...
Got to be 5, I'm thinking. Right, in the air, it is a hat-trick ball, and it will be a hat-trick. We see a hat-trick. Abdul Moyes has the hat-trick. The batter, Harun ur-Rashid, took his time to get ready. Too much time, we feel, but it didn't put off Moyes. He came in, he put it in the spot. The batter goes for the big shot. The catch has been taken, and we've seen a hat-trick here on day 2 of this European Cricket Series in Czechia. And it is Abdul Moyes who has the hat-trick. Now, Moyes has been his day today. Remember, he was dropped on a hat-trick of chances himself with the bat. And now, with the ball, he has taken a hat-trick, 3 for 2. That is the end of Harun. And it is Muhid Adnan, who's normally his batting partner, that holds on to the catch. And you can see, well, it's all happening in that dugout. They're trying to get changed and their pads on as quick as they can, as we see a hat-trick, a magical moment. Another player who enters our Hall of Fame.
It's he's hit it to one of the safest pairs of hands in the team. There's only 2 players back. There's that long on. He's hit it straight to him. Had to come in quite a bit though, Adnan. But really nice catch. All right. New batter in. It's all happening. 16 for 3 now after a promising first over from the Dominators. Remember, there was a drop catch in that as well. Hasham is the new batter. Let's see if he can survive more than one delivery.
Well, the double hat-trick on here. Now, the umpires are chatting. I'm pretty sure this is probably to do with the time it took for Harun to come out. And so I don't think, I think there you have it. It's come a little bit later than it should have, but it's the right decision. So the score will go up by 5 because Harun, not only did he take too long to go out there and cave 5 runs away, he would also give his wicket away and give a hat-trick to Moyes. And the Dominators have just, well, it's not been a good morning for them. I think that's probably the best and the politest way to put it.
Not been a good morning. Mart Smart saying that Vinners had their wheat bix this morning. I think Dominators have skipped breakfast completely.
Right. In comes Moyes. I wouldn't put it past him getting a double hat-trick here, actually. So he's got 2 for 3, and the 2 runs have been wides. In he comes, and it's just going to be clipped away. In fact, this is going to get past the man on the 45, and we'll go to the boundary for 4. There's Mahmudullah Hasham now in with Sultan Arif. Hasham, I'm quite surprised actually that he's come out so low down the order. He was the one batter who actually scored some good runs for them, and he did score a half century yesterday. Yes, he did. 51 of 20 balls against Moravian. So interesting, he's come in so late.
Yeah, indeed. Just going back, like Free Derek is one of the Kroom. Hi, Kroom. Good to see you. But Steve Hogg saying better pay the penalty for taking too long. They just lost 3 for -5. Yeah.
Chase on and, well, stopped. Gets a hand onto it, and that's the partner. That's Swaroop. Do the fielding.
Yeah, Suresh was the one who dragged it back. But, yeah, 3 for -5. They're just going backwards, are the Dominators. You get that boundary, though, towards the end, and a couple of runs there. So still 1 ball left. Taken 3 for 6 as Abdul Moyes. He got very lucky with the bat early on. Got dropped twice, 3 times altogether. But, well, he's had a bit of luck with the ball as well, in the sense that the Dominators are just giving him wickets.
Yeah, when it's your day, and it has been his day. So 22 at the end of the second over, but the issue is 3 wickets have gone down, and that's that issues there. That last over in the end does go for 8, so 2 wides, a boundary, 2 runs, but a hat-trick sandwich there in the middle as well. This is what they're playing for. The team who wins this will be here tomorrow. There's no doubt about that. And the next match, an important one as well, because Vinaradi will stay on the field as they take on Moravian. Moravian, of course, got 2 wins out of 2. Now, this guy yesterday was sensational. Took a 3 for. He was the player of the match in that win against Ostrava, 3 for 10. And it is Harry who's coming on to bowl now. Harry Bolandas. I think the scorers have got a fair number of things to try and sort out. The hat-trick, wickets falling quickly, 5 penalty runs. So you can understand that it's taking a little bit of time. And we can talk a little bit more about Prague. Now, one thing that, of course, everybody knows about Prague is the astronomical clock.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is... And it's an amazing thing. It's installed in 1410, making it the oldest in the world. Is very impressive. Now, we can talk a little bit about that, but it's also worth mentioning that Prague is also home to the second ugliest building in the world as well, which, of course, is the television tower.
In which suburb? Which leafy wine-growing ex-wine? Vinarati. Yeah.
Vinarati is where it is.
Yeah.
So is it that ugly?
No, I'll show you a picture of it.
Show me a picture.
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw that, I thought, no, surely
it's just
not.
one random guy. I think it was an Australian guy, actually. So
Down the ground and gone. Oh, would you believe it? Would you believe it? Harry Bolani's first delivery hits down the ground. Who's there to take the catch? Mohit Adnan again, the man who took the hat-trick catch. Hits the shot, doesn't use his feet, and a very good catch. Has to be said, they're the hardest I feel to take for a fielder on the boundary. Running in, having to take it. Harry Bolan takes a wicket off his very first ball, and that is the end of another batter. And Prague dominators, well, they're the ones who are being dominated here at the moment, as Hasham, the man who did score a half-century yesterday, goes for 5.
It's hard to say the Dominators getting anything out of this game now.
It's not that ugly, is it?
No, it's a weird-looking building. It's a tower.
Yeah.
Right? And it's a TV tower. No, it's my beacon. I know that I'm almost home if I can see it. So if I'm taking a flight, it could be a run out. And good work there from the fielder. Just a single gets Huck off the mark. No, it was mentioned. I think it was an Australian guy who sort of said that this is the second ugliest building in the world after something or other. But they've run with it, and they actually put it in their advertising, and this voted the second ugliest building in the world. I like it. And there's a little interesting fact with this. It's covered in babies.
It's covered in what?
It's covered in babies. So,
right.
If you see, I'll see if I can.
I'm waiting to see this now. Danny's trying to find it for me.
I think
meanwhile, I'll keep an eye on Harry.
There's 10 or 12.
That's well hit. It's actually a good shot, this. The batter, Huck, has made up his mind already that he's going after this. Comes down the track, uses his feet well, and he clobbers it over the mid-wicket boundary.
That's a nice shot. There you go.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So it's an artist. You'll see a lot of his work around Prague. He's a Czech artist called David Černý. And there are pretty big babies, actually. They're sort of, I don't know how, 1.5 meters high, maybe more, actually.
You've got to check this out, people. And fancy it being called the second ugliest building in the world. I don't think it is. I think that's pretty unique.
So I'll tell you the reasons why the babies are put in. This is in the air. Could be another one. Good chance. Good work by Suresh, who stops the 4. They'll come back for 2. So basically, it's his commentary on television raising our children rather than parents. So because of course, parenting's a big thing. Like the Czechs love babies, but let's go back to it. Boland comes in again, a bit flatter that time.
It's well bowled, isn't it? Good delivery.
So there's apart from parents wanting, like with a couple wanting a baby, it's normally the grandmothers who want kids, and so they can take care of them. And there's a big pressure. That traditionally as well. I think it's changing a bit. So that was the social thing, the whole societal thing where there's a matriarch, because it starts off with the man of the house, and until they get married and have kids, and then it's a very passive thing generally. The men in Czech society just want to keep their wives and the mother of their children happy. Anyway, long story. But this is his comment on TV, raising our kids instead of their traditional family. End of the power play, by the way.
Yeah, and hat-trick man coming back. Moyes 3 for 7 so far. And I think this one is probably going to clear the fielder by a fair distance. It's a good strike. It's liking the approach from these two, Arif and Huck. They're under pressure, wickets are falling, but they're just deciding, you know what? The only way out of this hole is to attack. And that's where our strike. He goes all the way. Bolle. Seis carreras. And a little change here being made by Venki. He's put 2 men straight now. So long on, long off on the boundary, along with mid-wicket and square leg. No sweeper out in the offside. So interesting field. And, oh, there's the third. And can't stop it. It's going to be 4 more. That's the 5th fielder that's out. In the right place, perhaps, or the right part of the ground. But this goes a lot finer. But once again, I suppose that's what we say. It's sometimes better to be brave. Fortune does favour the brave, and it's certainly being kind at the moment to Sultan Arif.
He's swinging very hard at the ball, and edges are flying. But, then he hit the middle of the bat, and that flew as well. So, it's been good over so far. 41 on the board.
Yeah, the opener who has seen those 4 wickets tumble while he's been at the other end, including a hat-trick, and now he just just helping to get the ball. I like that. He went a long way from his batting crease to get the ball, picks it up and says to the umpire, I'm just giving this back. Is that all right? Of course it's okay.
Nice sporting move there from Arif. Okay. That's a good ball.
It's
Swing
well
there
dug out.
again. By the way, if you want to see the babies close up, that's what they look like.
So they're at ground level as well,
So
are they?
there's an island. This is near an art gallery. It's an island on the Voltava called Kampa, which is lovely actually. There's a really nice pub there called Mlin, which means mill. That it's actually David Cherney is. I'm not sure if he's part owner, but he's constantly there. I think he's got something to do with it. I think he's a part owner of it. But this is down in Kampa. If you want to have a look at them, you can see that bits have been, like the hands are a bit shiny, and the bum is a little bit shiny as well. And a lot of photos taken. This is going towards a field. They can't get there, just a single. But and their faces are kind of weird looking. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know what that is about. I'm sure it's to signify something. By the way, Philji's just come back to me. He said, you didn't say bacon. He said, my apologies. He said baking when I was talking about Hungary.
Baking.
Phil probably hadn't had his breakfast yet and was still thinking about what he was going to have.
I understand. Oh, gone. Straight through Arif. And Muiz gets his revenge. That's another wicket.
It's another one. He's not going to have a chance to get a fifer, but he will finish with 4 for 19, including a hat-trick. Very well bowled. And the Dominators, they're in serious trouble here now. 43 for 5. I wonder if they're going to bat out the 10 overs.
No. On evidence, probably not. But it is the end of Muiz, who's taken 4. Well, sorry, yeah, Muiz has taken 4 wickets, including a hat-trick. Bowling to continue. Sultan Arif, good innings there. 26 off 11. Maybe a little luck, but he threw the bat at it. And just when you take high risks, then sometimes they just don't pay off. And that was just good bowling again from Abdul Muiz. So,
quick look at the way the teams compare, but look at where the wicket, look at the second over, by the way, and of course that the over where the hat-trick was, it's all happening. And I think it's a good move, keep the spin on, take the pace off. So Bolland comes back in and he could get another here, just out of the reach off the fielder. The batters, well, it could be a run out here, it's going to have to be quick. And will make it, I think, a better throw from the fielder who's chasing after that. Could have resulted in a run out. It's almost like you can see that Shamim Ahmed is saying, no, you go and strike. I don't want the strike. So Huck will make it back to the striking end. So he now becomes the main batter here. They're a long, long way from even securing a point. They need to get to 103 just to get a point here.
oh yeah, because of the bonus run.
Yeah.
So it's getting harder and harder for the Dominators. 5 down now. Boland comes in.
Nice full delivery. fingertips on this, takes the pace off it. He has got 2 men straight there. So I think whether he's getting a hand on this or not, it's only ever going to be a single. You can see he's got the field nicely set. But he does well, gets down. The young man, he's quick and nimble. Oh, that's pretty close to finding his way onto the stumps. They will take a bye as that one gets past Praveen Sharma.
I've got another quiz question for you.
Okay.
Because we've still got a couple left for you to win your prize.
Well, Dave was saying quiz question. He wants another one. So come on, Dave, me and you on this one, all right?
So, what is the 3rd largest city in the Czech Republic? Oh, that's pretty close. 3rd largest city in the Czech Republic.
Geography is not my strongest point. And this one is in the air and almost gets a second chance at it. The catch goes down first time round. That's Ravikant Kumar. And it pops out. I thought it popped out kindly actually for him. Thought he was going to take it second time round, but you see there, just out of the reach of the right hand. So a bit of a chance there for Huck. Ahmed on strike, still to get off the mark. Swing and a miss. Yeah, Dave, help me out. Dave, what are you saying?
You know the answer, Rico. You know the answer.
You keep saying I know the answer.
You know the answer.
You can tell you're a school
There's
teacher.
a reason why I've asked you these questions.
Okay,
What is
the
the
third
largest
largest
city in the Czech Republic? Oh, it's short.
It doesn't really. Well, he'll get himself off the mark at least, but that was one that had to be punished. 3rd largest. You got to give me a clue at least.
Well, the first one's Prague. Second one's Brno.
Yeah.
The third one is on the. It's
And Brno, you said, is sort of the
a
centre of
village.
Moravia.
It's a village,
like that
but it is
area.
technically a city.
Yeah.
As we see here, this is we're still going in Czechia. It'll finish on Sunday. Then on Monday, Finland will start. Vinny's up there, excited about that one. First time ever in Finland. And then Rico, you'll be in Bulgaria.
I'll be in Bulgaria with Shuba, and of course in Finland, Andrew Ryan will be there as well, the Rhino. So that's going to be great. It's always great to have Rhino. I know he's a busy man, so having him in comms now and again certainly is very entertaining. 49 for 5 at the halfway point, by the way, here.
So let's keep going. Vinky's the bowler. And that's one's hit out towards a bound. Oh, that's gone through. Well, I've got a big wall in the way, so I didn't see that one, but that looks like it just picked the gap nicely. As you can see here, it's nothing that Swarup could do about that one.
Yeah.
So, going back.
Yeah, going back.
The 3rd largest city. So we have Prague, then Brno. All right. And the other one's on the border of Silesia and Moravia. This is in the air. Dropped.
Oh.
Swarup not having the best day in the field. So, and Venki, he's the captain. You don't drop catches off the captain and get away with it.
He's
Swarup.
making the change. I can see this from the doorway.
Yep.
And, well, that's Swarup is going to be changed. And it's Adnan who's got very safe hands, goes in to that position now.
You watch the ball go straight to Swarup. It's been 2 in a row. Oh, maybe not. There's a stumping. Good bowling by Margashayam. That's the end of Ahmed.
Oh dear, dear. Ahmed, he gets a little bit too excited, doesn't he, after being dropped the ball before, but he does get a boundary. He thinks he'll go big, and, well, I think this kind of sums up what we're seeing here. I mean, it's clever bowling from Venki. He knows that the batter's probably going to take him on, bowls it a little bit shorter. He swings all the way around this, and it's a straightforward bit of work there for Praveen Sharma to execute the stumping. And nicely done. Adios. He does well. He has to wait for that. It's sometimes we see the wicket keepers just getting too keen and going over the stumps to take the ball, but no problem. And Shamin Ahmed is going to have to go.
The chat's giving you answers.
The chat is giving me answers?
You know the answer, Rico. So the first answer was Prague.
Yeah.
Vinaradi.
Right.
The third one, what was the third one?
Are we saying Bohemian now? Are we going Bohemian that way?
No.
Place that away.
But there's Praha Dominators.
Yep.
There's Vinohrady.
Yep.
Right. The next question was to do with Moravians,
That's
the
right,
region.
yeah.
So, what's the third largest city in the Czech Republic?
Okay, and again, we're going to be talking about the teams there, aren't we?
Yes.
All right, who is he here today? So
you're missing 2 in this tournament. So he's hit high and long, 6 runs, nice shot.
yeah, that is smashed away. So you said we're not talking about the Bohemians here. We've already mentioned Prague, Moravian. We know
But
it's
they're
not
not playing in this
Ostrava?
tournament. Yeah, Ostrava.
Ostrava.
Ostrava. And Ostrava is my dad's from.
Ostrava.
Yeah.
Now, so remind me again, Ostrava is now, you're talking about up there,
Yeah, so it's sort of a top corner,
top corner.
northeast of the Czech Republic. It's right near the Polish border. You can see Poland from Ostrava. So there's a lot of the accent is got to do with Polish as well. But yeah, my father's from Ostrava. My family is originally from Ostrava. Most of them have moved out. Just got a cousin up there.
So name is something that Ostrava is famous for, or known for.
Oh, so it was not a pretty city, mainly in the, I think it was mentioned that it's very, very industrial.
Yeah, this was Shubi was talking to me about this yesterday, yes.
So my cousin used to go to school, and he used to be fascinated by the river that flows through, and what colour it would be when he walked past, depending on which chemicals they dumped in it. It was bad.
Okay.
It was really bad. And it doesn't have the best reputation, or didn't have the best reputation, mainly because it was super industrial. But they've cleaned that up. What it's known for now, it's a very green city now, as we have Fajar Sadiq come in. Good start from him. It's known for a couple of things. Now, it's known for a very good music festival called Colours of Ostrava, which is set in a disused. It's an iron smelter, but they used to mine the iron and the coal on the same site. It's quite unique in that way, and then they would smelt it. So it's a big site, but now it's Colours of Ostrava, which is in the air, away from the fielder, and that'll reach the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well hit. And that's Abdul Azad who gets his first boundary. I suppose you can see Fazal Haq just wants somebody to stay there with him, and if he can get somebody to stay there with him, maybe there is a chance to at least salvage a point here. It's pretty important that they do get a point, because Ostrava are probably, and that's the area we're talking about, Ostrava are watching this match knowing that if Vinohrady take all the points away from the Praha Dominators, then it's a very good chance maybe that's a result that they need to give them some hope in the day. And a good day for them could see them playing tomorrow in final stage. So, yeah, it's pretty important to try and get a point here, I think. Well, he's launched into that. He's in the air, going, goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. As that's going to be 6 runs as well. So Azad, well, he wants to be brave, and he plays a pretty decent shot in the end. That ball was there for the taking, takes it on. Fajar Sadiq, as they go back to putting the pace on. Well, pace off seemed to work pretty well. I'm sure Venki will be thinking he's got to come straight back on to bowl the 8th. So nicely struck away.
So, yeah, Phil's asking me if it's in the north. It is the north in a sense. It's northeast, so it's very much in the east, but it's right near the Polish border up north. So I stand by that. Founded in 1267, apparently, Phil. Just a little bit more trivia, but yeah, it's also known for the best party street in the whole of the Czech Republic, called Studoni. Used to be a bit of a slum, and then there were cheap places, so people opened bars, and it just became a party place. So people come from Poland, they come from all around to party on Studoni. I think it's changed a little bit. So, but anyway, that's okay. One more question for you.
One more
right,
question.
and this is a little bit of a loose connection, but I couldn't really think of anything else. So, what is the most successful, based in Prague, right? What is the most successful football team in the Czech Republic?
Okay. Well, first of all, we'll say the football scene is not something that I follow so much.
You don't need to know. You just need to know the teams who are playing in this tournament.
Okay. So again, it's to do with the teams in this tournament.
Yeah.
In this division, in the Challenger.
So yeah.
Okay, in the Challenger, right. It's got to be something to do with the Spartans, isn't it?
Yeah, Sparta Prague.
Yeah, Sparta Prague.
So, because you've answered all the questions correctly, eventually,
It took a while.
I have a prize for you.
Oh, what have you got for
I'm
me?
going to take it. This is from a nice little Yeti container that my niece Sophie gave me for Christmas.
Keeps it nice and cool. Ah, look at this. What we got here? Oh well, this is what we were talking about the other day.
Yep.
Oh, Koffola.
Koffola.
Now this is the drink that they say that the Czechians here prefer to some of the other well-known brands.
Yes. So Koffola is originally, I think it was originally made in 1960.
That's
it's
lovely.
like a communist Coke.
Yeah.
And I'd like you, try it.
I'm going to try it. Vinarati taking on Moravan in the... I say Moravan. I keep saying Moravan. I'm told it's Moravian. Is that right?
Moravian.
Yeah, so Moravian
Yeah.
in the next match. That'll be a good one, actually, because Vinarati are in good form at the moment. And Moravian, of course, won both their matches yesterday. And that Koffola, I was quite surprised. Phil G said he's never tried it.
I know.
That really surprised me because everywhere I've read, and of course when you're walking around Prague, you've seen that advertised everywhere, and people are sat there, especially sort of in the middle of the day, sitting down and drinking it. It's supposed to be pretty herbal. I'm looking forward to trying that now, actually.
It's sort of herbal. This is going to be 6 again. Nice shot there from Huck, who's batting well.
He is batting well. What a good over. The last one was Sadiq went for 10, the 4 and 6 in that over, and now Venki back. And they're going after Venki as well. So they're not going down without trying here, are they, the Dominators? And they're getting close, aren't they, to that 103 they need for a point.
Yeah, looking ahead. Hope they don't miss out by a run, because that five penalty runs would be a bit of a shame.
I was trying to see if they did give 5 for the batter coming out too late, but I don't think I've seen anything registered.
Score 4 runs again. Nice shot there again from Huck. He's moved on to 34 or 14, and a bit of resistance there. I don't think they're going to get the, but they could get a point out of this.
Yeah,
it's a little bit wide there from Margashayam.
Yeah, I'm having a look. So yeah, there's 10 penalty runs added to the score of Vinarati. So they got 5 because the batter took too long, and for the fielding side taking too long, and then 5 for the batter taking too long to come out there, and then that was the batter, of course, Hashim, who would then get out to the hat-trick ball. So they haven't helped themselves. They've given away 10 penalty runs. So let's see if that's going to cost them or not.
Wayne's asked me a question. What colour boots was the goalkeeper wearing in last year's finals game? I have no idea. I haven't kept up with the Czech leagues for a while, especially not Sparta. Yeah. But anyway, well done on those questions.
No, thank you very much. Look, I'm fine. One thing, as I think we've talked about this before, that is...
Oh, go on.
Yeah, another one. Well, that's an important wicket because Huck was doing his best to try and at least get Dominators to a point. But right at the end of the 8th over, he's going to lose his wicket. And Venki, the captain, picks up another 2 for 31 for him. As Huck will have to walk back for 35. Still needing 13 to secure a point. But that's the 7th wicket going down now. And it's not good batting, though, is it? I mean, that's the second stumping that we've seen, and there's no need for it. Not when you're trying to salvage a point for your team.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, Dave said the hack attack. The hack attack is going back. But good bowling there from Vicky. Comes around the wicket and just angles it across. Bit of swing as well. And nice take by the keeper. So he did just change the angle after being smacked around a little bit. Huck, though, he might have done enough for Dominators to reach that point.
Yeah, you can hear them talking, saying, yeah, we need this much, we need this to get a point. And they're well aware of it. They're looking at the scoreboard, and I think it's the Dominators that are telling the batter, Huck, who just come out, saying, why did you do that? We needed 13 runs. 7 wickets are down as well. That's the issue. You've got Azadis there. He's well set on 12. But Sorari is the new batter that's joined him. Rehan Sorari, you remember, went for that big over of 26 over number 8 when he completely lost his line, his rhythm, and was bowling short hit-me balls. Let's see if he can at least get them a point. Not going to be easy as they go back to Fajar Sadiq. Played away, and this is going to be 4 runs. So Azad is basically saying no matter what, he's going to be go down fighting. And he hits this pretty well. It's too short, really, from Sadiq. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot there. Dave saying attack over. Well, it's not. It's another 4 to the total. They need 9 off 11 for the point. And if they don't lose wickets, I can see them getting it pretty comfortably. And well, if they don't lose wickets, it's Harry under it. Takes an easy catch. Does Harry Boland.
Ooh.
And,
Ooh, this is getting close now. So now Azad makes his way after 16 healthy runs off the 10 balls he faces. Harry makes no mistake taking the catch. Sadiq picks up the wicket. It's the 8th to go down, and they still need, well, what's it, 9 runs? 9 runs to get a point here. This is, they're not going to bottle this right at the end. You remember, they gave away 10 penalty runs. If it weren't for that, they'd already have secured a point. But good
10?
catch taken. Yeah, it was 10 in the end. They were done for the batter being too slow going out as well.
okay.
So 10 penalty runs.
No, it's only 5. 5 on the board. Because they were 142. They needed 140. They needed 143 to win. It's only the 5, I think.
Let's check the
Maybe I'm wrong.
other
Maybe there's something else.
scorecard.
Because it was, I think it was a late call because it was called after the wicket or after the over. Was there 2 of them?
Yeah, I see 10 on there. So
Okay.
unless there was maybe there was an issue with the score, perhaps. Hitting and asking. Umpire says not out, but we'll have to come back and sort the stumps out. Let's have a look here just in case. So he is watching. I mean, he's watching the keeper. Does he get the foot down?
Oh,
He does. Eventually. It takes a long time for them. And then he's practicing a lofted shot. And this is Nurlu Shahid who's come out.
interesting at the moment. 9 off 8. And I know Vinarati are aware of it, but 10 runs, I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure where that's gone because then the target should be more. That's a good ball there. Anyway, well, I'm sure they'll sort that out. At this stage, though, it's 9 off 7. Phil G coming up with an interesting stack. 26% of the Czech population is in the top 10 cities. So a lot of people living in villages. You know where they go on weekends? The Czechs.
On the weekends? I suppose it's got to be down. Oh, he's gone. Wow. Another one goes. There's a 9th to go. So Shahed, he wanted to play the big shot. And in the end, he's not going to. The ball smashes into the timber. It goes to the boundary, but off the pegs. Sadiq gets another 2 for 14 for him. That's also the end of the over. So we go into the last over. It's 9 wickets down. And they still, from somewhere, need to get 9 runs here. So Vinarati are pretty close to picking up all 4 points here. And the Prague Dominators, they need something good to happen in this last over if they're to secure a point. Or at this point, you would say steal a point away from Vinarati.
Yeah, look, it doesn't get any better for a bowler when it's the bail. That's a good piece of bowling there. So where do they go on weekends?
I would say it's got to be onto the river by the castle.
Yeah,
on the green there.
Most people on a sunny weekend. Most people leave town. They go out into what the Czech call the nature, which is basically the countryside. It's a wide, and a lot of them have cottages. It's a huge thing. It was big in communism because people could go away and not be under the pressure cooker of the cities. So they'd go out into to their cottage to get together with people. And it's a tradition that's continued. So lots of cottages around of various sizes and various areas. Some have village houses as well. Very popular. Okay, 95 for 9. Mohamed Faizan is the bowler. And short, 4 runs.
Well, well, well. How about this? Sorari gets a little bit of spice, but he likes a spice as he gets a bit on this, enough to get it past Praveen Sharma and go all the way to the boundary. So this is going to be so. This is where the introduction of this bonus point in matches like this have certainly made it interesting and exciting. It keeps it interesting all the way down to the end. 99 for 9, 103 gets them a point.
Yeah, it's a good innovation. Faizan comes in again. Pitched up down leg side this time again, wide. Well, a little scrappy here in the last over.
He's looking to find that perfect Yorker to end the innings, but every time he goes pitched up, he goes down the leg side. 100 now on the board.
They were 99 for 9. You don't often see that. It's off 9.1. Couldn't be 9.9. That wouldn't work. Faizan comes in again. Short. Stabbed down.
Very nicely. They take the single, I think, pretty reluctantly, because Vatupali was probably thinking, oh, so I'm going to have to do something here, am I? Sarati, I thought Sarati might have just thought, you know what, if we're going to get this point here, this 103, I've got to try and take the strike. And maybe you turn down the single there and see if you can get it in the 3 balls. There's still 4 balls actually to come because of the wide, so 2 wides in the over. So this is an interesting one to take. They're all coming in as well, liking this, putting the pressure on. Captain of Vinarati, Venki, wants the 4 points. Oh, that's off the lid. And, well, what's happening here? I'm certainly heard the lid here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crunchy. Sam, okay. I think the umpire will go and check the batter, but this is a solid sound of the lid. Let's wait for this. Oh, that's caught him on the lid. I suppose the bowler also gets pretty. I mean, it's a short delivery. I mean, that's no way to be bowling to a number 11, is it? But anyway, Vatupali, he seems okay. I think it might have come a little bit off the shoulder, then going onto the lid. But bowler gets lucky there. If that went past him, it could have gone all the way down to the boundary. Right, he's shaking him up. Can he knock him over? In comes Faizan. Oh, what a comeback! Oh, it's a number 11's dream, isn't it? And all the number 11s around the world are standing on their feet, and they're opening their drinks, opening the beers, and saying cheers to Vatupali, who wears one on the lid, and then he smashes a biggie to get to take a point away, steal a point away from Vinarati. What a hit.
Wayne's saying that the bonus point's 110, not 103.
Oh,
so
wow.
We'll see. We'll see if they get it. It was a good shot, though. They're almost there. 2 balls to go. And, well, it's been too short from Faizan, to be fair. He really should have pitched it up to these 2. Just outside off, maybe. But it's not been a good last over. And that was a lovely shot from Vatupali. So we'll confirm it, because it is 103 on the board, but you said that there's 10 bonus runs.
Oh, you don't want a misfield here. They don't get a misfield there. They'll take just a single. So if that is the case, I mean, of course, we're going by what we're seeing there on the board, but there were those penalty runs. And as a result of those penalty runs, well, we'll have to confirm this with you later. But
it'd be 108 anyway if it was 5 extra runs, so they would have got it. So I think either way, I think Dominator's going to point out of the game.
Okay, well, we will confirm that at some point. But, yeah, of course, all of the penalty runs there made all the confusion there. Vinarati taking on Moravian. That's the next match coming up. Moravian with a 2-0 record. Vinarati now with a 2-1 after that comprehensive win. And they definitely will be here tomorrow. Moravian will be as well. Whereas the Dominators, they're going to have to see what happens with Ostrava and how they go in their final game.
Yeah, that will be a good game coming up. But let's have a look here. It was a bright start off the first over from Sultan Arif, scoring pretty freely. They needed 14 and over. They got 14 off the first, and he swung very, very hard at the ball until Well, it was Abdul Muiz who came on. Cleaned one up. And next ball cleaned another one up. It was full toss, the hit leg stump. And then, right at the end, hit pretty nicely, but straight to his mate. It was Adnan out there and completes a hat trick. So it's, that'll go down in the Hall of Fame, down under the Abdul Muiz hat trick. So, good little. Okay, going. Sorry, it was Harry Boland that came on. So again, lusty hitting by some of these batters, but they lost 9 wickets along the way. So Harry Boland will stop that one. In the end, it was that one again. Abdul Muiz was taking his 4th. It was the last ball of his spell, but it did a lot of the damage with the ball for Vinarati. But good batting performances. That was Swarwood. Missed a couple out there, got dragged. Vicky Margashime, a couple of wickets, both stumpings, bowling in general. But there were a couple of good performances there for the Dominators. Vinarati not quite, we think, not quite able to get the bonus point out of this game. A little disappointed with that, but Dominators dominated by Vinarati in this match. Of course, Vinarati are a highly ranked side, doing pretty well in the first division. Yeah, those Dominators. The stumping, good piece of bowling there by Margashime.
Yeah, this was a disappointing one, wasn't it? I mean, there was 2 stumpings that were like this. But one thing I like about Dominators, look, they did a lot of things that were to dislike, I suppose, and they'll know that themselves in every department of the game, from the in the field earlier to the batting. But they do pick up a point just to confirm that the graphics that we had on the board was correct. They did need to get past the 103 to get a point. And the scores, it was 142 at the end of their innings, but that was with the 5 penalty runs that were applied on for the time. But then after that, 5 more were added because the batter taking too much time to go out, which took the score to 147, changes the target to 148. So the bonus point has been achieved, and it was 103. So well done to Prague Dominators for at least getting bonus point. And I think you're right. I think Vinarati will be disappointed that they weren't able to get all 4 points. Though I do feel it's not going to make too much of a difference to them being here tomorrow, but it could make the difference between finishing in the top 2 or 3rd, I suppose, depending on how the rest of the matches today go.
There's a big game coming up, but let's have a look at the bowling figures. 4 wickets for Abdul Muiz, doing very, very well there with a hat-trick as well. Harry Bowler bowled well. Vinky took a wicket, 2 wickets actually as well. 9 wickets go down. Let's see here. It's also Fajar Sadiq with 14 bowled very well. Not enough for the Dominators, but still going to point out of it. Vinarati winners by 39 runs. Pretty good performance all up by Vinarati. So that was match 6 here, the first match of today from Czechia, European Cricket Series here. And of course it's the Challenger Series. And we've got finals day tomorrow, but still quite a few games today. 4 more games. Next game will be Vinarati again against a very good side in Moravian. So that'll be coming up in about 11 minutes time. Time to grab a coffee, Rico.
Yeah, well, I'm not grabbing a coffee. I'm going to have some of this lovely drink you bought for me. I'm looking forward to it already. And you kept it nice and cold for me. So I am going to have a coffee, and I will report back to everybody what it's like. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, the next match, just because, of course, the penalties conceded there because of Praha Dominators taking too long in the field. It's slightly later than the scheduled time. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time for the next one. And it's going to be a big match also. Vinarati, can they keep their impressive run going? Can they put an end to the winning start for Moravian? Remember, they are unbeaten at the moment. I'm going to leave you with the team sheets there and the teams playing. But Rico Full here with Danny Hudacek, and looking forward to welcoming you back in about 10 minutes' time for what promises to be an exciting and probably, I would say, a much closer match between Moravian and Vinarati. I think both teams will be testing each other out, because who knows, we could be looking at what might be the final tomorrow. Join me, Rico Full and Danny Hudacek, when we return in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get set for match number 7. It's the second in the day for Vinarati. They're playing their last match and they would love to get another good result here before they return here tomorrow for the Challenger Division Finals Day. They're up against Moravian, who played some outstanding cricket yesterday, winning both their matches. Let's go straight over to Venki, who's out there in the middle, the captain of Vinarati, and you've got Prem Prakash Yadav, the captain of Moravian, with the sheriff, the tournament referee, Charles Croucher. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico, and welcome to the toss for match 7. Vinrahati with Moravian to call.
Head.
Heads is the call, and it's tail.
We'll bowl first.
Vinrahati won the toss. They'll bowl.
Captain Venki this time deciding that he's going to have a bowl first. I'm a little bit surprised about that. Batting first in the last match seemed to have fared them well, but on this occasion I think he's had a good look at this Moravian side and he's decided he'd like to put the pressure on them by letting them go out there and bat first. That could backfire a little bit though there for Venkatash, because Moravian yesterday were very good with the bat. In fact, they were unbeaten and they've got some good players in there as well. Arun Singh, I did like the look of him. He did get one player of the match yesterday, but one guy that was outstanding all the way through the day for them was Abhishek Parker. He was sensational. He also did pick up a player of the match performance. And with the ball as well, I think both these teams are pretty identical. They've got seamers and they've got slower bowlers. And I think with Moravian, Chandra Prakash Pai, he was absolutely fantastic. And the captain himself, Yadav, will also take the pace off the ball and could cause some concerns there for the Vinarati side. Vinarati, their captain, Venkatash, was really good in that last match. Again, almost getting another half century. Got good support earlier on from Adnan. But one man who's looking to come back well in this one is the left-hander. Well, Abdul Muiz, he had a lot of luck in that last match. He was dropped on 3 occasions, but he could only manage a score of 22 in the 10 balls that he faced. I'm pretty sure that it's his turn, he would feel, to go out there and score the runs. I'm loving the weather here in Czechia, and I'm loving the company of the man who's next to me as well. And as you will all agree, he is the local expert. Not only does he know about the teams and the players here, but we're learning a lot about the country. Let's go straight over to Danny Hudacek for the start of the first ball.
Well, thanks, Rico, and welcome back here to lovely Prague, the Vinor's ground, Scott Page Field, for this European Cricket Series. It is the Challenger Division, 5 teams, and we saw Vinarati with a win over Dominators in the previous game. We'll see them again, and they'll be playing Moravians. So it's a bit of a rivalry, not between Moravians and Vinarati, more Prague and Brno. As you see here, Vinarati, they're now 2-1. Moravians undefeated yesterday, did very well. And you're right, Rico, when you mentioned Abhishek Parker, also Arjun Singh, two of the bright lights of this Moravian side. They're a good team, improved a lot in the 5 years since their founding. And Vinarati, well, they'll want to make it 2 from 2 in their first 2 games of the day. They'll be playing 3 today, I think. Maybe not. I think so. Well, we'll see. Yeah, 3-2 today. So, see, VCC are not the favourites here. It is MCC, the Moravian Cricket Club, who are slight favourites. That'll change, I'm sure, during the during this game, the percentages. But interesting that a couple of interesting things. Firstly, Venki Margashayam has decided to bowl and chase. I was speaking to Faizan MTRs before, and that's they have problems defending totals. The other interesting thing is starting off with the spinner, left arm around. Harry Boland has bowled very well. He's starting with a new ball. So it's Venky back here straight. And there is a man in cow corner as well, the two players outside the circle. Strong offside field as well. Not much protection. Well, it's a square leg and a fine leg, but they're both in the ring. Harry Boland will start bowling to Abhishek Parker. So they've obviously watched the Moravians batting yesterday, and I think that's a good tactic to start off with. Let's see. First ball. Hit down the ground. Just be a single there to Parker. Bring the keeper, Batnagar, on strike. Well watched onto the bat there by Parker. No use playing too many risky shots early, even though the power play is important. It's not the be-all and end-all, I don't think. Hi to Emmanuel Robbins in the chat. And oh, good ball there. Very good ball by Boland. Rushed the batter. Nicely pitched up. Intriguing start. Boland comes in again, and it's a little edge maybe. Gone! Well, the batter doesn't like it. Boland does. And more importantly, the umpire does. He's got his finger up, and, well, he doesn't want to move the batter. That's a bit naughty. But no hesitation from Boland and the keeper. And, well, the batter, as you can see here, we can't really see where the ball is, but he doesn't want to walk off. Well, they're going to incur a 5-run penalty, surely, already, Moravians, because there's nothing they can do about it. The umpire's put his finger up. They're taking their sweet time to get the new batter out. Let's have a look at this. And well, it's very close to the bat. Impossible to tell from us. We don't have any mics near the ground. We don't have snickos or anything. But the bowler, the keeper went up straight away, and the umpire's finger went up. But can't tell. It was very close to the bat. And, good take there by it's Faizan. Imtiaz, the keeper there for Vinarati this time. Praveen Sharma being relieved of his duties. He's still going on. Now, again, it's taken more than a minute for the batter to come out. I don't know if there's going to be a 5-run penalty. Let's see. Boland comes in and straight back down to the pitch. Spinner. Well, it's a bit of an experiment putting Harry Boland on. He's a good quality bowler. Been very impressed with him as a cricketer. But he's got a breakthrough. And this one's hit firmly. And picks the gap, 4 runs. Nice shot there. That's Arjun Singh, the new batter. I can understand if the batter doesn't think he's got an edge on it. But the umpire gives you out, you walk off. Now, if he's cost his team another 5 runs, which is possible, then that's poor. So he would have effectively batted for -5. Boland comes in again. And let's cut down into the pitch. Chance for a run out. Throws a bit high. I won't get another one. That was Ravikant Kumar, who's not had the best day, Ravikant. Got a golden duck when they in the last game. Hopefully he'll come back strongly. As we see here with the European cricket in Hindi. It's a Telegram thing. So if you want to follow it in Hindi and comment and do things, European cricket in Hindi. That's a good initiative there from the European Cricket Network. I know there are a lot of viewers out in the subcontinent. As the spin continues, it's the captain, Venkatesh Magashayam, who will take up the attack. Going to Singh. It's just been pushed out a bit too firmly, though. And no run. It's Arjun, I should say. Arjun Singh. So Arjun batted pretty well yesterday. as did the man at the other Numbership Park. You'd have to think this partnership will be vital for Moravians. This is in the air, just past the 2 fielders. Pick the gap nicely, going towards the boundary. That'll be 4. Not much they could do there. It's Fajra Sadiq who did the chasing, but it was right in the middle of the 2. Have a good look at it, and just away from both fielders. Metre or 2 either way. Would have been a chance for a catch. Vinky comes in again. And just dab down there towards the gully. No run. Very watchful start here. 10 for 1. Halfway through the power play. Of course, just a 3-over power play, as we know. Vinky comes in again, and this one's dodgy. Just away from the fielder. It'll go to the boundary for 4. This ground is quickening up. Anything gets past the infield seems to be going to the boundary. Something look at this. Swung pretty hard, just away from 2 fielders. Just not quite going to hand for Vinarati at the moment. So interesting. Opening with 2 spinners, it seems to have worked. Marcus Shine's been hit for 2 boundaries, but they've both been a little bit sketchy. Both hit in the air, just away from fielders. Comes in again, and again, much the same. Away from the fielder, going towards a boundary. I don't think it'll reach it this time. They'll come back for 2. So Vinky, he's captaining this side. He does it well. He's also a filmmaker. Worked on quite a few films around here. Big film industry in Prague. This is in the air. Gone. Good wicket. And that's the end of Arjun Singh. Not much celebration by Vinarati. They know it's early stages. Just didn't get quite enough of it, did Arjun. Thought it was there to hit. Got towards the toe end of the bat. And quite a simple catch there. It's Praveen Sharma, who doesn't have the gloves on. He's picked up his cap, run in and celebrated with the other batters. New batter will be Pawan Jaswal. It's a big wicket there. Abhishek Parker, the other big wicket in this lineup, I think, for Moravians. So look, just pushed it out wide. Reached outside of stump. Neat catch taken by Praveen. Boland to continue. Oh, short. It's cut, and it's well stopped there by Suresh Ravisankar out in the point region. Just a single. Boland's bowled well. He's picked up a wicket as well. Both these bowlers have got one. Comes in again. It's a full toss. That'll be 4, I think, will it? And it will. That was an effort by the fielder, but not quite getting there. So let's gets it slightly wrong there. Does Boland, and sees it dribble over the boundary. Vinky Vinividivici, very nice, Dave. I like it. So Boland coming again. I'm not sure if they're adjusting the field or just waiting for the fielder to come back. And again, go past the fielder, just be a single. And that's Adnan out there. As I said, I like what I've seen over the last couple of days from Harry Boland. Seems to do the basics very, very well. Good effective bowler as well. Having a left arm spinner in the team is very handy. Being clipped on the leg side, and that's 4 runs. A bit of Dominator-like fielding there from the man at square leg, and Vinky won't be happy. He comes in and you can just see. Almost saw it. It did go through him. And a little bit scrappy. Boland. A couple of balls left of his spell and a couple of balls left of the power play. Comes in again and right up in the block hole. Good bowling there. So, again, beautiful day here. Clouds are coming in, but just high cloud. Nothing to worry about at this stage. I do know the weather does change quite easily. Nice shot through the covers. 4 runs. Very nice shot there from Abhishek Parker. Just leant back on it, picked the gap, hit it firmly. Let's have a look. Just gave himself some space. And a lovely shot there from Abhishek Parker. Classy batter is Parker. At the end of the power play, going at 10 and over. Lost a couple of big wickets. That's a good over there. 14 from it. So 6 from the first, 10 from the second, 14 from the third. 10 and over. So lost those 2 wickets, but got to say, probably Vinarati just ahead in the power play, especially with those 2 wickets. All right, Abdul Muiz took a hat-trick in the previous game. Let's see what he can do to the batting of Moravians. Of course, Moravians in the also a second division side. But I like what I've seen from Moravians in this tournament so far. Comes in a bit short. Oh, almost a return catch. Hurried up the batter a little bit. I'm rejoined in the commentary box by my good friend Rico Fool.
Yeah, good to be back. And yeah, I think I would agree with your assessment. I think at the moment, Vinarati will be pretty happy with where they are. They've removed 2 dangerous batters in Bhatnagar and also Arjun. But they've still got 2 guys here that could put a formidable partnership together, couldn't they? As just while he didn't really get going yesterday, but we did see signs of how classy he can be. But I suppose now with no Singh out there, with no Bhatnagar there as well, it's a good opportunity for him to really dig deep and get some runs on the board. But yeah, he is up against the hat-trick man himself, Abdul Muiz, who has got his name in the Hall of Fame.
It's been a good start as well in this game. This dodgy edge I thought just past the fielder. But Fajar Sadiq does very well to pad that down. Doesn't go through the field that time. It's just been a couple of singles. It's good soft hands.
Yeah, noticed a bit of clouds come over since the end of the last match in this one. So a few clouds over. It certainly doesn't look like we're going to get any rain or anything like that. But it just means that conditions just a little bit cooler, which I think the players will be pretty pleased about. But we are not getting any of that strong wind, which sometimes can be an issue here. So I think the players will be out there and looking quite comfortable. Well, Moyes is bowling, and this is the Hall of Fame being updated. Abdul Moyes 4 for 19, including a hat-trick, well bowled. And here he is again, looking to get a few more victims. That's well bowled, good areas, and just a leave there this time from Abhishek Parker.
Do you want the good news, Rico?
What's the good news?
It's going to be cloud, but it's not going to be rain.
That is good news.
Things do change quickly here at Vinaj. We're sort of, we've got our own sort of weather system. It says hit firmly, but just knocked down there by Suresh. Must be a single. And it looks good for the rest of the week, Rico.
That's good news.
Temperatures fluctuating. It's going to be warm tomorrow. It's about 30 degrees and a few clouds, so it might be a bit of swing and it might be a little bit sweaty, but and the wind doesn't seem to be look, this is looking good at the moment. Of course, we've seen biblical storms here in Prague over the years, especially one on the very first day that started blowing covers and tents off and knocking a monitor off the table.
I saw a bit of that, yeah, the old monitor going flying. And it lasted for, I think you said to me, it lasted for about, 20, 30 seconds?
Yeah, it was
gone.
Yeah, a couple of minutes. 2 of the porta potties went down as well. There were 4 of them there, and one of the 2 circles crew was in one of them that didn't go down. Luckily, otherwise he would have got a new nickname. This is, I think, gone over the stumps, not called a wide.
All right, over the stump. That's Joe Foster, who's umpiring this match. Joe Foster is out there with umpire Shobit. And welcome to Joe. Of course, most of you know Joe from the Cardamom Oval as well. That's a nice looking shot. Gets his legs out of the way, whips it into the vacant part of the ground 4 runs. Nicely played. There's a signal there by Joe. Nice shot.
Yeah, Vinny calls that the vortex. So it's gone down towards the bench, the Scott Page bench.
Yep.
Which needs a bit of maintenance, actually. Someone should come up and do a bit of weeding around the Scott Page bench. And of course, to honour Scott Page, this field is named after him as well. Did a lot for Czech cricket early on. So a bit of a rogue, but a lovable rogue. Benke comes in again. And down leg side, and that's put in the car park, I think. Well, nice shot there from Parker.
It's a very, very good shot, isn't it? After just clipping one off his pads, the earlier ball. This time, he gives this the full treatment. Yeah, absolutely smashed away. You can see the keeper there, Faizan Imtiaz, saying to Venki, come on, get it outside the off. Stop giving him that shot. He does like it there, Parker. And trying to get Moravian to a good score here. At the moment, expected around that 114, but I think they know that up against Vinaradi, you've got to be around that 120 plus.
I agree. I think Venki is still continuing over the wicket. I do like it when he comes around the wicket because he adds an extra angle. So I'm just stumping yesterday. This one outside off stump, reaches for it, just be a single. And here's Abdul Muiz who'll pick it up. It'll be vital with the bat for Vinaradi a little bit later on. But going pretty well at the moment. Just under 10 and over. Couple of balls left of this one. And this is hit high and long and 6. Nice shot. That's hit onto the other ground.
It's a cracking hit. Sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a ball of Rasmalai. What a good hit that is. A little bit too short from Venki, and it holds up nicely, doesn't it? And Pavan Jaswal gets plenty of bat onto that. Sweet out of the middle. 6 more runs. 50 comes up now for Marivan, and it's coming up and around about that halfway point.
Yeah, look, going at 10.5 and over. Expect to score 120. Depends if Parker stays in. I think they'll be above that. Or if Parker stays in, that's going to be gone. Faizan takes. In fact, it's Jaswal who's the batter. And Venki gets another wicket. That's another one that goes down for Moravians. It was hit high in the air, mistimed. It was pushed out wide by Venki. And the batter straight up, and Faizan had to reach for it, but safe hands in the end.
It's another wicket that sort of, you kind of feel that you give your wicket away here just while you're doing well. You got Venki bowling, you know that he's dangerous, does pick up wickets. He picks another 2 for here, but he didn't have to play that shot. Coming up to the halfway point, just see him off, but skies up in the air. The keeper has a long time to get underneath it. You can see that he's moving around a fair bit. That ball goes a long way up, it's moving around, but holds on to the catch. No problems there for Imtiaz. But certainly problems here for Moravian. They lose another wicket. 51 now for 3 at the halfway point. Parker is still there. And he's been joined by Ramamurthy.
Parker facing. And it's come into him a bit. And it's just away from the fielder. Just be a single. Awkward looking shot. It did angle into the batter quite a bit. Bring Ramamurthy on strike. So I like Dave in the chat saying, hey, Joe. Luckily, he doesn't have a gun in his hand. Oh, gone, I think. Well, it's not. Well, it is. I think. It's hit the stumps and the ball's gone down. It was a bit of a stifled appeal. And it's taken that leg stump. Good bowling again from Abdul Muiz. And that is the end of Ramamurthy.
Yeah, well, Ramamurthy is going to be gone for... not for the first time here today, for a first bowler. Golden duck for him. And it's just full and straight for Abdul Muiz. He's having a good day today. That's 5 wickets in the day from him already. Remember, picked up 4 in the first. He's on the money. It's a big swing. But that ball just cut back a little bit. So I watched this ball, cuts back, ends up playing along the wrong line. The ball comes back and takes the top of leg stick. That's
really good bowling. He does do that. He angles it, but also gets a bit of swing early. And then with that angle and the slight swing, it does cut in. That's what hurried Abhishek Parker a little bit before, but just the undoing of Ramamurthy. And this one's swung a bit too much. And that's going to be a wide. Nice take by the keeper. So, 90, well, 105 now, the expected total. They are losing wickets. They need someone to stay in with Parker. And this one's hit over the top. Venky can't reach it. It'll be cut off, though. Oh, he goes for a bit of a skate. And it'll just be 2. Just over the top of the skipper.
Sun returning back, breaking through some of the clouds here, and makes this ground and the surroundings look absolutely beautiful. Got the golf course to the right, of course. It's a good delivery, gets a good bit of lift here. And one thing I've noticed about this track, Danny, is if you put a bit into it, it gives you reward. I know that Vinny was telling me yesterday that it's not your normal straightforward sort of lay down the concrete, put the mat on top. There's a fair bit of work's been done to this track, and it does play, I have to say, as close as you can probably get as to a turf pitch.
Yeah, look, what it is, and it's similar. I think the idea, the concept of it, we learnt from Romania years ago. I was with Hugo Banks at a meeting in Bologna, and we got to chat to a couple of the guys, from the people from Romania, talking about their turf pitch. And it's a beautiful ground now. I think they've let it go a little bit, unfortunately, basically because of financial reasons. So it's in the air and over the top of the fielders again. This should reach the boundary. That'll be 4. So it's not often used. It's hard to maintain a turf pitch in Central Europe, but beautiful ground. And there's the pitch down there. It's the same as this. That we use the same concept. We learnt off them, but we also, internet. So basically, there's the matting. Underneath, there's clay, and underneath that, there's sand, and there are small stones, and they sort of phase down. So what happens is it's an active surface, in the sense that it'll change. The bounce won't be as consistent as some, but it's still fairly consistent. It's not. There's no little gremlins anymore. It's a well-established pitch now. It's been down there for 5 years. See the scorecard here. John Singh with 15, Jaswal with 13, but it's Abhishek Parker up the top with 24. Pretty disciplined. Only a couple of wides from Vinarati so far. So and interestingly, if there's no rain, it affects the pitch in the sense that the clay dries out and it starts to crack underneath. And that's when you get a little bit of uneven bounce. But because we have no permanent water supply here at Vinoj, we can't water the pitch. So it does get affected. So if there's no rain throughout this week, it might start playing a few little tricks.
Okay.
Again, like a turf surface. So it's a very nice pitch.
It definitely is, and like I say, it's so far it hasn't misbehaved at all. So it's been good as bowler comes in at the good little delivery. Well, sort of kind of attempted kind of a chopper shot there being played there by Parker. It doesn't quite get the desired effect that he would have liked, but he does dig that one out at least from Sadiq. Good bowler to come on at this point.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Sadiq. So again, it's a good bowling lineup for Vinarati. They've bowled out their spinners. So you'll see Mohammad Faizan, I'm sure, and Sadiq coming in. Haven't seen Adnan though. Turned around the corner. Should just be a single.
Yeah, I just wonder if they're maybe missing the trick slightly here, Vinarati. I think with the number of wickets that have gone down and some of the key batters here, you got Sagar Khatri. Don't know too much about him, but I would think that when Khatri's on strike, you could probably just get the mid-wicket up into the circle and maybe put a bit of pressure on the offside to stop them getting Parker back on strike.
Yeah, that'd be good. But then he slams you into the car park and you think, probably wasted. Doesn't matter where you put it, I guess. But this one's hit on the ground. That's Praveen Sharma out there.
Yeah, they've got a good, what I would say, sort of standards field here. Got your square leg mid-wicket, long on back, long off is back there as well. And the sweeper, who's in the point region on the offside. So the 2 men behind on the 45 and third are up in the circle. So you can get funky if you want. Khatri facing up Sadiq.
It's hit pretty nicely. Player out there won't reach it. 6 runs. Well, as I mentioned, put the mid-wicket up. Doesn't really matter because he's going to hit you over the boundary.
Yeah.
That just happens with his shorter boundaries.
Well, you called it. Maybe put a bit of pressure on him. He says, well, they don't. They keep the man out, and you can see why. Because Khatri, if he gets a chance to open up and swing at it, he does, and he clobbers that pretty well. Nice hit. Clean, crisp hit over the boundary. 6 runs, but the only thing, I suppose, with his innings has been very bitty. They haven't been able to go back-to-back too many times on the boundary front.
It's been hit straight. Should we cut off? Kind bounce for the fielder. Just a single. In fact, did they take any? I don't know if they took a single there.
Well, he hit it pretty well. Yeah, they do take a single. Ball did go very quickly to the fielder.
I just saw them standing there. They must have run super quick. So, Rico, what have you seen in Prague this time around so far?
So far, not too much because as this one gets played away, I think you might have heard that I had a few issues getting checked in. There was a few issues with my booking. So first few days, every time that we finished, I had to go move out of one room to another because the hotel where we're staying is so busy. And I don't know whether you knew or not, but last couple of days ago, we had the Bruce Springsteen concert here in Czechia. So a lot of people came in for that. I think there's some convention this week, something to do with Bitcoin, I think.
Okay.
Again, a lot of people in for that. So I've been moving around a fair bit in the hotel. The one day that I did have a couple of days off, a couple of games off in the afternoon, was the day that the rain came. So though I was planning to venture a little, Phil gave me a few tips, but it never actually materialised because of the weather. But I have got Friday off, and one thing I want to do, and Phil was telling me about taking the tram down to where cricket was first started here in Czechia. I definitely want to go and see that area, and then from there, I'm going to do what I wasn't able to do last year, which is go up to the castle and see the grounds over there.
Okay, well, look, Vipik. So
yeah, Vipik, that's correct.
What he did say is, I mean, I know he said get off at the castle, but if you do go to Vipik, there's there's a couple of things that go with Vipik. Firstly, it's a sign of a battlefield. It says pulled away, didn't get much of it, just be a single. The Battle of Billahora, which basically it was a rebellion with the Czech nobles, and the Austrians came up and basically squashed them, and it became dominated then by the Habsburgs. So the Battle of Billahora, or White Mountain, and that's where we used to play cricket. All right, so we couldn't build anything permanently there because it's a sacred site, which is fair enough. But also, there's a wall around. There's a wall, and if you go behind the wall, there's a hunting lodge. It's a star-shaped hunting lodge. It looks like a little castle type thing. There's a nice cafe in there. So if you want a nice relaxing thing to do, walk down there. It's a nice walk, beautiful tree-lined sort of avenue. Not open to cars. Gone. Well, pull shot there from Parker. It's a big wicket. Goes for 28. And it's Mohammad Faizan, who just bowls that one short. And the hook shot, the doing of Parker, didn't get onto it. A big wicket there for Vinarati.
Yeah, well, almost like they set the trap there. Ravikant Kumar holds on to the catch to go the shorter delivery. Parker just sort of stopped his flow and his rhythm for a while, and he wasn't able to get a boundary in a while. Khatri's the man who's been hitting the boundary, so he just felt the need to go big. His eyes, I think, lit up with this shorter delivery. Tries to get it away, doesn't get the good contact. A catch has been taken there by Kumar, and Abhishek Parker, another score in the 20s for him. 28 of 19, 73 for 5. It'll be interesting to see here what Moravian have to offer now for the remainder of this innings, because we're going to see batters who we haven't had a look at so far.
It's been 73. It's not too bad, but expect to score about 100. I think not quite enough. This is another good piece of bowling. Just pick a single down the ground. Bowler will pick it up, throw it back into the bowler. So yeah, it's very nice. As I said, there's a nice cafe. It's quite relaxing. If you just want to chill out a bit, it's a good place to just reflect and to hang out. So
this is not far from that area.
You can't miss it.
Okay.
You'll see Vipik. You'll get out. You see a big field. Then you'll know where that is.
Yeah.
And then you'll see a wall. with an entrance. Just go into the entrance and walk towards the thing that looks
Star
like a
shape.
star. Yeah.
Okay, that
called-
sounds very nice.
It's called a Viezda, which means star. Nice shot. Tucked around the corner. And that'll be, I think, 4. Has it gone 6? Nice shot.
Yeah, that's been hit really. A good pick up here. He gets a good swivel on. There's a bit of the and I like the way he's holds the pace to elevate. It goes all the way. 6 runs, you can see there. Joe Foster at square, signalling there to Shubitz, and that goes all the way. It's a good way to end the over. Nicely smashed away. And a really good hit there. And so a single from Pilar to get Khatri back on strike. Khatri gets the boundary. 80, so they've been staying around about this 10 and over, haven't they? It stays at 80. Will they get that acceleration in the last 2 overs to try and get past that 100 mark and get closer to that sort of par 1 sort of 13 that we've been seeing here in this series so far?
If they don't, I think they're going to struggle to hold Vinarati back. But they've got a pretty good bowling attack to Moravians, as we see here. It's Fajar Sadiq coming in, and a big swing and a miss. Been very disciplined, I think, Vinarati with the ball. So then what you do is you get back on the 22 on the tram. You can get a day pass. It's fairly cheap. It's about €5 or less.
Okay.
€4.
That is very, very good.
I think. And get back on the 22. Get off. You can get off just before Prague Castle. The tram stop's called Pohželec. All right. You won't remember it. I'll try to write it down for you. So Faizan comes in again. Slow ball down leg side, just as you big him up for being disciplined. And then there's a monastery. It's the there's actually another monastery near Vipik called the Bzhevnov, and there's a brewery there. There's a really good, but you're not a big beer drinker. And then you go to the monastery at Strahov. It says you hit down the ground, and just be a single. Oh, look for 2. They won't get it. And there's a St. Norbert brewery, which has been going for a long time. Very good food. If you're up for a bite to eat, I would suggest there. Good view. There's a beautiful library there. If you want to do something indoors, the library they're stunning, and there's lots of other things to do. And there's a short walk to the castle after that, and you can have a look at the castle. So that's a good half day.
That sounds
done.
that sounds like a good plan. Fill out the day. Yes.
I'll write it all down for you. Send you a message.
A wide ball being called here. I want to see this one again. I didn't look as wide to me. I mean, I suppose.
Yeah, close enough. I mean, I know clipping the line, but I mean, as an umpire, you've got that slight angle as well.
Yeah.
And where does it go past the line? It's the difficult one. I think it's a pretty good call.
Yeah, it's one that I think the umpires have been calling more often than not. Oh, that's a good solid strike, and it's going to beat the fielder. It's going to go all the way. Volley. Nicely hit. That sounded good off the bat as well. And I didn't think the fielder was going to get anywhere near it. So Sagar Khatri, it's been a good little innings from him coming in with some of the key batters already in the shed, but he's trying to keep them to at least get to a score which they could defend. I think they're going to be, these two teams, I was saying to Shubo yesterday, Danny, that they are on paper very similar. Both have got 3 very good batters and good all-rounders. Both have got good seamers, and they've both got good slow bowlers as well. So I can see this being, I think if they can get to that 110 score here, between 1-5 and 110, I can see it being a really close contest.
Yeah, agreed, Rico. Look at Moravians. They're a club, as I said, they started off rough.
Yeah.
But they've come up. They're the second team in Brno, and they're a good club, and they've improved a lot. As I said, nice pick up at the throw. Faizan gets down to block that one off. But they were impressive last year. I thought they were really good last year, and they've started off the tournament with 2 wins. Vinarati, again, probably not at full strength. There's a few big names missing from them. Joe Cope being one of them, the left armour, who plays for the national team, who's got a shoulder injury. And Sid Gowd, who was down here, he's got a back injury. He's been a mainstay for Vinarati for many years. Nice ball. But it's a solid side that they've put out in this tournament. And they'd be unhappy if they didn't win, if they didn't pick up the trophy. But they've got good sides as well. Moravian's one of them. Spartan's also very good.
Yeah.
We saw Ostrava, who are competitive as well.
Yeah, and Spartans, of course, we'll see in action in the very next match. They actually take on, I think, are they taking on Moravians? No, they take, let's see this delivery first. So it's another swing and a miss. So a couple of dot balls in there, and very good dot balls as well. So well bowled. Yeah, next match will be Ostrava coming back into action. They've lost, of course, both their matches yesterday, but they've got a chance if they can get a win against the Praha Dominators, who didn't look at their best, did they, against Vinaradi in the earlier match. But they did pick up a point, and that point could be very, very important. Quick look there at the bowling figures so far with an over to go at 91 for 5, and you feel that it will be Mohammed Faizan to wrap things up here.
Yeah, definitely Mohammed Faizan. And look, just run us through the finals for tomorrow, Rico. How's that going to work?
So basically one team drops out here today, and then it's basically what we're used to on finals day. So we'll see that the eliminator will be played between 3rd and 4th. And, of course, the winner of that then plays whoever loses in the qualifier between the top 2 teams. And that will then form qualifier number 2, the loser of the qualifier and the winner of the eliminator. And then, of course, goes down to the final. So it's finishing in the top 2 gives you that double chance. And that's what teams will be looking to do here today. And Vinaradi, getting a win here, will certainly put themselves in a good position to go on and do that.
It's interesting that, I mean, the winner goes straight to the final, right? For the this is in the air, away from the fielder, can't keep it out. That's Abdul Muiz. He's a little angry with himself. Couldn't try to pat it back in. Again, that's an area where the ball's gone a lot. Maybe it should be plugged, Venki. But again, a sketchy shot, but they'll take it.
Yeah, take anything to get at the moment. Khatri continues to be the man who's at least giving them something to try and defend. And 96, still 5 balls to go in the innings, and Khatri will be keen to club as many boundaries as he can in those 5 balls. In comes Faizan again to him. Can be worked away. They will take the single, and let's see if they can keep Pilar now at the striker's end and try and stop Khatri getting back on strike.
Yeah, it's a big thing. Khatri's doing well. On 33 or 13. Pilar, though, 2 or 5. And just, one shot will get him over that 100. That'd be a nice little psychological thing. 4 balls left. So, yeah, look, what it does also, if you win the and go straight to the final out of that 1st and 2nd place, it gives you a bit of a rest. Whereas the team that loses that has to play 3 games, and it doesn't seem like much because they're very short games, 10-over games. But psychologically, especially, it does get you tired. There's a lot of pressure on. Like, it's an intense form of cricket, and it does get you just a bit fatigued. It's interesting to say because it's only what you're out there for 60 overs altogether.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about there. We can maybe show that again perhaps in a little while, but let's talk about this first because this oozes quality and class. This shot from Khatri. What a beaut this is. Shot of the day so far. Boom. Shakalagia. Well, it's a vehicle going by there, and, I think it could be in the danger zone with that one. Khatri smashes that away and puts the 100 on the board.
Lovely shot. Just absolutely hammered it. Exactly what they needed at this stage. He's, 2 more of those. He gets a 50, Rico. Hi to Paul Kempen in the chat. He's saying hi to us.
Hello, Paul. Hope you're well. And, thank you for joining us and everybody else that's in the chat. Hope you're having a good Tuesday so far. It's a slightly shorter delivery. Make sure that he's not going to give Khatri anything to drive at. In comes the throw. I think Khatri thinks about wanting to take the second. I don't think he ever was going to make it, to be honest, but probably was worth the gamble with the ball to go. But he will finish on a very fine 40, and, unless this is a wide or something and they run. And Khatri just having a chat there with Pilar. I think you know what he's saying. He's saying whether you hit it or no matter what, I'm coming, so be ready to run.
It's going to be a dodgy edge to third man. You know that. Dodgy outside edge to third man. Here we go. Last ball. Oh, maybe not. Lusty hit down the ground for 6. Well, Pilar Where's that come from?
Where has that come from? 6 balls for 3, and ball number 7 gets big down the ground. Well, the opposite end to third. It goes all the way over that long off boundary. What a good hit that is. And they will finish on the Nelson.
111. Unlucky for some, but Moravians, well, they've got a total on the board.
Yeah.
It's about the par score for yesterday, a fraction under, and they've given themselves every hope. And it's a very, very good partnership. Big over as well to finish with a couple of big sixes. We'll see some of the highlights. But Moravians, they're, well, they'll have to bowl pretty well to keep out Vinarati. So look, Harry Boland opened the bowling, and got an early wicket. The batter was not keen. I'm not sure why there wasn't a 5-run penalty.
I can
there.
tell you why. I can tell you. I was a little bit late coming back because that's exactly what I was asking. The reason was they were checking the gloves of the keeper. The batter. The reason the batter was reluctant to go, the batter was saying that he felt that the gloves were over the stump. So they checked, and in the end they said, no, it's not. So there was a reason for it, and that is a very good question. I'm glad you brought it up. That is why there was no 5 penalties. It was because the umpires were taking their time to have a look at their wicketkeeper's gloves.
Look, fair enough, except there's no way as a batter when you're trying to hit the ball that you're looking at the keeper's gloves. that's
Yeah. One of those. I will say that I did like, they say that cricket is a thinking game sometimes, isn't it? And I do like the thinking there from the captain Venki to start with the spin.
Yeah.
It was a very smart move.
Yeah, very good, and it worked well. And then Abdul Muiz have got another wicket. We'll see the wicket takers in a minute. But Moravians, a couple of sixes to pump up that score. This was the end of Abhishek Park. It was a good innings, but pretty soft dismissal in the end. Again, a couple of good partnerships, a couple of good individual performances. They've got the Moravians up to 111. That's a defendable total.
Yeah, it is defendable. Like you said, it's about par we saw yesterday. But that innings from Khatri, how important was that? And you have to say, that big thumping 6 right at the end from Pilar, that could make all the difference in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, you see the lovely overhead shot of this ground. So their scorecard to come up in a moment. It'll be dominated by a couple. Look up here, Abhishek Parker, 28 off 19, but down the bottom, Sagar Khatri with 40 off 15 have pumped this score up to 111. Lost 5 wickets along the way. Arjun Singh got a start, and Pawan Jaswal also 13. Pretty disciplined with the bowling, only 6 wides, but 111 is possibly not enough against Vinarati. You never know. Moravians got a good bowling attack. Wickets for everyone except for Fajr Siddiq. The pick of the bowlers, probably Abdul Ruiz, who took 1 for 13 off his 2. Very economical. It's Venki Margashayam with 2, Boland with 1, and Ahmed Faizan with 1 as well. So, interesting little target for Vinarati. 112 of 60 balls. It should be pretty straightforward, but nothing's ever straightforward in T10 cricket. The UB Cricket Series here in Czechia. It's the Challenger Division, match number 7. And second one of the day. It's 111 for Moravians, and Vinarati need 112 to win. We'll be back in a few minutes' time with the second half of this game. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back to everyone for this European Cricket Series Challenger Division match here in Prague between Vinaradi and Moravians. And Moravians set a little total of 111, 112 to win for Vinaradi. They have to bat well to get there. They're very capable, they're a good side. Moravians have to bowl well to restrict them. As you can see, he's here 77 for the point for Vinaradi. They need to get with the 10 overs to get that point. If they restrict Vinaradi to under that, then Moravians will get all 4. But to get a bonus point, Vinaradi will have to get the 112 they need in 7 overs or less. I think at this stage, Vinaradi would just want really to get the win. Very good bowler to open up though, left armour. He was super impressive yesterday. Bowling to a left-hander as well. Ball will be moving away from him. And is Chandra Prakash Rai. And yeah, as I said, I really liked his bowling yesterday. Bowls with good pace, good control, and with a bit of outswing. So he'll be swinging away from the left-hander into the right-hander. It is Praveen Sharma who will open. He's at the non-striker's end with Abdul Muiz. And Moravians would like to get a couple of early wickets, especially with this this bowler. There you go with the first ball. And swing and a miss. A good start there from Rai. Let's have a look at this. So there you go, just that little outswing. And always have to be careful with that one. There is actually deepish slip, like a fly slip in, and also a gully. As Rai comes in again. And slower ball. Oh, it's close to the line, but snuck in according to the umpire. It's a good call too. No runs. And just swinging away from the left-hander. And there aren't too many good left-hander bowlers in Czech cricket. Joe Cope's another one. There are a few. We'll see them during the week. But he's one of the finest in Rai. And left-handers don't often face left armers. Let's see what happens here. Good contest to start with. Comes in again. To Abdul Muiz, who was a bit lucky. He forces in the air. It's over the top. 4 runs. Nice shot. Just a little bit closer to him that time. A bit overpitched maybe as well by the bowler. Comes in and see. Just a little bit too full. And allowed Muiz to get that over the top of the infield. 4 runs. Vinaradi off the mark. Right, comes in again. Pulling to Muiz. And down leg side. Hit the pad. Optimistic shout. And would have been out if he'd hit. Go through for a leg by. Bring Praveen Sharma on strike. So Ryan will try to get it between his bat and pad. So he'll pitch it up. Aimed it off stump. Trying to take out the middle of the leg. Comes in. Behind to Praveen. Missed out a little bit in the last game. And that one didn't really swing. Hit down the ground. Chance for a run out. Gone. Well, direct hit. It was not a good piece of running from these two. Hit pretty firmly and they went. Abdul Muiz, I think, had a look at his batting partner. I don't think it's... Yeah, direct hit. Well short. Praveen will go for a duck. So... not a great piece of running. Early wicket here for Moravians. Just what they wanted. And you can see here, it's a first ball, a golden duck for Praveen Sharma. Run out by Abhishek Parker. Out of all the fielders you want to hit it to, that is not the guy you want to take on. New batter is Adnan. The there with his batting partner. Batters crossed. So look, it was just hit pretty firmly straight to Parker. Got a kind bounce, direct hit, and had a pretty good view of it here. Always going to hit at 3 stumps to aim at. So Sabun Muiz will be facing. It is Rye to continue. Rico's back in the box.
Yeah, it's good to be back as well. And, well, to get back, we're reminded that we've had 66 matches since the Golden Ball here now. And the last one was myself and Phil G. And that was in Romania.
Yep.
So let's see. I mean, we're bound to get one here. Of course, Vinny keeps reminding us that United are the team that are known for the Golden Balls. All the Golden Balls that we've had in the series here have involved United. And, of course, we'll see them, I think, won't we, in the Premier Division. Here's the start of the second over. Very good one from Ryan, the first. Only the 6 runs come from it. Of course, there was that wicket as well, thanks to that great bit of fielding.
I'm a bit confused. They ran, they crossed. Shouldn't it be Adnan on strike if it's the end of the over? Or did I miss a run? Don't think so.
There was, I've got down a run at the end of the over from Rye.
Okay, so I missed a ball.
Yeah, there was a single.
Okay, fair enough. I thought there was one ball left, but it flashed past my eyes without seeing it.
Yeah, but it happened very quickly. Yeah, after the run out, there was the single. That's the last ball that came off, that one from Rye. So that's why 6 off the over.
Okay.
But did have that run out. We've done a lot of talking, of course, about Czechia. We've talked about things like the beer, of course. We've had some wine talks. You've tested me on some of the regions as well. One thing that I haven't talked to anyone about yet, and it's been there for me to address, because something that I noticed when I was walking through that afternoon when I finished early, I did venture a little bit out. But apart from, we've talked about football, of course we talk a lot about cricket, because cricket is the scene here at the moment. But the other big sport, ice hockey.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of sort of memorabilia, marketing to do with ice hockey. I'm guessing it's pretty big out here.
It's huge. So it's going to be called a wide. So partly, I mean, with any sport that a country is good at, there'll be a lot of support. And the Czechs are very good at hockey. So they had a golden period with football a few years ago, but hockey's the main one. They've won Olympic gold in Nagano in '98. They've won the World Championship, which happens every year, a few times. They've got one of the greatest players in the world, as this has been tucked around the corner. That's 4 run. One of the greatest players ever in the NHL, Jaromír Jágr, is Czech, from a place called Kladno. So he's, I think, the second highest scorer of all time in the leagues, or third highest scorer, something like that. But absolute legend. Also known for his mullet. Has a fantastic, or had a fantastic mullet in the early '90s. So yeah, look, hockey's a big thing here, and the nation sort of stops when the World Championships are on. And I know that I've worked teaching in offices, and they've had TVs on watching the hockey working.
Have you ever been to one of the matches?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've been to a couple, I think. Well, down at the O2 Arena, which is the biggest stadium here. It's the home of Slavia, but all the national games are played there, or most of them. That's a nice shot there. Stand and deliver. 4 runs. Lovely shot from Muiz.
Yeah, Muiz, he'd be determined to do well here with the bat. He's already had a very good day. He was a bit fortunate with the bat in the first match, that win against the Dominators, but win the ball, he was just fantastic, and he's been fantastic all the way through the day. He's picked up 5 wickets in the day. Now he's looking to get a good knock in here as well. 17 for 1. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Prague in the sports here. With the ice hockey, they're right up there as part of the big 6, they say. So, of course, that includes Russia, Sweden, Canada, Finland, and the USA.
Yep.
So the nation takes pride in the sport and ice hockey. And I was just asking Danny if he's ever been and watched one of the matches.
Yeah, I have. Mark Smart, their Skippy, has just mentioned Jágr retired years ago. He owns Kladno. I think he still plays for them. So he's not in the NHL anymore, but I think he still rolls out and plays. So he's got number 68 on it because of the, I think it's his number, because it's to do with the spring, Prague Spring, to do with his father, I think, something like that, being going against the Soviet invasion, something like that. I can't remember exactly, but I think I'm not sure if he's still playing, or I don't know of him retiring, but he owns the Kladno team, which is his. Yeah, it's good when you can when you can be successful overseas and come back and buy your local club where you started off.
That's one sport. I know that Alexis. Hello, Alexis, and in fact, hello to everybody that's tuning in, maybe from HQ. And I know Alexis, who's there, he's a very big fan of ice hockey. It's part of his background as well. But I know when I was talking to him, I said that's one sport that I love to go and watch, because every time I've seen it being played, I just love the atmosphere, the way the crowd get involved, and of course the players get involved in a few tussles as well. It just seems to be quite a dynamic sport and a very fast sport to watch.
It is very smart, very fast. The rinks are slightly bigger in Europe and World Championships than they are in the NHL. They're quite small in the NHL compared to it, which makes things more action-packed. This is just pushed through the gap. Nice shot there from Adnan. Just use the pace of the ball and just, there we go, nicely timed and placed between fielders. So hockey's a big one, but it's quite an expensive sport to play. I know there's a couple of kids at school who play. One of them's actually playing juniors for Pilsen, as a goaltender in the juniors. He left a couple of years ago, and there's a few others that play. But generally, the big sport here is it's called floorball.
Yeah.
So this is just played down the ground for a single. Just imagine ice hockey, but without the pads and played like in a gym.
Yeah.
With the ball is like, there's wiffle balls, or remember the golf balls with the holes in them, the practice balls, kind of about cricket ball shaped, but with holes in them.
Is it the one they're playing with rollerblades?
No. This is just running around.
Oh, okay.
And it's super skillful. The stick work and everything is unbelievable. Sweden are the best team. I think it started in Sweden, but the Czechs very competitive, and it's much cheaper to play than ice hockey, where you need all the gear and you need to be able to skate. Where here you just need to be able to run around. So that's a big one here. Big appeal, but must have flicked the pad. No wide called. Yeah,
must have caught the pad. This is a good little contest we just saw there between a very good bowler, Chandra Prakash Rai, and two good batters out there at the moment, Moise and Adnan. This is a partnership that Moravian want to try and break pretty quickly. It's the end of the third over, so power play-wise is very similar. You see that on your screens now. You've got 22 for 1, where the opposition were in the 30s, but they had lost that extra wicket.
Yeah, look, it's a big bowler out of the way now, with Rai completing his two, just 11 coming from his 2 overs. It's a good spell. But, Venerati slightly behind the total that they would have liked, slightly behind the power play, but they've got the best bowler for Moravians out of the attack.
Yeah, they have got him out here, and he does bowl well. That left arm option, he gets the ball to move around. It'd be interesting to see when the captain decides that, of course, you'd have to introduce some more of the slow stuff. Looks like it might be now, actually. And he actually bowled himself. He had a very well yesterday. But they're going to go with Khatri. Now, Khatri is probably the star off the show so far with his fine 40 towards the end of the innings. Let's see how he goes with the ball. And it doesn't quite start here because the wicketkeeper says, hang on a minute. He wants to make a change to the field. So, Adnan up against Khatri.
This will be a good contest. Left armour is cut pretty well. And nicely fielded there. To be honest, though, I don't think Czechs are really into team sports that much. Viewing, maybe, in a sense, but playing, I would say, not. It's not really a sport. It's a pastime, but an active pastime. I think people go, in summer, will go either cycling or mainly hiking. In winter, a lot of cross-country skiing.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why. I couldn't work it out. I kept on asking students what they did at the weekend. And they also went hiking, we went cycling.
Yeah.
And I worked it out. Right? as we see bowler come in again, palm to the left-handed Luiz. Hits it pretty firmly down the ground. Will be stopped. And throw come in just for a single. Now, you know, beer is very very much a part of the culture, and there's more beer drunk here than anywhere else in the world. I think now that it's gone down a bit, but 128 litres per person per year, probably including kids. Right now, as I see the bowler come in and been muscled through the leg side, should just be a single. Well, Bill Muiz wanted the second. It was never on.
Yeah, talking about beer, I mean, you're just saying how much. I mean, Czechs drink more beer per capita than any other country in the world.
Significantly more.
Yeah, any other country in the world. That's a title they've held now for a number of years.
Oh, they're proud of it as well.
They just love their beer, don't they?
It's such a part of the culture. Well, let's talk about beer first before we talk about swing and a miss, before we talk about why Czechs hike a lot and cycle a lot.
Okay.
So Pilsner, right?
Yeah.
It's from the city of Pilsen, right? It was first brewed 100 and something or other, 175 years ago, 100 and something like that. No, my maths is wrong. Yeah, 170 years ago. And it's the first shot, 6 runs. Well, it's just picked that up a good length and smashed it over the boundary. And it's onto the golf course, I think.
Needed that one because this was a good over so far from Khatri. It's a few singles and a dot. Only the 3 from it. They were missing the boundary and they get one. But still, if Khatri can still finish without going to the boundary in the final over, it will be a good over.
Yep.
I felt that this would be a tense game.
So it's the first lager brewed, all right, because it was always ales, but it's the first lager, a lot lighter, very clear. And I think it's 90% of the world's beer is based on Pilsner Urquell. All the lagers in the world are based on Pilsner Urquell. So down the ground, 4 runs, nice shot, straight past the bowler that time. Brilliant shot from Muiz. Score moves on to 35.
Yeah, well, it does go for a boundary. It's a Khatri who was looking to try and keep it under double figures. He's not going to be able to do 13. Will come off the over. The best over they've had so far, Vinorati, as they move to 35 for 1 at the end of 4 overs, needing 77 in 36 balls. So that means that runs per over needing just under the 13.
So going back to the hiking thing, like people will go to significant landmarks like Sněžka, which is the highest mountain in the Czech Republic. You'll never guess what's at the top of Sněžka. What do you think's at the top of Sněžka?
At the top of Sněžka?
Yeah.
You said I'll never guess, so let me think.
You will guess.
What's I mean, it's got to be a bar, or restaurant, something like that.
A pub. If not more, actually. I'm not sure how many there are up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you go to the top of the mountain. There's a pub. Everywhere you go, there are pubs because it's such a part of the culture. It's almost like a sports drink.
Yeah.
And this is flighted, hit a long way. That's on the second ground, and it's you can see Ostrava out there warming up.
Yeah, let's have a look at the height on this because it just felt high for me. Actually, it is coming down, but it's not a good ball. It's a full toss, and Adnan says, thank you very much, as that one goes completely wrong. It's not a good start from Arjun Singh.
Not a good start, just a rank full toss. Let's see if he can improve the second one. More spin options for Moravians. Leg spin, and it's a better delivery, squeezed out for a single. So why do they hike? Because what they do is they start off at a point. They normally catch a train out to a certain area.
Yeah.
They'll start at a point. They'll walk to a pub and have a beer.
Yeah.
Then they'll walk to another pub and have a beer and lunch. Then they'll walk from there to another pub and have another beer, and then they'll walk back to the car park and back to or wherever it is and back on the train. And so it's a normal sort of hike for Czechs, and it's pretty normal. And when I didn't confront, but I asked students about that. They thought about it for a bit and went, yeah, it's about right. This was a bit of an inside edge. So take a single, have to hurry, and we'll run in the end.
Good little comeback here from Arjun Singh. Has he got looks like he's got a tag or something on his headgear there that's flapping around in the wind, does Arjun Singh. And you see it blowing away. And his Butka, whatever he's got on there on his head.
That's odd, isn't it? Must be something the kids do nowadays.
He's taking another
So,
single.
I know that with caps, often there are the little stickers, the little silver stickers.
Just got to leave them on. It's
Got to
the
leave
thing
them on
be
because
done.
otherwise, you know, it's not authentic. I don't know. I don't get it. Fashion.
And Mark Smart is saying that Ramsova has got a bar as part of the skiing chairlift queue. That's quite amazing. But you know, one thing it's interesting for me, and I always find this. That is a biggie. Now this is where this batter Abdul Muiz can be at his best. He's a powerful left-hander, and you can just see he's just starting to open up, starting to move his feet. He's driving well, and now he gives himself a little bit of room as he carts this over the leg side boundary for a big 6. So taking the pace off here is Moravian, but at the moment it's not working in their favour. Khatri went for 13, and Arjun Singh 15 with a ball to go.
Yeah, it's been a big over, and bowling leg spins right in the hitting arc of Muiz. Goes hard down the ground, and that'll be 4 runs. The field didn't even move.
Has this caught rid of his partner? This is very close. Watch this. Whoa, well, matrix bit of movement from Adnan. That's going to be 4 more runs. It's going to go for 19 off the over. Remember, we do have the European Cricket Network in Hindi now as well. At European Cricket Network Hindi. So do click on something new that we're introducing as well. So plenty of things happening behind the scenes on the European Cricket Network. And let's have a look at some of the upcoming events that we got coming up as well. Here we go with Czechia, Finland with Andrew Ryan and Vinny Sandhu. Vinny's on a bit of a break. He deserves it. And when he comes back, he's got to repack straight away and get to Finland. I'll have a short break before I go to Bulgaria. Chubu will meet me there for some of the action. And Phil G, who also will be joining myself here in Czechia, will be there in Belgium. We'll do a little bit in Belgium. So plenty of action in cricket coming up. One thing, I go back to what I was going to say. One thing I find when you go to certain countries and you find out a little bit of the culture, you then start to look at the local people, etc. Being that beer is such a big culture here, people are not huge. They're not humongous. They don't look unfit. It doesn't look like a nation that spends a lot of its pastime drinking beer.
Yeah, you'd think that, well, it's Yadav, the one-armed Yadav.
Yeah.
Is a pretty good bowler, actually. That one's been here for 4, but he's got an interesting bowling action. Just no left arm. Look, just that windmill action.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, actually. I mean, Yadav, all right, he's not slow, but with the slower bowlers not faring well, thought he might have made a different change there. But he was successful yesterday, and the captain believes that maybe he can break this partnership. If you don't break this partnership, you're not going to win this match.
The captain believes he'll break the partnership because he is the captain, Rico. Oh, good ball. That one moved away from the batter.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. As in, the captain, he believes he can break this partnership. But yeah, so what are your thoughts on that, about the beer and the size of the people?
Yeah, look, it's a funny one because you look around Prague and there's, whoa, that's taken off. It's got past the keeper. Did he get an edge?
I think he does, you know. I think this is, I think it's reaction from the keeper. That's Bhatnagar gets a hand to it, but I think he does well to get a hand to it. This ball comes quickly off the bat.
Yeah, big outside edge. So, you're right. Until you go to the village and you get slightly older gentlemen who have been on a beer and pork diet for the last 40 years, and then you will notice that there are people with significant bellies. So, but you're right. I don't. Fitness is a big thing here. As I said, people go hiking and cycling. They're very active. Even after lunch, most people will go for a walk. So it is. There's a whole thing there that but you're generally pretty right. Yeah.
I've got to say, I did have, and I know a lot of people are saying about the coffee drink. I had it. I loved it. I tell you who else loves it. The ants, because the empty can is just smothered them at the moment. But actually it's working well. If we leave the can here, at least all the ants go away from our stuff and onto the coffee. That was very nice. Thank you very much. I enjoyed that. I tell you what, and I'm not lying, I will get a few more of those. It is refreshing.
It is.
Without a doubt. Phil G, I've got to say, you've got to have one. That's my challenge to you, Phil G. You're off wherever you are today. Get yourself, well, you were giving me advice the other day. You get yourself to your nearest establishment and have a nice cold coffee, because I think you'll like it. 4 runs. We like that as well. It's a lovely shot. Beautifully played. Cuatro más.
Phil G is not a beer drinker either. So I can't trust him. No, he's a good
I know he does like, he likes a good wine. He's a bit like me on that front as well. Good old Phil. No, that's nicely played away. Lovely shot. All right, I'm going to change the subject now. But can I just say, I'm loving the fact that I'm able to talk to you and talk not just about cricket, but also about Prague. And that was a good thing. And not just with yourself. I thought Phil G and Chuban to a degree yesterday as well. Films and Czechia.
Yep.
A lot of films are made here.
Yes. Well, I spoke about Venki. So Venki's a filmmaker.
Is he now?
They're making a documentary right now about the Czech women's team. There's him. There's Shobit. Also, one of the Spartans we'll see coming up soon. The keeper. I'll remember his name in a minute.
Okay.
He's also a filmmaker. Also, a player's not playing here. In Shub Chowdhury is a good fast bowler for the Czech team, and for Vinarati. They're all making that documentary. But there's a film called Grey Man a couple of years ago that Venki worked on. And there's a big film industry here in the Czech Republic. Barrandov Studios is the main studio here, but lots of big films have been made here. One of the Mission Impossible films was filmed in Prague, but then Amadeus was filmed in Prague. Triple X, I think the Vin Diesel film.
I'll give you some others. You mentioned Mission Impossible, Casino Royale.
Casino Royale. I have a friend of mine who's in it.
The Chronicles of Narnia.
Oh, really? I didn't know that one.
Yeah.
The Casino Royale was mainly in Calo Vivari, which Vinny spends a lot of time in, because his missus is from Calo Vivari. And a good mate of mine, Mike, is in that scene. He takes James Bond's coat, and he's at the table playing, I think it's baccarat, I'm not sure, poker, I'm not sure, can't remember what it was, but he reminds us all the time. It says hit in the air and 6 runs. Nice shot there from Muiz. A lot of power behind those strokes.
Yeah, they're just getting themselves ahead with it. They've kind of been very similar to Moravian, where they were going, remember, around about 10 and over. This is around about the same. They just want one breakthrough over, but it can go either way. A breakthrough over for either Moravian or for Vinarati could change the context of this match. It's pretty close at the moment, but there's another big hit, and he's going to clear the field. It will go all the way. 2 big hits, 2 back-to-back sixes in the over at Khatri. I am surprised they went back to Khatri. He gave away 13 in his first, but coming back for the second, that's an even bigger one. It'll go for 20. It's a magical over. Khatri goes for 33. And with that over there, the score 82 for 1 at the end of 7. With 30 required of 18 deliveries, Vinarati are on their way to a victory.
Yeah, look, I've got, this is what's happening next. Ostrava. We're seeing them warming up. They're going to play against the Dominators. Both teams need a win. Ostrava went winless yesterday. Dominators, well, they're 1 and 2 after they lost to Vinarati this morning. So that should be a pretty good game between two sides who desperately need a win to try to get into those that 4th place.
Yeah, a couple of players coming in there. Bhupati, Venugopal did play yesterday, but didn't play in the second match. He comes in, hit hard, hit far, hit for 4 runs, and they're just making this comfortable for themselves now after needing the acceleration in that last over, that for 20. It now lays the nice foundation for both these batters to go and win the match. By the way, Abdul Muiz did bring up his 56 he's moved on to after those 2 big sixes in the last over. And like all good players do, we knew he'd come good with the bat as well. Here's another one. Bolle. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagia. This one smashes in to the boundary fence. 6 more, doing it in style. And all the other teams have to take note. If you don't break the partnership between Muiz and Adnan, they will punish you.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a pitch there from Premyatov, and I think Adnan is seeing the ball pretty well right now, as is Muiz. Good partnership. And can't see Moravians getting out of this jam, but they have picked up a point, which is they'll be very happy with. But it looks like Moravians are going to go down for their first loss of this this competition. Bring Muiz back on strike. So yeah, what else you got for me?
What have I got for you? Well, Yadav just making some changes to his field. Yeah, we talked a bit about movies. Let's talk about some of the nicknames that is given to Prague. City of Spires,
Yep.
due to its 100 towers.
Well, you'll see it when you go to the castle. You look around and you'll know why.
Yeah, well, we can even from here, actually, when you look around, you can see a few of them. Also been known, so that's why it has that name for City of 100 Towers, the rooftop of Europe, and Golden City. Now, the Golden City is an interesting one because I heard about this and I was thinking to myself, Golden City? And then on that night when I had the 2 games off, because it was a little bit murky or whatever, but the sun then came out. And all of a sudden, all the rooftops, like they say, it was all gold. It was quite fascinating.
Yeah, look, it's a beautiful city. I think it's very similar architecturally, maybe, to someone like Vienna. But because it's on hills, it's built on hills, as the river going through it, there's something about cities on hills, surrounded by hills, it just gives a 3-dimensional effect. So you'll see buildings, you can see them from a height down, but you can also see, you look up to the castle, you look around. Same as Budapest. I think Budapest is a beautiful city built on hills with the river running through it. So they're quite similar. But Vienna, you see everything in almost 2 dimensions. There's no height in it, so you're never really looking down at it. So, but it is a beautiful, beautiful city.
Yeah, it's a great city. Central of Europe is what the Czechia is known as because of its location. But
don't call it Eastern Europe. They don't like that. There's a couple of things that really annoy Czechs. One of them is being called Eastern Europe. Is this is slashed away for 4 again over third. And that's another 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, almost there now. That brings 100 up. So just 12 runs away from victory and plenty of time to do it. And Abdul Muiz, what a good day he's had today. He started off with a fair chunk of luck when he was dropped on 3 occasions on his way to 22. Was unable to make a name for himself with the batting, but he would be the player of the match. Why? Because he would take a hat-trick. 4 for 19 he finished with. And the chances are he could have back-to-back player of the match performances as he's on 62 of 28. Gets a full toss. I get the feeling this is going to be a no ball. You know, that could be a minimo. This looked high. He's a tall man, but I still believe that this is above his waist. Let's have a look. See what you think, folks. I get the feeling that the umpires might have to call this one. He's not charging at it. That's too high for me.
And that's the last thing Moravians needed, was a free hit. So that's the invitation to Muiz to have a go at it. So, we
were saying centre of Europe, and you said, don't say Eastern Europe.
Yeah, don't say Eastern Europe. That's one thing that really annoys Czechs. The other one is when performers come up and says, it's my first time in Czechoslovakia. It's like, it's been 30 years, mate. It's been 30 years. It's no longer the country. It's hit pretty nicely. It's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, they're almost there now. Aren't they almost there now? Just 3 runs required. Any boundary would win it, and it's a good victory. Good teams, when you win with at least an over to go, and that's exactly what Vinarati looking to do here. They went, did lose 1 match yesterday, but haven't they come back strongly here after losing to the Prague Spartans? And they will now take themselves to the top of the standings.
I do have a little question for you. What was for lunch yesterday?
For lunch yesterday, we had like a buffet-style curry.
Shot, 4 runs, game.
Game done. And Muiz will seal off a great day for him with bat and with ball, with a player of the match performance. He's going to finish with 74 of 31 deliveries in a sensational partnership, also, it must be said. A partnership that was worth over 100 runs as the first wicket fell with the score on 5 with Adnan. So really good partnership. Just as we know, Danny, these two, once they get in and once they start caressing the ball to the boundary, if you don't remove them, they're going to be a difficult team to beat.
Yeah, look, they're both good batters. See here, this is going to come up next. Ostrava and Praha Dominators. And as I said, both teams needing a win. See some of the highlights, and mainly they're going to be highlights from this man, Abdul Muiz. This is one that Praveen Sharma won't want to see again. Abhishek Parker, a direct hit, and that's, I think, another duck for Praveen. Has not had the best morning. I tell you what, a couple of players who have had a good morning, Abdul Muiz and also Adnan. So that's been a very good start to the day for them.
Yeah, it's been a start. I mean, Vinarati, I was saying this to Shubu yesterday, Danny, yesterday. Even though they lost that one match yesterday, I like their makeup of a team. They've got good, powerful batters that play this format well. They've got sometimes as a team you need to make some changes, and it's normally in the field with the bowlers, and they've got that. They can do that. They can bring the likes of Harry onto bowl. Venki can come onto bowl, and if that's not working, you can then go to some of the seamers as well. I like the makeup their side, and they do certainly, and we've seen that again here today. They look like a team that can go all the way.
Yeah, they've got good balance to their side, and it's a consistent team that they're bringing out, where in the past it's a bit of a scrap to try to get players. But with the format of this tournament, it's not over a week anymore, or not over 2 weeks. It's over just a short period, over 3 days. So I think that helps the availability and also the competitiveness of the teams. I think it's a really good idea to bring in this Challenger division.
Yeah.
And, you're getting close games.
Yeah, so well done. That's going to be back to victories for them. That's them now done. They know that they will be playing here tomorrow. I suppose what they don't know quite yet is whether they'll be finishing in the top 2 or 3 and 4. I get the feeling with that win, their top 2 finish it will be for them. Moravian, they will play on more, but it's not going to be an easy one for them to bounce back to winning ways. And they take on the Prague Spartans. That's going to be in match number 9 a little bit later on. With the batting there, we know that it was all about Abdul Muiz. With the bowling, Danny, nobody really, I suppose, apart from Chandra Prakash Rai, found their rhythm.
Very, very impressed with Rai. I think he's one of the best bowlers in this tournament. He's very, very few loose balls, a lot of threatening deliveries, good in swing to the right-handers. He's the pick of the bowlers for me, not only in this game, but I think in this tournament, Rai. But really, it's Abdul Muiz took 1 for 13 off his 2 overs, and then 74 not out off 31. Definitely the player of the match. Well supported by Adnan. And a good win for Vinarati in the second game of the day.
Yeah, very good win for them. A very good day for them. That's them done now. It's all their matches complete. They're just probably going to be keeping a good eye on the proceedings for the rest of the day, and they'll know exactly where and who they'll play tomorrow in this Challenger Division finals day. Moravian, they're hoping to go back to winning ways, but they've got a tough match coming up against the Prague Spartans. Spartans, remember, will be back to finish things off. They'll play match number 9 and 10. But the next match coming up here will be in about 20 minutes' time. We're back on time now, and we're going to see Ostrava, who will be hoping to come back after losing 2 matches yesterday to go to winning ways, taking on the Praha Dominators, who, Danny, they're going to perform a lot better than what we saw this morning. Yeah, that was a rough-looking morning for the Dominators. Nothing went right for them, but they didn't help themselves either. I think it was a poor performance all up from the Dominators, but I'm sure they'll come back strong. They're a good side, and I think it's going to be a very competitive game between these two. Competitive and important. Join myself, Rico Full and Danny Hudacek when we return in around 20 minutes time for an all-important match. Winning and staying and survival does count on it. We'll be back in 20 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Match number 8. This is going to be a very important match, especially for Ostrava. We welcome them back. Yesterday was not a good day for them. They lost both their matches, and they know they've got to get a result in this one to keep their hopes alive to come back here tomorrow on this Challenger Division Finals Day. They're up against the Praha Dominators, who earlier today weren't at their best. We'll talk a little bit more about the two teams in a moment, but let's go straight over to the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico, and good afternoon. Welcome to the toss for match 8. Ostrava with the Praha Dominators to call. Heads is the call, and it is a head. Dominators won the toss. They'll bat.
Thank you very much to Charles Croucher. So the Praha Dominators are going to have a bat first. In that earlier game, I think the Dominators know they made too many errors in all of the disciplines of the game. In the field, they were untidy, there was too many wides, their ground fielding wasn't at the best, they dropped too many catches, and they gave away a lot of extras and penalty runs as well. So they've got to come back strong in this one, but they're backing themselves to do so. I think Huck is going to be pretty key for them, and also Arif. If those two perform well, you never know, they could get the victory that they're after. Talking about victories, Ostrava, they need this desperately. Yesterday was not their best day, and somebody like Nitin Mill, well, he was steady, but he was slow. That's the difference really between them and some of the other teams. So he did put scores on the board, but they weren't able to go at a good strike rate. So they really do have to score runs, but score them quickly. Somebody who did do that, though, was Vincent. I think he was pretty key, so keep an eye on him for this match, and if he can keep going, if he gets elevated higher up the order, you never know. Very important match. Ostrava need the win. The last match that they play won't be an easy one for them, and they don't want to leave it to the last match either. I think this is the matchup that they're looking forward to. This is the matchup where maybe they feel that they can get the result and the victory that they need against the Praha Dominators. Let's go straight over to Danny Hudacek for the start of this one and the first ball. Danny will give you an update on the two squads.
Well, thanks, Rico. And this is the overhead shot here of the lovely Vinoj ground in Prague. We got a very interesting game coming up between Ostrava and the Praha Dominators. Both teams needing a win. And will be the Dominators batting first. It's a good toss to win, I think. I want to put some runs on the board. Sultan Arif was very good with the bat earlier in the day, but they did struggle a bit against Binaradi. And Ostrava winless yesterday, but got some good performers. Nitin Mill at the top of the ball and the bat. There's a very imposing figure. See here. Al-Namud also for the Dominators will be important with the bat. But Ostrava have come a long way. They need a win for their troubles. Got a couple of inclusions, Bupathi and also Sudhir and Vinagopal in the team. Sakit Ahmed, an inclusion there for Praha Dominators. So let's see, match 8 here from European Cricket Series in Czechia. The supercomputer predicting the Dominators to win. They looked very ordinary this morning against Vinaradi. Nothing went right for them, whether it was the fielding or the catching or anything. Nothing went quite right. The bowling was a bit scrappy. I think they've had a bit of a chat in the break. They've had a game off, and I'm sure they'll come back a lot stronger against Ostrava, who are going to be competitive. How competitive, we'll see. So we're just about ready for a start. And it will be. Let's have a look. Looks like it's going to be. I'm not sure, to be honest. Interesting. Sure that says number 20 on his back. I just don't see that with the Ostrava sheet. We'll see in a moment. So, hope you're enjoying today's cricket in the chat. Just Dave showing his age. Studying Russian at school. We were due to visit Czechoslovakia in '68 and the visit, and all the Russian teaching got cancelled because of the invasion. So, interesting. Yeah, 68 was a big year for here in the Czech Republic. So we got a bit of a dog alert. Get a lot of people walking their dogs around. Got a ball launcher as well. A dog just walking along the boundary, just behind its owner. Just about ready for a start. Just a little hi to everyone on the chat. Arjun's there. For the first time I saw Helix's name before. So good to see you guys in there. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here from lovely Prague. Beautiful day for cricket as well. Getting a bit warm. It's nice and cool in the bunker here. First ball. It's Sudir, bowler. And it's just been pushed away towards the back point area. Okay, my list has been updated. There was a slight delay with the start. It's Subramanian Sudir, the opening bowler. There's the dog. Ball in mouth, I think. My dogs are out with my good friends Lenka and Yurika, out enjoying the sunshine, lying in the garden, no doubt. This is a bit of a wild one there from Sudir. So Sultan Arif, one of the batters, batted very, very well in the match earlier against Vinaradi. Ul Rashid as the batter facing. So I think a good team good toss to win there from for the Dominators to pile on the runs. That's gonna be another wide from Sudir. He's got a very sidearm action. Doesn't use his left arm much. A bit like Premierov in the previous game. So Rico's going to join us a little bit. He's having a bit of lunch. He's got a pie from the Down Under. I've got a pie here in front of me as well, but it's pretty warm. Got a chicken and leek and bacon, which is a London pie, and I think Rico's got a mince pie, which I think is the Melbourne. Well, comes in again and just tucked around the corner. It'll be a quick single. Good pick up and throw from the Ostrava fielder. Just a single to bring the score to 4. And 2 of those have been extras as well, so nothing much off the bat yet. But I'm sure they'll get going. Arif does swing very hard at the ball. Comes in again. Whoa, it's going to be a no ball. And not put away, but it'll be a free hit. The bowler, interesting run up as well. I have another look when he comes in. That's above pretty much anyone's waist. Head high beamer. But Sudir, he does have a bit of a curve in his run up. Just there you go. He goes out wide and comes back in, and bowls are wide. So going to still be a still remember the free hit. As the see the umpire there. Danny, what race are your dogs, and how old? I know that that's a bit of a thing at breed, because I know in French it's a race, but it's what breed are the dogs? They're no breed at all. I'll tell you in a minute. This is a hit just over the fielder. And 4 runs. It was a free hit. Couldn't have been out. But Arif, that's his boundary of the innings. So Sudir comes from way out west. The curvy run. It's like an elbow. Look at this run again. So come in straight, and then they'll go out left and come back in. It's like got him! Well, good ball, angled it in, and that's a big wicket. Arif has gone. Ostrava celebrating. And that's a big wicket early on for Ostrava. Comes in at ducked back in and tried to cut back on it, and it was just too late. Got a little inside edge, straight back onto the stumps, and a big early wicket there for Ostrava. Sultan Arif goes for 5, and the score is 10. So I'm gonna let you guys come up for a nickname for Sudhir because of his run. He's not really a swing bowler. He's more like a swing run-up. The dog leg? Maybe. I don't know. Have a bit of a think about it. Have a look at the run-up. It's effective, got to say. Comes in straight. Takes a little left turn. And, that's going to be full. It won't be a no ball. I think he just tried to roll a slower ball, roll his wrists over it. Let's have a look. I think it's hit the thigh pad, just over the top of the pad. Bit of a mixed bag in this over. Wides, no balls. A wicket. But that is a big wicket to take. So my dogs are both white. Oki, I got as a puppy. Ball comes in again. Batter made it into a full toss. No run. So Oki is smallish, still medium size. But she's smallish, and she's white and born here in the Czech Republic. Yeah, she's a bit of a goulash. Her mum is short and low and black, but she's white. So dad's white. That's all we know. So here, the Premier Division for the European Cricket Championship coming up from September 25th, and it's 3 groups. The winner of each group will go on to play the championship group against England and the Netherlands. You see all the top teams in Europe competing. It's going to be difficult for some, but there's some very, very good talent in all those sides. New bowler comes in. And good Yorker length delivery, clamped down by the batter. Just a single. Push Pangadan is the bowler. The archer. Oh, I don't mind that. The archer. Let's push Pangadan again. Slashed away. Oh, almost an absolute screamer there by the fielder. Couldn't quite hang on to it. Saved 4 runs, or saved 3. Let's have a look at this. It's outside off and just stuck out of hand. Almost got it on the second grab. Good awareness there. And that's Niraj out there at point. Great effort. And Ostrava really in for a game. Again, this one's could be a run out at the keeper's end. The batter just got in. It's Hasham, the new batter. His face 4 deliveries hasn't got off the mark yet. It's been through good fielding. But yeah, Niraj out there at point. Spectacular effort. Bowler comes in again, short and called a wide. I'll get an extra one as well. Should have been in the car park. Got away with that. Did push Pangadan. The archer. Anyone else? We're going to call him the archer. And again, nicely pitched up. Yorker length delivery. It's been a good over this. And well, the Dominators still favourites according to the supercomputer. It's in the Goldilocks zone, as Vinny calls it. Well, it's 53-47. It's pretty even. I think it's an even contest between just 2 good sides. Comes the bowler again. And Rashid just waving his bat at it as it goes past. And no run. Neither of these batters can get bat on ball and get any purchase on it. So we hear a small plane fly over from one of the airports around. The crab. Oh, not bad. Don't think he goes sideways. He just goes in an arc. The arches are Archer's winning so far. If anyone's got another nickname, good. I'm going to see whether I'm going to see him again. I think there's going to be a change. It looks like it's going to be Balaji Ramdas to come in with the ball for Ostrava. See here the table. Vinarati with those two big wins this morning. Top the table, Moravians. And just behind them. But a good run rate for Vinarati as well. And Dominators. They've got 5 points. Spartans, they got 2 games to play today. They only played 2 yesterday. They went down in that 3-over bashathon in the very first game due to the rain delay. See Ramdas come in. Bowling to Rashid. Just tucked around the corner. Just be a single. And so they went down yesterday in one of their games. I think they played 3 altogether to the Spartans. And they'll be right up there for sure. They're a good side, Spartans. Bowler again. And dodgy edge over the fielder. Is running after it. And it won't go to the boundary. They'll look for 2. They'll get it pretty comfortably. It's first runs for Hasham. It's a bit sketchy, but it's on the board. 17 for 1 at the moment. Still 4 balls left of the power play. Supercomputer just still favouring the Dominators, even though they've lost a wicket. They haven't got too many runs off the first 2 and a bit overs. And, call of catch it. And the ball goes back. Calling hither and thither. It's a little bit of a mouthful, I think, fantasy cricket. Hither and thither. Still reckon the Archer's got it. I'll see what he comes back. He got until his next over to come up for a nickname. But Dave, at the moment, it's the Archer. Good nickname. Goes Ramdas again. On to Rashid. Gets a little bit of it. Not timed very well, but it's going towards the boundary. Just pick the gap. Still in the power play. So as soon as it gets past the infield, quick outfield is going to take it. Just went with the pace of the ball, and ended up being a nice shot. Again, didn't really time it, but got enough of it. And Rashid moves on to 8. Scores 23 for 1. So I hope you're enjoying this the cricket here from Prague. There are 2 divisions. There's the Challenger Division and the Premier Division coming up in a couple of days. Whoa, that took off. Well, so there's a bit in it for the bowlers if they bend their backs. Look at this one. Just bend his back a little bit. Bit of a quicker delivery. And the batter just saw it fly past his nose. Good ball. Ramdas comes in again. And it's down leg side, call it wide. Keeper fumbles, it doesn't cost him anything. So the Ostrava got the blue and yellow, which are it's the colours for the flag of Ostrava. They've got a horse on there. It says a white horse on the flag. So it's very typical of the flag colours from Ostrava. Dominators. I like the shirts. The numbers could be a different colour. Very hard to see who's who with this the Dominator side just by looking at players. The Arquebus. I still like the Archer, I think, Dave. Bit too intellectual, I think, the Arquebus. Let's see. Still not coming back on. He's still got time. Oh, he is coming back on. So, Sudhir. Remember, you had time until he's over to come up for a nickname. And I think it's the Archer. Let's go with the Archer. So, the Archer will be on to Ul Rashid. He's on 9. Hasham, I don't think he's getting going yet. He's on 2. 25 for the power play. Not the greatest power play for the Dominators. Only lost the 1 wicket, but it's a big one of Sultan Arif. Here comes the Archer. And good ball, good areas. Just cut away, just be a single. And Rashid moves on to 10. Bring Hasham back on strike. Thank you for your contributions to the nickname of Sudia. That's one of the big features with cricket, that, I mean, especially with bowling actions, everyone has a different bowling action. And there are little quirks and things. That's a good ball again. And the keeper puts it down, not having the best time of it with the gloves. It does sometimes, if it doesn't bounce much, it will bounce in front of you as a keeper. So this one's really full. Gets behind it. Doesn't get his gloves down though. Yeah, everyone's saying poor batting. I kind of agree with you. Thanks, Paul. We'll get back to the the production team. The issue. The architect. The Archer still got it. So the Archer to come in, bowling to Rashid. Oh, pretty ordinary slow ball, called a no ball. And he tried it, but that's pretty high, and that's another head high beamer. He's bowled, does he bowl 2 of those? I'm not sure. Free hit, signalled by umpire Joe Foster. The Archer, where's he going to put it? And towards the toe end of the bat. They caught it, but it's not going to be out. Well, Ostrov's celebrating, but it's a free hit. The bowler really not knowing what's going on. Well, you bowled one at his head the previous ball, so it's probably a bit of a giveaway that was going to be a free hit. But still not be able to find the boundary, even on a free hit. The Archer comes in again. That's a nice shot. That's going to be 4. Again, just dug it out. Good angle on it. And have a look at it. Dug it out. Got a thick outside edge, but I'll call it a glance, because that's a nice little shot through the third man area. There is no one back there. There is a deep fine leg. Not much trust on the keeper. That fielder is very, very fine. The Archer coming in again. Another good ball right up in the block hole. Just get a single from it. And just good bowling. I mean, it's makes the batter quiver. Oh, nice one, Dave. Yeah, so the Dominators not really dominating much at the moment. Comes the City. They've only lost a 1 wicket so far, though. Again, another good ball. Difficult to get those away. Right up in the block hole. It's been a good over and a good spell by the Archer, Sudia. 1 for 20 from his 2 overs. And at the end of 4, the Dominators are 36 for 1. You see here, yeah, the Worm. Just that wicket in the first over. Going at 9 and over. Again, it's not disastrous at this stage for the Dominators, but they will have to pick it up. But it's been fine bowling, I think, by Ostrava so far. New bowler will be Rias Kunil. Starts with a wide, got past the keeper again. Luckily, they've got a backstop. That exact delivery. Good yield. Bowl that one again. Hasham on strike. Hear another plane go over. It sounds like a vintage plane. It's going to be wide. Can't quite see it from where I am. We do have 3 airports around. One of them is a bit of a training airport for light planes, practicing takeoff and landing and stuff for training. One of them is a more commercial airport. There we go. I know it is more like a Cessna type plane. One of them's for light planes like that. And the other one's the military airport. There's a military museum also there. You go past and you see all these jets and helicopters and all sorts of stuff. You can go and visit. I've never been, but I've been past it hundreds of times. We'll go one day. Good delivery. Ask the question, not out, says the umpire. Top ball's good though. And Gill got it right that time. 40 for 1. Moment. Still just hovering under that 10 on over mark. Comes again. And hit pretty firmly. Fielders behind it. Just be a single. They just can't find those gaps at the moment. They can't find the boundary on a regular occasion. Ostrava looking pretty disciplined though. And on top at the moment, not giving much away. Ball comes in again. And again, good ball outside of stump. Nicely pitched up. A bit wide. The batter asking about it. That's Hasham. But inside the line. Remember, on the line is also for the bowler. Comes in. Kunil. It's a full toss. And it's hit for 6. Well, rare loose delivery. And nice shot there. Finally getting a Maximo. It's all good. It's just not a great delivery. Nothing the fielder can do. And Hasham, he was struggling a little bit. Now it's 14 off 11. Rashid 13 off 16. And it's a good little partnership mounting up. Comes in again. And, well, that's going to go towards the boundary. And another 4 runs. Well, it's a good over here for the Dominators. 15 from it. A couple of loose deliveries from the bowler. Good shot in the end. Valiant effort. Sliding towards the boundary. Single piston engine plane, Dave. I thought they needed a bit more power than that. Here is the Challenger Division for the ECC coming up again from September to late October. There'll be start off with the Premier, then there'll be this tournament, the Challenger Division, and then the finals. So, as you can see here, Czechia in Group 1. That's going to be a competitive group. Guernsey, Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia, and Turkey in that second group. There'll be a finals tournament as well, I think. And the winners will be promoted into the Premier Division for next year. It's good that it's been brought in. Just to make things more competitive rather than having blowouts. So Vincent, the bowler, coming around the wicket, and this one's in the air. It's over the fielder, bounces, and that'll be 4 runs. Well, fielder was off the boundary then, but still outside the circle. Not sure if his skipper got it right. Don't know if he would have taken the catch anyway, but if he was further back, he might have just had to move to his right to take it. In fact, he was in the circle. My apologies. And another full toss, whipped away on the leg side. That'll be 4 runs again. So the runs are starting to flow for the Dominators. And again, It was pretty tight bowling from the openers from Ostrava, but these are full tosses that are put away to the boundary pretty easily. 60 on the board now. Run rate just shy of 11. And these two are starting to warm up. 50 partnership up as well. Vincent coming from around the wicket as the batter needs his helmet adjusted. I wonder if we're going to see Nitin Meal come in, the ex-Vinaradian. So I don't know how much regular cricket Nitin can play at the moment. He's open to business. We'll talk about in a minute. I'm quite keen to check out, actually. It's not too far from my place. There's Vincent bowls to Hasham. And gone. Well, a little edge. And Vincent gets his man. Hasham goes for 26. So breaks the partnership. Just a little edge. Keeper caught one finally. And just as well he did, as that was out. Finger up from the umpire. Let's have a look at this. Charges down, gets maybe the end of the bat, you know. And let's have a look. Maybe just the toe end, or just towards the bottom of the bat. But a wicket there for Vincent. And Hasham will have to go. Good contribution though. Expected score is 111. We've seen that before today. Let's look at this one again, and just maybe towards the bottom of the bat somewhere. Chance again, but that's gone through the fielder, and that's 4 runs. Big call for catch it. Not to be. Look at it. And cut shot. Wow. Bowler was pretty keen. Just away from the fielder. 64 on the board. 11 on over. Exactly. Alman Wood, the new batter. Good batter is Alman Wood. Vincent comes in again. Oh, an appeal gone. Well, just when you big someone up, Alman Wood, another little tickle, and the keeper takes another one. That combination of Arun Ronal and also Vincent, the captain, strikes again. Jules knows his planes. Cessna 152 or 172 from the look of it. So Dave can't even spell Cessna. So here, big wicket. Another one. Another dangerous batter out. And Abdullah Al-Mahmoud is not going to be too happy with that. The captain. He's got a feather edge. So it's good bowling just across the batter. And just a little edge, no doubt, from the umpire. So it will be Rias Kunil continue for his second over. First one for 15. It's a good ball straight up, right in the block hole, going towards the boundary, but there's a fielder out there. It's Nitin Meal. Yeah, talking about Nitin. He's opened a business. It's a vegetarian Indian restaurant called Bites of India. It's in Vinaradi, as we all know Vinaradi. A lovely part of the world. So I'm looking forward to going out and visiting Nitin at his restaurant. Oh, good ball. And the umpire gives him. Now it was angling down leg. Wasn't doing too much. The umpire thought it was fine. That's another wicket down. Let's have a look at this one. So Kunil was coming in. Hit him on the full. He wasn't very far forward. Let's have a look at this. So it was coming in. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Hit him probably in front of middle, or middle and leg. And I think it was, well, the umpire thought it was going to go on and hit the stumps. That's the person you need to convince, and he was convinced. That's another wicket down. 4 down now for 64. And a good couple of overs here for Ostrava, picking up a couple of wickets. So he was a little bit down the track, but did enough to convince the umpire. It's called a wide. Sun just going behind the clouds a little bit here. A Cessna. I thought you wrote it an ER, like a Tesla. Oh, that's not great fielding out there on the boundary. Pretty much past it, did Ramdas. And well, that's 3 ones given away. Again, it's going to be a stave if you want Cessnas. Name of a good band to check out. Slim Cessna's Auto Club. Try them out. Just on YouTube. Slim Cessna's Auto Club. This is how we do things in the country. As the song would suggest to you. It's good fun. Let's bowler again. Thick outside edge going towards the field. That'd just be a single. And another to the total. 71 at the moment. The Dominators get about 100, maybe 110 at this stage. Lost 4 wickets. Kunil has taken one of them. Got 1 ball left of his spell. Been a good over. Comes in again and hit down the ground. Hit pretty firmly. There's a fielder back there. Picks it up, throws it back in. Just a single. End of the spell from Kunil. Finishes with figures of 1 for 23 off his 2. 72 for 4 after 7. So here's what we're going to see for the rest of the year. We're in Czechia at the moment. Finland, Vinny and Rhino will be up in Finland for the first ever series up there. And then Rico will be in Bulgaria. Phil G will be there as well. Then Belgium and lots of other tournaments throughout the calendar. Ending up on December 1st with the European Cricket Championship for women. That should be very, very good. Again, it'll be 3 divisions. There's an emerging division, a challenger and a premier as well. Ball comes in and that angle is working well for him. Vincent is pushing it across the batter. He's taken 2 for 13. Both been little fine edges to the keeper. Ul Rashid is on 16 off 20. Huck is a 5 off 3. And it's in the air. Player coming back and takes a great catch over his shoulder. That's Rias Kunil. Never looked like taking that. Put out his hands and it just stuck. Well, very, very good catch there. A little unexpected. Let's have a look at this. Another wicket there for the bowler. Just over his shoulder. That's a really good catch. Gets congratulations from Ramdas, who's there. It was probably his catch, to be fair. He was coming in. But, yeah, just plucked it out of the air, did Rias Kunil. Having a look at it. Just off the toe end of the bat again. And never going to catch it. And just put his hands out and they were there. It was there. So, comes the bowler again, Vincent, and a little inside edge. Again, chance for a run out. The batter dropped his bat. Well, sliding the bat only works if you've got the bat in your hand. This one plugged. Could have pole vaulted too. And, oh, he didn't take the stumps. He was a little bit away from it. Tried to. Would have been close if he'd taken the bails, but he was just a little bit far away from it. Everything happening here. Vincent, he's taken 3. He's on pie. Talking about pies. Still got mine in front of me. So we hear another Cessna go over. I like how every small plane, every light plane is now called a Cessna. So Vincent comes in again. high in the air, and 6 runs. Nice shot. It's Rahan Saradi who is out there. This one into the rough of the golf course. So the golf course does surround us on 3 sides. There's a driving range far away in the distance on the right-hand side as you see it. Nice golf course. The clubhouse is very nice as well. After one of the games of the first internationals, Vinny, myself and Charles Croucher went up there for a light beverage as we were waiting for our Uber. This has got to be wide. And it was a delicious Pilsen. Like anywhere in the world, the beer can be good, but if it's not poured correctly, if the lines aren't maintained, if the beer's not fresh, then it doesn't turn out well. But this was delicious. So, this was in the air and 6 again. Saradi faced 3 balls. He's on 13. 87 the score. Lucky for some. To 8-0. Interesting. Haven't seen Nitin Meal bowl. Don't think we will either. It'll be Balaji Ramdas to come back. See a big clump of wickets there from the 6th over to the 8th. 4 down. It was a big partnership from the 1st to the 6th. After the early dismissal of Sultan Arif, started getting a bit of a roll on, but really not much there after the, at the start, and then yeah, as I said, just got a bit of a roll on. Lost a few wickets, but it's pretty good batting from Saradi to put the score up a bit. Huck will be facing Ramdas. Went for 11 off his first. Needed at least another 20 runs off these next 2 overs. 30 would be better to have a more competitive total. Going about 11 and over. There's a bowler. And swing and a miss. So Huck, you need to get back on ball. See if you can get Saradi back on strike. He's hitting the ball pretty well. Mainly over the cover region. And then again, hit straight this time. There's a player back there. And that's been stopped from going over the boundary. They'll just take the single. That's poor running. Well, or is it? I'm not sure if Saradi wants the strike. I think that might be good running in the end. Because Huck really not getting going. That one's well stopped. Let's see if Saradi can do something with it. Hits it over the same area. And that's another 6 runs. Well, he's strong in that area over that point or region. It's a little bit backward of that this time. Another 6 runs. 19 off 4. Good little innings here from Saradi. Let's see what the bowler can do. Can't give him any width outside of stump. That's where he's hitting the ball. Doesn't want to hit it through the leg side at all. It's just going over the top on the square. Comes in again, and that's a better delivery. Cramps him up. Just be a single. Ramdas. Don't think he appreciated being here for 6. Now the score. Huck facing and hit that pretty well, and over the field of 6 runs. Huck getting onto it. Huck attack, as Dave just said, and it is a Huck attack. Didn't ever look like hitting anywhere close to a boundary, did Huck. 100 up also. 1 ball left. There's another Cessna going past. Or, yeah, probably a Cessna. So, 1 ball left of the 9th. Ramdas comes in again and short. Pretty good short ball. The keeper knocks it down to his backstop. And they'll just get a single. So that'll be called a bye. That's the end of the over. So another pretty good one there for the Dominators. They're on 102 for 5, going just over 11 and over. So we'll see how they end up. This is the bowlers' wickets for the Archer, Sudhir, and also for Kunil. 3 though for the skipper Vincent, who's who bowled very, very well around the wicket. So final over of this innings. It's Pushpangadan to come in. Hit down the ground, just be a single. Picked up by Rias Kunil. Bring Sarati back on strike. I think it's a good result for the Dominators. Looking dangerous. And swings wide, doesn't swing. They'll get a single out of it, and that's all. Can we call a leg bye? Good bowling from Pushpangadan. Is he going over the wicket? He is. Again, this is nicely pitched up. Should just be a single. A comeback for 2. That was new information for Huck, who was ball watching. Sarati called him through, and he was took a second look at the ball and thought, all right, better run. To be fair, he's pretty quick. 111 again. Could be, Dave. Could be. Could we have a wraparound golden ball? Short. And gets away with it. Hark not being able to put it away. Well, luckily there was a fielder behind him that get 2. In fact, they'll get 3, maybe. Oh, I don't know. It's going to go to the replay. Let's have a look at this. So, 2 circles providing us with the coverage, and this is good work. Whoa. I think you can't see the stumps, so I can't give it on that evidence because his bat's down there. The stumps. Let's have a look. Oh, hold on. Let's have a look. So he's short there. Next frame is. Oh, I think that's gone. You can't see where the bail went, but you can see the stump move. Let's have a look from here. So it's good work, but I don't know if you can take the evidence on that. And next frame, bail off, bats in the, oh, bats in the air. Well, he's still there, or is he? I think the bat's in the air. There's enough evidence. Let's maybe have another look at that. I would say he's out. No, not out. Well, lucky I'm not an umpire. Comes in and it's hit in the air, and that's going all the way as well. Sarati again gets his favourite shot out of the bag and smashes it over the point boundary for another 6. Well, don't bowl outside off stump to him. Can they hear me? 115 now, 1 ball to come. Bowl it outside off stump. It's going to get slammed in the same spot. Let's see if Pushpangadan has heard me. It's been a good spell of bowling. That one, just not quite. Look where he's standing as well, giving himself as much room as he can. And it's in the same spot, drags it onto the leg side. They'll come back for 2. Whether they'll make it, I'm not sure. It's going to the, well, it's going to the far end. And they'll get 2 more to the score. 117. Lost 5 wickets along the way, but 117. Pretty good total, just above par on this this ground. And good comeback from a bit of a slow start and a slow middle. But let's have a look. So this was some of the action from earlier on with the Archer coming in, getting a wicket. That's Very good delivery. That was an excellent attempt there. That was Mirage had it at point. The boundaries didn't come very fast, quite early. That was a really nice catch there, but often no ball. It was the same man, Rias Kunigil, who took another fine catch, which was more legal a little bit later on. And Ostrava, beautiful tosses, but Dominator's really not getting on top, not dominating per se. For the most part, it was good bowling, but also they did get bogged down a little bit with the batting. That was first of Vincent's wickets. Had two almost identical ones. That was that one as well. Nice take by the keeper. Took 3 in all. And that's a nice cut shot for the boundaries. Took them a while to get there. That's the second one. So Vincent, leading by example, the skipper. Was the LBW. It was a close one. It was angled and going probably to hit the leg stump. But all in all, that was the nice catch there by Kunigil. But in the end, it was a good little partnership towards the end. It was Rahan Saidi who was hitting well over that area. He has one shot that plays it beautifully. See it again. I think he hit 4 sixes in that area. I'll look at the scorecard in just a moment. So, pretty decent total for the Dominators. Ostrava have to bat well to get it, but they're very capable. Let's have a look. So, Dominators. Sultan Arif went early. He's their main gun. And Urshid, 16. Hasham, the keeper, with 26, did well. But, it was down the end with the most of the runs. 19 extras given, 14 wides, too many for me. 117 to 5, and wickets for the archer Sudhir Kunigil, but also mainly Vincent, the 8 off his 2 overs. But Pushpangadan was pretty economical, just going for 9 and over. So look at the summary. It's already ended up on 28. Top scoring, 28 off 8. And that's, I think, the most important part. And also Hasham, who started off pretty slowly, but when he got going, he batted pretty well for his 26, and Huck with 19. So 118 is the total required. Just under 12 and over. They have to bat well. Ostrava to get it, but they're, as I said, very capable. We're back shortly in this European Cricket Series from Czechia, the Challenger Division. This is match number 8 between Praha Dominators and Ostrava. We'll see the innings of Ostrava in a few minutes' time. See you then.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back, everyone. This European Cricket Series match between Ostrava and Praha Dominators here live in Prague in the Czech Republic. So pretty decent total for the Dominators after looking a bit sketchy. Got up to 117, 118 to win. Ostrava have to bat well to get there. It's a very tall man who's at the striker's end. Can only assume that it's Nitin Meal. Hits the ball very hard, Nitin. Former Vinaradian. Now playing for Ostrava. I did find out, though, that his restaurant, Bites of India, it's in Vinaradi. I know it very well. I'll talk to Rico about it when he comes back in. If he comes back in, I think we lost Rico. So they are sponsors of the Ostrava Cricket Club. So good to see. ANC Association. Of course, Ostrava have to travel a long way to come for league games in Prague. As we bowler come in. And Nitin straight in the air. Could be gone. First ball just away from the fielder. And tries to get over the top and just did. Kunil, his batting partner. Face up. Nitin, though, hits the ball very, very hard. I'll be talking songs, are we? Don't get me down that rabbit hole. I'm with the bowler. Line to Kunil. Down leg side, pulled wide. So sun's come back out here. No chance of rain apparently. Heard that before though. Does come in pretty quickly here in Vinod. Comes Amanwood again. Down leg side. Another run to the total. Another one to be re-bowled as well. So, good contest. Anyone feeling the golden ball tingle yet? It's about that score, isn't it? Ball comes in again and just pushed down to the point region just for a single. Watch there onto the bat did Kunil. Gives Nitin Meal the strike. I think that Nitin have to have a big innings here. I said he's a very clean hitter, very big hitter of the ball. Well, it comes in again. 4 on the board. And cramps up the batter. Good bowling. Nitin wants to just swing his arms and have a big slash at it. Just restricted there by Amanwood. Really good bowling by the skipper. Bowling again to Kunil. It's through him and not out, says the umpire. Well, the keeper not that keen. Let's have another look. And well, almost took that leg stump. The bowler was determined to get a response from the umpire. Just it was a different response to one he would have liked. Not out. So here comes the bowler again. It's been a pretty good over. Swinging a miss then again from Kunil. So Enrico there in the chat brought up just with the wides. So it's pretty clear, I think, now with the wides. I'll go through it in just a moment. As this is not going to be wide because it's hit the batter. Won't get anything from it. So leg side's pretty easy. If it goes past the leg stump behind the batter, then it'll be wide. For instance, the one just before went between the batter and the stumps, so it can't be a wide. But if it stepped inside it and had gone past the stumps, or with that one, it got past the leg, that would have been a wide. 67 matches since the last golden ball. I think it could be up for one here, I think. And there's a blue line on the other side. So you'll see that for the right-hand bat. It changes for the left-hander, of course. If the ball clips any part of that line, it should be called a fair delivery. The line belongs to the batter. Thanks to Johnny He, who's answering the question as well. They don't move. So they do in international games where the batter moves across and that line moves to the wide. But in this format, It basically gives a small advantage to the bowler, and the bowlers do not have much of an advantage in this this format. You can see some of the bowling figures that you see. So the bowler comes in, and that one's a good ball. That's in the right areas, and Nitin does step away from it slightly, trying to hit it down the ground. But if it's difficult for the umpire because the umpire has a slight angle to it. So whether it's a wide or not, sometimes just depends. And you can't tell as an umpire where that ball passes the that blue line. So that's wide of the stumps, but that's a fair delivery. That's a very good one. Saradi is the bowler. So Nitin trying as hard as he can to hit it. Just can't get there at the moment. Good start to this over. Only 5 on the board. Run rate creeping up to 13 already. And another good delivery. Nitin, he wants to slam it onto that Teletubbies hill you can see in the background. But he's not getting onto it. And Kunil's having a bit of a chat to him. Probably reminding him that he has to hit the white thing. Paul Kempen with all of a golden ball. Haven't had one for a while. Last one, actually I don't even know when the last one was. It's at the stumps. Towards the fielder. That's Sultan Arif. And it'll get Kunil on strike. Kunil's advising Nitin Meal how to bat, but he's 1 off 4 at the moment. Of course, it all changes very, very quickly, especially when the opening 2 bowlers finish their spells. Lifted in the air, fielder coming in, takes a nice catch. It's the end of Kunil. Goes for 1 off 5, and that's first wicket down for Ostrava. They are 6 for 1. So it's good pressured bowling. And Kunil just lifted that one, just scooped it, and fairly simple catch there for the fielder. So first wicket down, and in a bit of trouble at the moment, Ostrava. 13.5 and over needed. But at the moment, they're just going at around about 4 and over. Just getting bogged down. Partly to do with the good bowling. Thanks for explaining all that. He and Arjun. Another swing and miss for Ramdas this time. Well, again, can't really do much. What an over. 1 for 1 from Sarodi. And at the end of 2, Ostrava are 6 for 1. Dominators now 86% favourites. They have to get on their bikes to Ostrava. So, Vinarati at the top of the table at the moment. They've played all their matches. Of course, every team playing 4 matches in this this group stage. Each playing each team once. But Spartans have played 2 of the games. They've won one, lost one. I'm sure you'll see them up towards the top of the table. They'll want to sneak into either first or second place. Vinarati did well this morning with 2 big wins. One against the Dominators, which they were unlucky, really, probably not to get the bonus point out of it. So it's Vamsi Prithi to come in. They're bowling to Nitin Neal, who's finally got one. Hit it high in the air, should be out and gone. Well, Nitin couldn't get going either. Goes for 3 off 7. And it's 2 new batters out there. First ball from Vamsi Prithi. Gets him a wicket. Just got under it a bit there, did Nitin. And yeah, struggling a bit now. Ostrava, they need 112. Just over 14 and over. And they've lost one of their big hitting batters in Nitin. New batter comes in. That's Priti. We're bowling. It's going to be called a wide. On leg side, another one to the total. Take everything they get at the moment, Ostrava, but they need boundaries. They need big overs. It's looking like it's getting away from them already. 7 for 2, and we're only got 5 balls left of the power play. Comes in again. And just clamped down on it. That time did Vincent. And the captain. Vincent is, I think he bowled very well. That was right on line from Prithvi again. It's really, really tight bowling here from the Dominators. Much better performance from them compared to what they had against Vinarati. And this one, big swing and a miss again from Vincent. Well, they're bowling them well, bowling themselves into a big victory here, the Dominators. That'll be a big win because Ostrava haven't won a game. If they lose here, I can't see them getting into that 4th place. Whereas the Dominators, I think, looking good. And they do have the talent to rock any teams in this tournament. The Dominators, another good ball, another dot. And Vincent can't hit it. So, after having a nice lunch, welcome back Rico into the commentary booth.
What a wonderful lunch. Now, I've got to admit, I often hear you talking about the pies here in Czechia, and you're not wrong. They were fantastic. Had a lovely mince beef pie with a bit of mash as well.
Yep.
And it was delightful. So, and thanks for covering for me as well.
Oh, you're welcome.
I know that you had yours on the go. It was very nice, and it was an opportunity also to mingle around with some of the players as well and hear some of their stories. And yeah, good to be back. But Ostrava, they well continue to struggle, don't they, without a win so far. And Praha Dominators, look, a win here takes them second, you know. I know that other teams have got matches to play, but it does mean that they will definitely come back here tomorrow. But it also probably seals the fate, though, for Ostrava as well.
Yeah, it looks like it. Mostly pretty, just with a couple of wides there. 9 for 2 at the moment, though, Rico. It's looking a long way for Ostrava to go, especially losing those 2 wickets.
Yeah, lose 2 wickets, but they do have 2 batters out there who have shown that they are able to play well in this format, Vincent and Ramdas. But they've got a lot of work to do. And, well, that's the start of that work. If Vincent opens his account with a fine boundary, I mentioned here in my intro, whereas the other batter like Nitin Meal and Venugopal struggled to stay with the rate. When he was out there, at least he does score quickly. Yesterday he scored 33 of 20. So he's a good guy to have out there, and he's got good support in Ramdas. 2 very good all-rounders.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. By the way, Nitin Meal mentioned his restaurant, Bites of India. I didn't know, but I just saw it. They asked the Bites of India sponsor Ostrava Cricket Club, hence the connection with Nitin. But also, last year, Nitin's mum gave us a little bit of food, which was delicious.
I do remember
and
that,
he's brought in some beers for after the game. So that's in the fridge. We do have a fridge here. We don't have much, but we do have a fridge.
They'll be kept nicely chilled for later, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
Hello to everybody, and I'm welcoming you back. And I want to say a very happy birthday, of course, to Johnny Hesham. I hope you have a wonderful day, and let us know if you've got something planned for once the cricket is over.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a terrible delivery. Oh, dear. Well, that's a bit of a shocker from Prithvi. Prithvi's a very good bowler. He's normally pretty good, but this is very bad.
That's almost a no ball. I'm not sure if that's hit the pitch. So I think I didn't see a signal from the umpire, so I'm assuming it's a wide.
Yeah,
but that was not good.
It's not good. It only just catches a bit of the pitch, so that's going to be a minimo. And well, Ostrava, they're not going to complain. They'll take a few more of those if they're on offer. But yeah, Sai just gets that completely wrong, and first man who comes over to him is Arif to say, "Come on, buddy. Let's forget about whatever you're trying to do there. Let's get the ball nice and straight."
Absolutely correct. That's better delivery. It's in the hitting arc, and that's 6 runs.
That's gone a long way, hasn't it? Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras, been absolutely whopped, and gave it everything, including the kitchen sink, does Vincent. And just backing up what I was saying about him. That is the end of that over. And so with that minimo and the 6 runs before the minimo, of course, it was the boundary. The over goes pretty well. 18 come from it. And how about that? That changes things slightly. They're actually more or less where their opponents were at this stage.
Yeah, it's a big turnaround of that over, and that big 6 helped. By the way, going back to Bites of India, just quickly, I've seen where it's located. It's in Vinaradi, right, just down from a really nice park called Regavisadi. I used to live just opposite, actually. So it was very close to where I lived for quite a while. But it's next to a place which is very interesting. There's a pub down there. It's a student bar. And it's colloquially known as the Puma Bar because they had live pumas. So I don't know if they're still there. It's been a while since I've been there.
Live pumas?
Yeah, like pumas, like cougars, pumas.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
good work from the keeper.
So what, they're just wandering around or what?
Not quite. So there's a little outdoor area. There's another section of a few meters, and then there's a puma cage. They've got they can go in and out. There's a building, so there's like a little window. They can go in and out. So if they want to be outside, they can be outside. They can go inside. But also there's there's like a little section where they can wander across. So they wander just above eyesight. That's going to be wide as well. But you can see the puma just walking past. They're fascinating. It was also, one of them was nicknamed the Beast of Regavisadi. So Regavisadi is that park I talked to you about. They used to take their pumas for a walk. They used to walk across the road, and then it'd hang up in a tree for a while and just hang out. And so the Puma Bar, so it's right next to where that is.
That sounds very interesting. Now this, if it's straight, is in trouble. Now, he would have been in trouble if he tries to run there as well. But this one, I think it's just drifting down. Yeah, you can see it's a pretty easy call actually there from Joe Foster. But if it was straight, he certainly would have been in trouble. And this is Sohradi. He's having a good game, isn't he? He was helped them to get the score on the board with his 28 not out, coming in pretty low down the order. And he scored those 28 pretty quickly as well. And now he's trying to do some more damage with the ball, and that's hit in the air, but it will bounce just before the fielder picks it up and gets the throw in. The batters will scramble and take the single.
Yeah, good pick up throw. So, can't see who that is because can't read the numbers on the back of the Dominator shirts. So
I was complimenting for the colours scheme off the shirts. They are nice. I like the detail.
They're lovely shirts.
But
just can't read the numbers, Rico.
The numbers, not the best design of the numbers. And I know that even Russ, who's got the task of trying to give the numbers to the scorers, and the scorers have been struggling with those. So, maybe get some different colour numbers put on the back of those guys. Swing and a miss.
I do like the shirts. The whole kit looks really nice. But, so, yeah.
Yeah, talking about restaurants, I know that the Praha Dominators, they've got a nice sponsor on the back of their shirts as well, all to do with another Indian restaurant. And there was a couple of restaurants, a couple of teams sponsored by different establishments.
I think one of them was sponsored by the Curry House. I'm not sure which one. Might be the Tigers. We'll see come up. So that's 4 runs.
And that's going to race away after the edge of the bat, but goes too wide for the fielder who's there on third duty. And he's going to have to go into the long grass there. What's the thing about poppies around it? They're just when we drove here the very first day, we were probably about 10 minutes away from here. We went past some fields, and literally they were just red with poppies. Is there a story behind?
I mean, all around Europe there are poppies. It commemorates for World War One. I know I've been to northern France, and there are poppy fields everywhere, or poppies growing everywhere. A lot of them are sort of turned around the corner. And I don't know if it reached the boundary, will it? It's pretty fast around the vortex, and that's 4 runs. But Czechs love poppy seeds. So the kolač you tried the other day, right? One of the popular ones is poppy seed. You'll see them a lot. They do leave little black seeds in your teeth.
Yeah.
And they're pretty tasty. And you'll see a lot of pastries and things with poppy seeds here. So it is something that's quite popular. So maybe it's a poppy seed farm. Maybe it's just, I don't know.
I just love the colour that they give round to the local area. It looks absolutely fantastic. And yeah, that kolache she said that I had, that was fantastic. I'm having a few more of those. I think later on today when we get back, I'll certainly be popping to that establishment again and buying a few more. They're very, very nice. Not too sweet, but I like the fruit filling in them.
Yep, yeah. You can get them, as I said, poppy seed. You can get one with, it's called tvarok, which is like a, it's like a cheese type thing, cheese curd type thing. Tvarok, which is, it's called quark in English, but no one's ever heard of quark either. It's not very popular outside of Europe, and especially here in the Czech Republic. It's a big thing.
11 off that last over. The last couple of overs been productive, 18 and 11. So Ostrava, though, they have lost those 2 wickets. You've got 2 batters here that are prepared to give it a go and give it a whack. 82 gets them the point, but of course the point is not going to help them. They need the win here. They need to get to that 118. And they will be helped and assisted by the extras, and that's probably been a bit of an issue here so far from the Dominators. They're just giving too many extras away.
I'll tell you one more little interesting thing about kolache, right? And they're called kolaches where they are, right? You're being attacked by ants. It's slashed over the top. That'll be 4. So,
tell me.
So I was in Texas. A friend of mine, Erica, who lived in Prague for a while. Her father was Czech, so she knew a lot about Czech culture. Spoke very, very good Czech, especially from someone from Texas. But Texas has a very big Czech community. There are places in the 1930s where they spoke no English. They only spoke Czech until the freeways came in. There were little clumps of Czech communities, basically. Now, one of the big things that they've added to the culture of Texas has been put in the air and gone. Oh,
Ooh, now then.
No, it's
That's
6.
6. Look at the honesty.
Hold on, no, he's gone.
No, he's just toying around. Now, look, they're going to have to look at this just in case. He gave 6 and said it's out. I don't think he did step on the rope, so he did surprise me, but I did notice he had a cheeky smile on his face. But let's take a look at this just to make sure. I think he holds on to this quite nicely. I think he was just, let's see, here he goes. He stops there, looks behind him. At the moment, he keeps his balance, and then at the last moment here, look at the smile, and he just says, 6. Actually, no, he's out.
He's put his 2 fingers up, I see, the first time. Yeah.
And there's the decision now, just confirmation, just confusing the umpires. But maybe having a little bit of fun, but I don't think the umpire probably would have appreciated that so much. Vincent certainly wouldn't. He thought he had a 6, and now he's got to walk back for 15.
So going back to the food talk, kolaches, they call them in Texas, are one of the national foods of Texas because they've got a national beer, they've got a national whatever, because Texas. And it's very, very popular. There are lots of really good bakeries. They have annual bake-offs, kolache bake-offs. And it depends on where you are. Some of them are the same fruit type flavors. I don't know about the poppy seeds, but they're fruit type. But also they have one which is like, it's kind of like a sweet sort of bread, right? So this is going to be wide. What they put in is they put a sausage, like a hot dog, a little hot dog in it.
Yeah.
So it's it's like this sweetish bread that you would have for the normal kolache, but they put a sausage in it
to make it more savoury.
Yeah. I think there's something like that here in the Czech Republic. I think it's Moravian, but don't know what it's called. Called a wide. But yeah, so Texas, and it's very interesting, the history of Texas with the Czechs. There's a few other places around. You'll see another plane go past.
Yeah, some of these planes are actually pretty low flying as they're on their way up or down from the local airports. But the thing is, I mean, we're so used to seeing the normal, I suppose what you say, the normal play. It's another wide ball. Don't know what's really happening here with Shamim Ahmed. He's just bowling. He's picked up a wicket. This over's gone wide, 4 wicket, wide. Though he's doing some good, he's doing some damage at the same time as Suresh is the new batter. But yeah, these planes, the thing about them is here, everyone is different.
Yeah.
You have some that look like gliders, you have the sort of propeller type of planes, but all different and all flying pretty low. So you do get a chance to really appreciate them. Mind you, it can be a little bit annoying for Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, when he's trying to do the coin toss, and the cameraman says, we're going to have to stop, we're going to have to do it again because we can't hear you. So, yeah, the timing of the intros and the coin tosses have got to tie in with the local flight plan of the airport, the local airport nearby here. How many airports are there around here?
There are 3 around.
3.
Shot.
Well, this one could be going to one of them, as he said, leave this big time over the leg side. He's absolutely crunched it. Jubbly, big shot. Hello to Ian. Nice to see you in the chat, having a nice chat with the likes of Dave, and Rico is in there as well. Hello, guys. Nice to see you all there. I saw Mikey T in there as well. And all chatting away. That's a lot. The chat has been absolutely fantastic while we've been here in Czechia. Good on you, guys and girls, doing a cracking job.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always good to see lots of people on the chat. Hope you're enjoying it, and hope you're having fun, because I know they chat within each other. They've got little groups and things as well, and which I'm part of one of them as well.
We just have a great community, don't we? We have a great cricket community which is growing all the time, and that's great. And if you haven't said hello already, well, why don't you say hello to myself and to Danny? Let us know where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you a shout out. Why don't we?
Yeah, Mikey T says he's in full lurker mode, except for one little post. So good to see you there, Mikey T. Oh, it's hit firmly. Oh, good fielding.
That's a fantastic save, really, isn't it? That was absolutely blasted by Ramdas. Just look how hard he hits this, but the fielder's done really well. I think the bowler had resigned himself to the fact that it was going to be another boundary, but it's not to be.
I tell you what, it didn't go past the bowler by too much. He didn't flinch.
Aerial, and that's going to be, I think, 6 runs. Let's see. Yeah, put them up in the air like you just don't care. That's what the umpire does. Seiska Smash. Umpire Sushant is spreading them, putting them up. There you go. It's cleared the rope by a fair bit. So, liking this, as Ostrava, they finish the 5th over in style, 57 for 3. Let's take a look at where we are, of course, of our tour of Czechia. And, of course, tomorrow will be the finals day for the Challenger Division. That is Wednesday the 18th. And then on Thursday, we start the Premier Division, where the big boys come to the party.
Yeah, that should be interesting as well. We're going to see some very familiar faces and big names. I know that one of those big names was a little bit injured going into the international series, about 70%, so he decided to opt out. Well, he got pushed out, to be fair, just because they didn't want unfit players. That is the beast, Sudesh Vikramasekara. So hopefully we're going to see him playing for PCC. Berno, always very, very good. Again, another player with an injury is Riaz Afridi, who, again, I don't know whether he'll be here or not, but he's exciting to watch. He's the quickest bowler in the country by a fair bit.
Oh, he's sharp.
He is a bit erratic, to be fair. You never quite know where the ball's going to come out.
I remember you talking about him last year. He said exactly the same thing. And the very first ball he bowled was the erratic one, but then he came back with an absolute peach and shattered the stumps. But yeah, he's lively. But you're saying he's not going to be playing this time around because of fitness?
Don't know. He missed the international games, so he wasn't selected due to injury. He is very fragile. I mean, physically good shot. 4 runs. 4 runs.
Crunched. Ramdas now taking over for what Vincent was doing. He just got to believe in his partner as well. That's a nice little work from Joe Foster there. Joe Foster looked like he was doing a little bit of the older traditional folk Bhangra dancing there. He gets down and up. And not the first umpire to be dodging the bullets coming their way.
By the way, Soban's in the chat. So good to see him there. Like your work. That was great fun to listen to yesterday.
Yeah, hello, Chubu. Hope you're well. And I hope you had a nice evening. I know that he took most of his pizza back with him yesterday, because we got a very nice pizza thanks to the Federation for lunch. Today was the pies. We've already talked about those. And good variation. I like that.
Is that your first pie? First down under pie?
It's my first down under pie, yeah. Because last time that I was here, I think that I was always seemed to be off on pie days.
Oh, can't do that. Talk about pies. Ash McGlynn, who's the pie man from the pie shop, who owns the pie shop, which is based at the Down Under. He's co-owner of the Down Under with Vojta Hasa, another Vinaradian. You know what number he's got on his back when he plays for Vinarati?
What?
Have a guess. He's the pie man, remember?
The pie man.
Yeah. Shot.
Oh. What a good shot. I'm liking this, all of a sudden. It's starting to happen. And Prahanators, be wary because Ostrava are just starting to get into the act. Well, he's got the number of pi on his back.
He's got pi on his back, 3.14.
Pi on his back.
Yeah, which I think is great.
Short again, trying to work this round the corner. They will take a single. Don't mind that. Both batters have seen the ball pretty well. And Suresh and Ramdas are trying to keep things going here. Yeah, I did have the pie today. I must admit, I didn't order the kangaroo pie.
Oh, I did. That's going to be.
I did.
Well, no, you're not here. You're not here on Friday.
I'm not here on.
That's why you didn't order it. Yeah. I think it's. Hopefully it's on Friday. Maybe it's on the weekend. I'm not sure. Because I just saw I need to order 3 days. I didn't know what days I'm working. It just said order 3 days. So
well, it just didn't seem right. It wasn't that long ago where I was. I don't know where we were. I think it might have been in Estonia. I think I was with Marco and I was just talking about. I think it was International Kangaroo Day, and I was talking about the plight of some of the kangaroos being perhaps endangered. And then I come here and they're in a pie. So they're obviously a different type of kangaroo. It must be. It's obviously different species.
There are far more kangaroos in Australia than there are people. They're everywhere. Unfortunately, a lot of them get hit by cars. Yeah. But like you go in, especially in Queensland, you just drive down country roads and they just jump in front of the car. We didn't hit any, but we avoided a lot. And they come out around dusk because they feed and they feed by the road and different, and they're just absolutely everywhere. So yeah, normally the grey kangaroos, the red kangaroos are more in the centre, but you will find them in Queensland as well. They're big animals. I don't know, they're about 2 metres tall. Some of them, if you look on the internet, some of them are built like bodybuilders. If have you seen those ones?
Well, I know they're huge and muscular.
Yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
There was one of them, a famous one that passed away a little while ago, that was famous for crushing buckets. So you give it a bucket and it will just crush it.
Abdul Azad, it's up in the air and it's going to be 6 runs. I think the best the fielder could have tried to do here is try to push the ball into play. I think if he's trying to catch it, he's always going to take the ball with him over the boundary. But it's another good hit. And Suresh, wow, Suresh and Ramdas, they're giving their team hope. They're needing to go just over 12 and over here. So,
how did he stay in his crease?
Oh, I don't know. As he stay on his feet, he swung at this so hard. Almost gets a little edge on this. You can see the bowler, Azad. That's what he's thinking. He's thinking, there could be an edge. Azad could do well, maybe take a bit of the pace off here. It's a slower bowler, but he's still trying to bowl fast. I think take that pace right off. And, oh dear, that's a criminal from the keeper, really is. Hashim makes an absolute clanger and hash of this. It's going to get past him. It's going to be 4 by, so even when the runs aren't coming back, they're coming in somehow. And that's a bit of a nightmare. Now, he's only just stood up. That's why we had to wait a few minutes for this over to start as the helmet came out for him. But he doesn't seem comfortable. He never got behind that at all. 4 byes.
What you're saying, some roos are in danger of extinction. Others are in danger of being delicious. He missed another one. How was the batter getting back so quickly? He's got dancing feet.
Swinging and missing. And Azad is trying to get through the over here, but already 10's come off it with the 6 and the 4 byes. There's still 2 balls to come. So can he try and win the over here for the Praha Dominators? And, well, he's wrestling with the stumps, and now with no stump. Well, I suppose they might as well come back. It's excellent running. Oh, well, roll and cue the music for this one. First of all is Hashim, who is wrestled the stump to the ground. Have a look at this. First is a little bit of kabaddi as the stumps go down. And then, of course, with those stumps on the floor, let's go. Oh, that's a classical moment. and they will get 2 runs. The stumps have to be repaired. And, of course, he could have thrown to the nearest stumps because they were on the floor. That's very intelligent running from the batters.
It is very intelligent. It's falling apart for the Dominators. It really is. It's just gotten scrappy. It's been a good over from Azad, to be fair. There were the 4 byes as well, so it's not a terrible over for the for Ostrava either. This is coming down the ground, just be a single. But they were dominant, the Dominators, for quite a while. It was a very good power play for them until the 3rd over, where there was 24 hit from it. And it's been a bit weird this innings.
It's been very weird, you're right.
Moravians are going to be in action again against the Prague Spartans. So the Spartans are 1-1. They've got 2 matches today, and Moravians have got. They're going to be the last game, last chance to get a win on the board. Spartans need a win.
It's a big match, this, actually, because I mean the Spartans played 2. They finished with the last match against they'll play Ostrava. So they'll be hoping that they can get a win here against Moravian. Then Ostrava, they should get past them. Moravian, they've only lost once, so if they can go back to winning way and get a good win themselves, they would be putting themselves probably up to the top. I think you're going to see 3 teams: Moravian, the Spartans, and also Vinaradi right up there at the top. 3 of them contesting for the top 2. And remember, the top 2, they get the double chance. That's what they're playing for. So one of those are going to lose out. So I think that Moravian, they know that this is a big match coming up for them. They need to go back to winning ways.
Absolutely. By the way, you did hum the Benny Hill theme. Quite a few people there, Dave and Johnny He, talking about the Benny Hill theme. You do realise that the majority of the population have no idea who Benny Hill is.
You're absolutely right.
It's not as though you're going to show Benny Hill specials on TV again.
It would never be allowed, would it?
Really. There's quite a few shows like that, actually, that go back a fair way that will never be shown on TV again. Oh, it's good bowling.
Good start this from Priti, who he did go for 18 in his first over. That was the 3rd over. That's what really got Ostrava going again. But he starts with a dot. That one from Assad, you got to feel from 6 runs in that over were byes. There was the 4 byes and then the classic 2 byes when the keeper smashed the stumps over and let go of the ball.
What's happened there? Something, I don't know. I was watching the bowler and he stopped and the batter was out. By the way, Ian Smolin, golden ball tingle. I called it pretty early. This is about the right total for a golden ball. Let's see. Love to see a golden ball. Oh, that's a rough one. That's went straight over the line.
Let's have a look at this. Joe Foster's calling this a wide. The bowler doesn't like the call at all.
Don't love the call.
I must admit, the way it got played, it didn't look like it was that wide to me. Let's have a look.
Vinny had been doing his nut over this one, I think. Let's have another look. Maybe I'm wrong. And straight over the line. That's not a wide.
Not a wide. And just goes to show, I was talking to...
Another wide.
Well, this one maybe is more of a wide. We'll see. Let's give maybe we give Joe Foster the credit for this one. But I was saying to Vinny, we see a lot of this. I wonder what the answer is to it is. We don't see the ball in that one. So we don't see it there either. 3rd time lucky, or maybe not. Cue the Benny Hill music.
That's a wide.
This time it is a wide. And now there's another one. Every run has been applauded here by the Ostrava guys. They want their victory. I mean, they're fighting here. They're fighting because, remember, they get a victory here, then they get a chance when they're up against the Spartans in the last match to maybe book their place in the final stage. What a lovely shot this is. It's going to go all the way. Volley. Inna zona shaka lagya. Ostrava being led here by Suresh and Ramdas are hunting up their first win. And in doing so against the Dominators, it could be the Prague Dominators that perhaps lose out in going into the finals day tomorrow.
Not right. They've got that run rate. Still need 10 it over. It's not done and dusted yet. Bowler comes in and that's turned around on the leg side. Couldn't kill the leg by. But the cheering you can hear, and they're only about 10 metres away from them. That's Ostrava, who are cheering every little run. So it's good to see because they were very quiet for a while.
Yeah, they found their voice, and that's thanks to some good thunderous hitting from Suresh and now Ramdas. Suresh hands over now to Ramdas, who that's well bowled, and this time it's a good take from the keeper, who looks far more confident when he is of course, standing behind the stumps. And that's nicely done there by Hashim. So dot ball, crucial delivery. So this over is the wides, really. Two of them, I think, definitely were. One of them wasn't. But it's probably a good idea to keep an eye on the time as well, you know. Oh. It's an ugly shot, really. He just needed to stand still. And if he did, he probably would have clipped it onto the leg side. But that's gone right the way through. He misses the leg stick. It's another dot.
That was very, very close to that leg stump.
Wants to win the over for his team, Priti. If he can stop this ball going to the boundary, he will. It's hit pretty hard, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, I don't think you can hit the ball any harder than that. He's a big old unit, is Ramdas. And when he hits this, it stays hit. Look at that ball travel across the surface. The fielder has no chance, and as I talked to you, it is still moving. What a cracking shot. So it's another victory in the over for Ostrava. 8 overs complete, 96 for 3, needing 22 of 12 deliveries.
Look at the line. It's just gone above that red line there, Rico. They've got their noses ahead. Ostrava still a couple of overs left. They needed 11.7. They're on 12 and over.
Let's see what they do here in terms of bowlers as well. So last 2 overs, and that probably will be a wide. And well, they're celebrating. And well, they're sure about this. I must admit, I don't see it from the soon as that ball is bowled. I'm thinking that's a wide ball straight away. But Abdullah Al-Mahmoud is thinking, the umpire, good umpire, doesn't get pressured at all, does he, Shushan? Let's see it here one more time. And I don't think the bat, for me, is anywhere near that.
No, it looks like he was look a little late on it, to be fair. Oh, got a little bit of that into the shins of the fielder who feels it. He's limping now, but saved 3 runs.
He does very well. This ball is quick, and look, it hits the ground, and the only way he's stopping it is by getting his knee in the way.
They hurt right in the knee. That's yeah. He's still up, and he's tough, so it's good to see. On the wood, been a pretty good spell from him. Comes in again.
And that should be caught. Big moment in the match. And he has spilled it. Aboard bada chance. He got chance. Catch again. Thalle. Minno lagda na eri naal match bhi gaya. Yeah, I think the match goes here, you know. That's a big, big moment. And he shells it. Down goes the catch. And Shamim Ahmed knows that could be the match just there.
I think it's hit him in the mush as well. Just to add insult to injury, or injury to insult, I should say. Turned around the corner. Should just be the one. Bit of a fumble. They'll come back. Oh, tentative 2. He's gone. Well, that's the end of the big...
No, you don't do that. You don't do that. You do not do that. Oh, dear, oh, dear. This is not going to be good. I've never seen a bat throw so far.
That's
I've never seen it. I mean, it's a run out that they didn't need to do. I mean, it wasn't necessary. But then throwing the bat like that, I mean, that is terrible. That is awful.
That was endangering those Cessnas that were flying past. Let's have a look at this. So they've gone for the 1. There's a misfield, and they've gone bit of a stutter. It's well short. And then here we go. Wait. Oh, just about got it.
Look out. I mean, he's thrown it here. It is gone. Watch this. Keep this going. Look at this. It goes. Now, that's so dangerous because that could have landed anywhere. It actually almost goes over the boundary. It goes so far. He's going to get... that's going to be naughty. I reckon when the sheriff gets hold of him, you can find him probably... I mean, Ostrava are listed to be playing later. You may find that Ramdas may not be in the team because... that is naughty. You can't be doing that on camera.
No, you can't. It'll make the highlight reel, but you can't do that. That's not good. So it was reminiscent of a helmet throw in Cartimer a couple of years ago. That's a wide. It was
yeah, you're right. I know exactly which one you're talking about as well.
Then Big Joe Cope threatened to do it as well, and then came up with a big smile on his face. That was one of the highlights of Cartimer that year for the Czechs. So. But anyway, So, still going with this game. And it
Shashank.
should be okay time-wise. About a minute to go. As long as there's no more wides. Tucked around the corner, just be a single.
Yeah, the thing with that one, all right, there was hesitation there, but I still think even without the hesitation, I don't think they were going to get there. You had the game in control, the two batters, Suresh and Ramdas. There was no need at all to do that, and they've put themselves under a lot of pressure. 11 off this over so far. They're needing 12. A ball to go. Boy, we're going to have a good finish in this match. It's played away. Well watched by the fielder. Gets the throw in into the gloves of the keeper. They will get just the one. That's the 12 off the over. The score moves to 103 for 4, which means that 15, folks. 15 required off the last over. 14 would take us to the golden ball.
Yeah, look, as I said, got a tingle early up. This is just in the right position for a golden ball. Let's hope we see it, Rico. Let's hope we see it.
Well, let's see. I mean, you said right from the beginning, actually, that it's that sort of score. I know a few people in the chat were thinking the same. Phil G has given it the red card already. I like it, Phil G. There was talk a while ago about red cards being introduced to the game of cricket. I don't know exactly what happened there.
How
but
would you use it? I wouldn't know how to use it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that
there's
is
no
annoying.
point in showing a red card to a batter just through his bat like that, because it's obviously the match referee is going to come up and go, like, you're not playing the next game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know that. It's pretty strict, you know.
Yeah,
code of conduct.
if he plays next match, I'll be very
He's
surprised.
not
I really
playing
would.
next
We've got to set a good example, especially a lot of youngsters watching. That's not the way to play the game. And Ramdas, remember, he got dropped as well, didn't he? Got dropped on 25, and we thought, okay, I said that could be the match, and then he basically could have given the match away with that run out. All right, here we go. The man who's going to bowl this very important over is going to be Azad, who didn't bowl badly in the last one. He's probably pretty unlucky. Remember, 6 of the 12 that came off him were byes. 15 required then. Here's the first. Hits it pretty well in the air. Fielder is there. Can't reach it. It's going to go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. 6 carreras for hitting 6 first ball. Now certainly does swing the balance back in favour of Ostrava.
Yeah, overpitched, full toss, and nice shot from Bhupathi.
Oh, he's hit that well. Bhupathi hits his first boundary. There was me thinking, will they be trying to get Suresh on strike? Well, Bhupathi says, leave it to me. He'll go again. And they're probably quite happy just to take the single here, because it means a set batter. Suresh goes back on strike. He's on 29 of 18. 8 required of 4 deliveries.
Arjun in the chat wants to ban him forever. I don't know. I think, yeah, you lose your head sometimes. The bat. Oh, that could be close, you know.
They're
Right
asking.
out.
Oh, well, Joe Foster remains unmoved. It is a dot ball, though. That's the good thing. Let's have a look.
I think it's going down. It's
Going
definitely
down
going
leg.
down leg. Yeah, definitely going. It might have been pitched outside leg.
And they're not interested in running either. Look at the non-striker there.
don't think they're
Bhupathi
aware.
just turns around and says, no, we're not running.
Oh,
Can they stop it? Well, partially. Will they try and come back for 2? Maybe not now. It's just going to be a single, so Bhupathi will go back on strike. They do on this occasion take the single. Look at the equation. 7 required of 2. 6 takes us to a golden ball.
yeah. Well, 7 and 2.
Got to be running here. Got to run here. Got to have something out of it.
Oh.
It's going to be a wicket. It's going to be a wicket, I think. I think he's going to be stumped here. It's really quick reflexes on this occasion from Hashim. Well, Hashim's been guilty of a number of things in this one, but not this time. I don't even think the bat goes past the line. It's been given on the field of play. So, folks, 7 required for victory. There's a ball to go. If he smashes, if the new batter hits the ball for 6, we will have a golden ball.
So, here we go. I tell you what, this has been a fantastic spell of bowling from Abdul Azad. He's caused problems. Only went for 7 off his first, but it's really been good. Did get that first one slightly wrong, but apart from that, oh, and it's a lefty, pesky left-hander in. It's Venu Gopal. They want to smash this.
6 for a golden ball. And 7 up gives them the win. Don't want to bowl a wide here, do you? It's got to be a legal delivery. Hits it well. It will go for 4, but 4 is not enough. And the Praha Dominators will hold on to a victory. Ostrava, with that loss, now know that their fate is kind of sealed. They won't be coming here tomorrow, I think, no matter what they manage to pull off against the Prague Spartans. We'll confirm that a bit later when we have a look at the tables. But the Praha Dominators, as we speak right now with that victory, will take themselves into second spot, having completed all their matches. But, of course, they do know that Moravian have a game in hand over them, and the Prague Spartans have 2 still to play. What an exciting match. I think maybe if you look at that one again, it's the team that kept their cool and that win the match, because Ramdas, you got to say, him getting himself out there cost his team the match.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there was a bit of a rush of blood to go for that second one, and then there was a bigger rush of blood afterwards. But it was a catch straight up. It was a great start for the Dominators. They were all over Ostrava, and a couple of wickets went down early, but not many runs. The third over just went for quite a few. Put them up. That was a huge wide there. But honestly, they were in it all the way. Ostrava really fought back. There's a couple of good innings in the middle there to get them up to a score where they were close. And in some ways, they probably should have got it. Yeah. You're right, Rico. It was that run out.
Yeah. This was a good moment, wasn't it? I mean, it was like, is it 6? He says, no, you're out. We checked it, and he was right. We were just playing around. This is when Ramdas was smashing it all over. And there were some good partnerships there. There's a partnership of 34 for that third wicket. And then, of course, when the third wicket did go down, that partnership of 60 runs between Ramdas and Suresh. But Ramdas, the way he gets out, it was criminal. He gives the big chance, doesn't he, early on. It gets dropped. And then he was dropped on 25, and then he goes for a 2 that then really should not even have been thinking about. It was never on. It never was needed. He gets out, and with that, the match also went. I mean, there's the catch that goes down. That's the moment that we were talking about. And he thought the world was on his shoulders, and then this happens. You can see he's not running fast anywhere. There's hesitation. In comes the throw. Watch this. He starts, he stops, then he gets going. He's never going to make it. And then, of course, then the bat went flying, and it went a long, long way. Luckily, there was no fielders in that vicinity.
Yeah, lucky that he'll feel the punishment anyway. But the main punishment was that Ostrava went down, and I think he'll have to apologise to the team somewhat. So that was the final shot. 4 runs, just not quite enough, and it was a great final over. And the Dominators are happy. As Abdul Azad right with that last over, but got him over the line.
Yeah, Dominators, we both said that in the defeat to Vinaradi, they let themselves down in a number of areas. Okay, they were worth it this time round, but they certainly played better as a team. And in the end, we did win some of those key moments. Having said that, have a look at the number of X. They're 28, and a lot of those 20 wide. I think on 2 occasions, 10 of them just came off 2 balls.
Yeah, it's just too many. It's just scrappy from the Dominators, and they don't want to go anywhere in this tournament because they will get into that final series. They'll have to tighten that up significantly. But good bowling figures. Amlamud, just 12 of his overs, and Sorority with 1 for 12. Again, it was a perfect start, I think, for the Dominators. But then got a little bit scrappy in the middle overs, and there was a good fight back from Ostrava, just not enough. And it was Suresh and Ramdas who got quite a few of the quick runs.
Yeah, and of course we will keep you. That's the big news now. Everybody wants to know. Let's see what happens about Ramdas. Well, you've heard what myself and Danny feel about it. I'm pretty sure that the Sheriff Charles Croucher is going to have a bit of a word there with the captain and Ramdas. And my feeling is that from that show, Ramdas probably will not be playing in the last match against the Prague Spartans. We will have to wait and see. We've got about 15 minutes before the start of the next match, so just 5 minutes later than the scheduled time. It gives us time to be prepared for the next match that's coming up, and that's Moravian are taking on the Prague Spartans. It's going to be a really good match, so do stay tuned. I want to thank you for your company today, and also for all of the chat in there. You've been absolutely fantastic. Do stay with us. We'll talk a little bit more about the cricket and a lot more, I'm sure, about Czechia here. That's the one great thing about having the likes of Danny here with me. Danny knows the area so well. He's certainly educating me, and I'm sure he's educating all of you about some of the delights about this beautiful country, and of course the Czech Republic. So do join us back. We'll be back in under 15 minutes time for the start of the next match. Match number 9 coming up shortly.
Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Match number 9, and another team that's coming back is the Sprague Spartans. We did see them play the first 2 matches yesterday, and now the Spartans are in action for the last 2 matches of the group stages. They are taking on Moravan. This is going to be an interesting match because Moravian earlier, they did go down to Finnerati, and they know they've got to get a win here themselves in their last match if they want to have a good chance to finish in the top 2. Charles Croucher has the 2 captains. Let's join them for the coin toss.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Rico. Welcome to the toss for match 9 with Moravian and Prague Spartans to call. Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We'll bowl first.
Spartans won the toss. They'll bowl.
Thank you to the Sheriff. So the Prague Spartans have won the toss and they are going to have a bowl first. Remember yesterday they had a surprise loss in the first match against the Praha Dominators. It was that 3-over-a-side match, but they came back strong and one of a few teams that have been able to get a victory against Vinaradi. So they're going to be probably the favourites, I think, going into this match. They've got some good players as well. We saw good form there from Sandeep Kumar. What a day he had yesterday. He did everything. Remember, he started the day, started this tournament with a jalebi catch off the very first ball. Then he was good with the bat, hitting big sixes, and he was knocking the timber over as well. So he certainly is one to watch. He did get good support there from Shubham Gupta, so watch out for him. And then, of course, Aditya with the ball is going to be quite sensational. Moravan, they are looking to bounce back. They were probably a little bit disappointing with the bat in the earlier loss to Vinarade, so they've got to come back strong. They did have some good performance there, though. I think Sagar Khatri did really well, didn't he? Coming in low down the order, scoring a fine 40, at least putting some runs on the board, which in that loss did help them get a point. And we did see a good performance once again, as you'd expect, from Abhishek Parker. But I think there's room here for other players to stand up and perform, and Arjun Singh certainly is one of them, and Bhatnagar is another one. Key match this one. Both these 2 teams are still in the hunt to finish in the top 2, so a very important match and a very important result coming up. Let's go straight over to Danny Hudasek. Danny, get ready for an exciting match.
Thanks, Rico, and welcome back to everyone for the 4th match of the day between Prague Spartans and Moravian. So the Spartans, they'll want to win to try to get that top spot. They're a good side. They did go down to that loss yesterday in the very first game, but they've won the toss, elected to bowl, trying to put a bit of pressure on Moravians. So we'll see how this goes. Spartans, though, they'll probably expect to win. Got some good players in their lineup. I like the look of Riaz Ahmed, as per usual, ex-PCC player, but he's in to the lineup for Spartans. The skipper, Tira Shakur, very good behind the stumps, good bat, and also leads this side well. You see here, there's a couple of ins for the Spartans, and Naveen Purandar and also Abhishek Hathmod have come in, but unchanged for Moravians from the game before. We'll see if they can get some good runs, Moravians, to put a bit of pressure on the bowling lineup. They've got a very, very good bowler up front in Chandra Prakash Rai to Moravians. They did struggle with their change bowlers, though, did Moravians, Prague Spartans. Look, that's interesting, because Prague Spartans are 41% MCC. Moravians are favourites according to the supercomputer. Something I don't know. Well, the supercomputers that knows, obviously, but I would say really that the Spartans are definitely the favourites to this game. They're a Division 1 side. Whereas Moravians are Division 2. So, well, we'll see. The supercomputer sees it in a few overs. But a good side, Prague Spartans. One of the players we haven't seen actually is Niraj Tyagi, who we saw playing for the national team. Normally a member of the Spartans lineup. He's not with them in this tournament. First ball, Raya Prolu comes in, just punched out of the covers and just a comfortable single, almost a comfortable single. Well, if that had hit, that would have been very, very interesting. Good pick up from the covers and good throw. He was a left-hander as well, which also makes it very tricky. I like seeing left-handers in the covers like that. Just makes it you can throw to the bowlers in very quickly. Abhishek Parker off the mark, but Naga, the keeper, gets a good one. That's missing leg. Big appeal, but not out. So quite a bit of swing there. As I said, these Grizzlies do swing quite a bit early. We see mainly in swing from these bowlers. It's interesting. Right, probably comes in again. And bit of swing, beautiful shot through the covers. That's elegant from Bhatnagar. Have another look at this one. Lovely shot, high elbow. And straight through the covers, 4 runs. Oh, Bhatnagar continues like that. We're going in for a treat because that's a lovely shot. Let's go, says Dave. Indeed, let's go. It's a very good game. Potentially here between two good sides. I'm sure we'll see them. We'll see both of them in the finals tomorrow. Ostrava, I'm going to miss out on a finals berth. Haven't won a game yet. The Dominators winning that last one. Ostrava a little bit outgunned in this tournament. But now going to be facing Raya Prolu again. The Spartans had decided to field. Put a bit of pressure on the Moravian batting. Two good batters out there at the moment, Bhatnagar and Parker. A lot of swing again. This one's hit onto the leg side. Just be a single. It's Riaz Ahmed who picks up the ball. I faced Riaz Ahmed in the indoor tournament a few years ago, and he bowls a fantastic Yorker at pretty good pace actually. So I like what I've seen from Riaz Ahmed also in this tournament. Parker facing. Oh, again, came in pretty sharply. A little bit with the swing, but mainly off the pitch. Good bowling here from Raya Prolu. And, well, not a bad start from Moravian, but also not a bad start here from the Spartans. Pretty even so far, just after the first over. One ball left and played away from his body by the batter. Bhatnagar, no run. 7 from the first. So, Moravians. See here, this is what's happening in the ECC for men. So we have it starts on the 25th of September. We have Group A, B, and C, and then we'll see who wins those, and they go into the finals. Well, the group winners go into the final. And that starts on the 16th of October. But the meat and the sandwich is the Challenger Division. So we have groups 1 and 2 in the Challenger Division, and then finals day. The Czechs are in that first group. It'll be good to see them with some of their big stars, but it'll be very, very good. Of course, it's promotion and relegation, so the winners of the Challenger Division on finals day will be promoted into the Premier Division next year. That's a very good initiative, I think. Looks for some big sides. Rico's in the chat. Riaz Ahmed, the bowler. And, well, that was just stuck the bat out there. And I said, I think he's a good bowler, Riaz Ahmed, and does fling it through pretty quickly.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Riaz Ahmed. I saw him for bowling well yesterday. What I liked about him is he's got some pace about him. Now remember yesterday when we saw him bowl, he was bowling off half of this run up because the ground was pretty wet. But full run up from him today. You can see he does have a little bit of pace. He tucks up the batter here, but he's got a very good slow cutter, which when he uses that, he's beating a lot of batters with it.
It's got a very slingy action. It's a little bit short. It's not a bad shout, actually. Looking at it, the replay, I can understand why the umpire's not giving it out because he's angling it. Didn't get up as high as what the umpire thought. That's not a bad shout,
Not
actually.
a bad shout for me. I think the umpire probably thinking perhaps it's going to climb over the stumps.
Good ball just inside that tram line.
Got good wheels, hasn't he? He's got good wheels, got good shape, and like I say, today we're able to see him really coming in. I was just having a quick look at the standings there, Danny, and Ostrava, they're 3 points. The Prague Spartans, who got this and one more match to play, are on 4.
It would be a huge shock if Spartans weren't to get into these, this final series.
The only thing I was thinking here now, this is what Ostrava, the only chance Ostrava got. First of all, they need a favour from Moravian here. If they can get the win, let's say the Spartans pick up just the point, they'll be on 5. And Ostrava be on 3, but those two play each other in the last match. Ostrava against the Spartans. So if Ostrava then could get a win against the Spartans, and that could see the Spartans going out. But of course, they're all ifs and buts. But the Spartans can avoid all of that and seal the fate of Ostrava if they were to win this match.
Yeah, it'll be a dead rubber if it doesn't happen for Moravians here. Moravians they're pretty much assured, I think, of a berth in the finals. They're going to try to get into that second place, though. So this is an important game as well. Comes Riaz Ahmed again, and a bit full. But, just hit to the man straight there at mid-off. Yeah, Dave's saying it looked plumb. It was a bit weird. As an umpire, I understand, because if you get a full delivery like that, you get a batter that's moving around, the ball's moving in. So there's a lot to consider for an umpire, I think. And sometimes, nice shot, just turned on it, and that's into the car park. There it goes. Please do some fielding, sir.
It's a beautiful pickup. It's a lovely shot. He's been missed for Moravian. A nice looking shot. Gets a swivel on this pretty nicely out of the middle off the bat. It means that 7 come off the over. This is what we're talking about here. So Ostrava, they need Moravian to do them a big favour. If that is the case, then they got a chance themselves to beat the Spartans and knock the Spartans out and make it through themselves.
That would be a turn-up, I think. I can't see it happening. I think the Spartans have got too much about them. But you never know. It's a tricky couple of games here for the Spartans. And see here. It's going to be Kumar. Sandeep Kumar to bowl. And full toss, got away with it. It's hit Dhiraj on the hand. They're always a little bit sore.
It's a pretty full. I wonder if we get a chance to just look at the height on this. I don't think there is an issue. It keeps it inside the wide line, but let's just look at the height on it. And there you see it there. It's kind of, there or thereabout, but just below the waist.
Slashed, and that's 4. Nice shot outside off stump.
Yeah, but Nugget plays this away. One thing that Jip did yesterday, I wonder if we see him do it. Once he gets himself in, before the bowler bowls the next ball, with his bat, he's sort of counting the players, and he did that so many times, and then he gets ready to face out. Never seen a batter do that before. Not seen him do it here just yet. And so that ball has gone into the overgrown field there to the right. It gives me a time to talk about some of the other things that we've had today. I mentioned it's Independence Day in Iceland today. We've had some lunch. Dessert would be nice on National Apple Strudel Day.
Oh, apple strudel's a big thing here because of the influence of Germany.
Yeah, indulge yourself with that tasty sweet strudel is a Viennese dessert made from thinly rolled dough sheets, apple sugar, and assortment of spices.
Let me tell you a little story about apples. Oh, it's gone quickly to the keeper. I don't think it was a catch. He's knocked it down, just be a single. Let me tell a little apple strudel story here. So, Americans a few years ago, they knew two things about Prague, and it's something that no one else knew about.
All right.
One of them, there's a story from a book called Saturnin, which is a famous Czech book. And there's a place called the Cafe Imperial. It's this nice shot, going to go to the boundary. Good effort from the fielder, but that's 4 runs. And it was to do with the cafe, and there were 3 types of people. One, that if they see free like donuts on the counter, or donuts on the counter, some of them will ignore it, some will take and eat it, and others will pick it up and throw it. All right, and so this is hit down the ground. Should just be a dot ball. So in this cafe, I don't think they've got them anymore. There was always like donuts on the thing, just in case someone wanted to throw a donut.
Okay.
All right. That's one thing that Americans knew, and the other one, in a place called Žižkov, which is next to Vinohrady, but a bit grimier, I'd say. Oh, good piece of fielding there, and he's found it eventually.
Well, this is a I don't know how much of this we got, but this is a real bit of breakdance from Riaz Ahmed. Let's have a look at this. He goes down. And watch him. I mean, that is proper. He's having his own little breakdance party. Look at this. Oh, yeah. That's the way we do it on the European Cricket Network.
So the other thing, it involves strudels. It's come through some sort of TV program that this woman, like this American woman, that did. This is quite a while ago. There's a strudel shop. Now, it's not a typical strudel shop. Basically, we have panelaks here, which are panel buildings, which are basically prefab buildings you see here, like apartment blocks, big, but they're prefab. In a panelak in Žižkov, there's a woman who's sold, well, I think she still does, strudels, right? It's just a little booth, basically, in the side of this building, and you'd walk down, you would never know there was anything there. You'd walk down there, and they've got strudel. It used to be really cheap. Like, you'd get a big thing of, like, strudel for like €2. Big, like, foot-long strudel. So, shot. That's 6 runs.
Wonderful smashes into the banners again. What shot this is. Beautifully played. Waits for it. And then, well, he takes one hand off the bat as well. Does Abhishek Parker. Turning on the style here. Moravian really keen to get a victory under their belt and be looked for a top 2 finish.
Faiz Ahmed, the bowler. Let's just turn around the corner. There's a fielder out there. Just be a single. Of course, the power play is now over, being the 4th over. So, yeah, that's the strudel story. And I think it's probably still there. They had a couple of different types. It used to be apple, but then you had other ones as well. I think there were poppy seeds strudels as well, from memory.
Not a strudel now. The strudel warm, but with a big dollop of vanilla ice cream would be absolutely beautiful. Some other things, some of our younger viewers are going to say, who? But 1943, American pop singer and songwriter Barry Manilow, who specialised in elaborately orchestrated romantic ballads, was born. And, were you a fan, Barry Manilow?
No. I think he's okay.
I had to ask.
I'm never going to buy a Barry Manilow album. I do go record hunting.
I know
a lot,
you do.
And I've seen a lot of Barry Manilow albums at a sale for very cheap. So, no.
And we've talked about a lot of history and some historic monuments and sites here. And this is one definitely worth talking about. 1631, Mumtaz Mahal, a wife of Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan, died during childbirth. And in her memory, he built the Taj Mahal, the most famous building in India on this day, 1631.
Interesting thing.
Oh,
shot.
What a lovely shot this is. Well, that's going to go over the Scott Page bench by a long way and keep on travelling. It's going to end up in some of the poppy flowers. Back there, what a lovely on this, a little bit of well, that one would have gone over the Taj Mahal.
Yeah, maybe. It's pretty big, the Taj Mahal. Have you been?
I have, yeah. Been on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, it'd be something really to see. The Taj Mahal, because the Mughals were Muslim. So you imagine India being mainly Hindi or lots of different religions,
Yeah.
right? But you wouldn't imagine it being a Muslim edifice. But the Mughal emperors were Muslim. So yeah, it's something you wouldn't associate necessarily with India, and especially the Taj Mahal.
Yeah. Well,
Beautiful building.
Looks like there's going to be a back change out there as well. So apple strudel with custard is what Paul Kempin is saying. Yeah, I don't mind that bit of custard, but I do, if it's nice and warm, I think with a nice bit of ice cream. And I tell you, if I want to be really naughty, I'll have it with not just ice cream, but a mix of ice cream and cream.
Yep.
The old whipped cream. That's the best way to do it. If you're going to be naughty, you might as well do it in style. That's what I say.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. So, yeah, desserts here are interesting. They're not as sweet as a lot of this is hit nicely towards the boundary. That'll be 4, I think. Nothing the fielder can do about it. So they're going to check whether it's going to be 6 or 4.
I think it was 4.
I think it will.
This is Bhatnagar, who, of course, remember, he was very happy in the last match. He was given caught behind, and he was protesting for a number of reasons. One, I think, was about the cat, saying he didn't touch it. Secondly, he then started saying that he thought the wicketkeeper, how he knows anyway, had gone and encroached over the stumps, but he was given out. So he's looking to make it count, and he's going to get another boundary here. Don't know how much of this he knew about it, but he does get this past the wicketkeeper, and the captain of the Spartans, Diraj Thakur, can't stop it. It's going to be 4 more runs.
Yeah, nice little edge. Dave asking if I would buy Billy Joel. I've got Piano Man at home. I would buy Billy Joel. I used to love Billy Joel. Went off him a little bit. I've actually got an album by a band called The Hassles. Dave, there's one for you. Who are The Hassles?
The Hassles?
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know.
You
But
wouldn't
I know Billy Joel, and one of my favourites, and as soon as I heard it, said, who's this guy? And I want it, and I did buy it, was Innocent Man. I love that track.
Yep. That's 80s Billy Joel. The whole "We Didn't Start the Fire" thing. If I never hear that song again, I'll be happy. Because it was. I mean, it was at the time. It was like, oh, this is great, and all, mentioning all these things, and then it just got worn out. but no, he's fantastic. And that's a loose delivery, and that's pulled away for 4. Yeah. Tell you what, Billy Joel and Elton John had a series of concerts together. That would have been great. I saw Elton a few years ago in Sydney. He was fantastic. Basically, there was not much show. It was all him and his band playing songs. Then he'd get up his piano and he'd wave to people, and he'd go back and play another amazing song. Yeah, it was great.
It's just all about the music.
Yeah, yeah, and which is different because if you remember earlier, the big glasses and there was all showmen and stuff, but that's not what he's about. The fantastic musician, great singer-songwriter.
Top ball on this occasion. It's been a pretty expensive one so far. This from Abhishek Hathmode. Didn't see him play yesterday, so he comes in, and at the moment the batters have taken a liking to him. This one could go to hand actually, and oh dear, he's having committed to the catch. I think he needs to try and get there. He doesn't. He gets past him. It'll go to the boundary. It's going to be 4 more off the over. 16 will come off it.
I hope he's okay. He's not getting up. He spent a lot of time on the ground so far in this innings as Riaz Ahmed. And I'm not sure what he's done. Something to his leg.
Yeah, he seems to. I don't know if it was he landed heavily on the knee or whether he's pulled the muscle. He is still down there, and it's the umpire, strangely enough, who get there before his teammates. They might need to take a little bit of the freeze spray out there, but going to help us to kill a little bit more time. Well, I tell you what, why don't we? You're going to have to sit down on the table again. Why don't we go to the Comscam and welcome our viewers who are tuning in around the world. And Rico Full here. I'm here with Danny, and certainly enjoying your company wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Should we do a lurker shout out?
Sure, why not?
Why don't we do a lurker shout out? Because Of course, we do like to communicate with you, and we like you communicating with us. We talk about all sorts of things, sometimes cricket, sometimes about where we are. And I've got the specialist here with me as well, Danny. Danny's been great to have all your knowledge, telling me about a lot of things. So, look, if you are looking and watching from somewhere and you've never been on the chat, why don't you do it? Get on the YouTube chat, send us a little message, say hi, say who you are and where you're watching from, and we'll say hello back to you. And if you've got any questions, fire them through to us. Why don't you? On a lovely sunny day here in Czechia.
It's getting warm in the cool box.
It's getting very warm here in the bunker. But it's just, beautiful day, lovely sunshine. The ground is playing absolutely fantastic. We've got a few spectators, that not as many as that we had over the weekend, of course. A few spectators to go. And I know we talked about the music scene a little bit as the next bowler comes on to have a bowl. It's going to be wide down the leg side from Sandeep Kumar, who's coming back on again. But I mentioned, I think we touched on this already, that Bruce Springsteen just did, I don't know if it was one concert or a number of concerts here. And when the last day of the ECIs was done, and of course Croatia finished so well there, didn't they? They got 2 wins out of 2, didn't lose a wicket, finished above Czechia by 1 point in second spot. But as soon as it was over, they got on the phones, they saw if there was any tickets available, they were, and they went. And when I got back, I went out for dinner with Vinny, and when we got back, they had arrived themselves. They said it was fantastic. They had a great time. They picked up pretty reasonable tickets. But when I was looking them up, because I was thinking, well, a few of us were having a chat on the way back when we were seeing all of the...
Could be gone.
Let's have a look at this. Oh, well, he's picked himself up after being injured. Has the fielder Riaz Ahmed, and now he's put the catch down. How costly could that be? Abhishek Parker dropped on 26.
Yeah, that's... he's always coming in. He never got settled. Did Riaz Ahmed out there, and he's in the wars a bit. Got that one on the fingers.
Yeah, that got that. So they went at a great time. But what we were talking about is we were having a debate how old he was. And I said he was probably about 67, 68. No. And a few people said, maybe he's touching on 75.
Yeah, that's all we guessed about that.
75, and still going strong.
He still plays for like 2.5, 3 hours on stage.
Yeah.
So, no, he's fantastic. And look, you know that it's just at Letňany, which is it's where the airport is.
Yes.
So it's really just down the road.
Now, does he get anything on there? So the bowler's not asking the question, but a few fielders around him are saying, how's that? I don't think he does get a foot on this.
No.
I think if he did, it probably would have been. We'll see it one more time just to make sure. Let's have a look. It's hit pretty straight. Well, we can't see it, but the bowler, I don't know if the bowler is asking.
No, I'm not sure. He did put a hand out, but he was still running after the ball, so otherwise he'd be saying yes. But no, loose windscreen. I remember that. That was from there was a comedy album in the 70s, 80s maybe. Something about the Bee Gees. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, it was all these covers, not covers, but imitations of famous artists. And the loose windscreen was the was Bruce Springsteen.
I love it. I don't think I haven't ever heard that before. Hello to David Kelly.
Oh God, what a catch from Niraj. Sorry, from Dhiraj. Just stuck a hand out there, and Dhiraj Thakur. Have a look at this one.
Oh,
look at it good from here. That went quickly, just stuck out a mitt. That's the end of that partnership. Just stuck the hand out and gone.
Yeah, well done. There's the captain doing his work, gets the first wicket, breaks his partnership. So, well, it will be the wicket of Parker. So we said, how expensive would that drop be from Riaz? Well, not that expensive. He doesn't go on to add any more after he was put down. So good break for you to get, but gives his team a good start with that 27. He always tends to get out in the 20s, doesn't he, Parker?
He does. He should go on with it. He's a good quality batter and very good player for this Moravian side, but just again not getting on with it. It seems to go harder than get bogged down a little bit sometimes, but that one was a big wicket. But Naga's still there. He's on 28. The new batter.
Sandeep Kumar gets the breakthrough
Arjun
again, though.
Singh. Another good batter, Arjun. And this one's just played down to third for a single. Yeah, so the Hassles, going back to the Hassles, it was a band that he was in the 60s. And yeah, it was interesting. I saw it in a second-hand store, and I looked at it, and it just said, I think it just said William Joel on things. So yeah, there you go. The Hassles, it's okay. It's not great, but it's not bad. You can tell it's Billy Joel. So, and also he was a session player, sort of. The rumor goes that he played in a very famous song called "Leader of the Pack" by the Shangri-Las.
Yeah, Leader
That's
of the Pack.
apparently that's Billy Joel playing piano. Apparently. So
There you go. You see, you learn a lot of things here on the chat. Not just the cricket; it's about anything and everything. So yeah, keep your questions coming. And hello to Enrico's on there. Mark Smart is still there. Again, as this one gets played away, they will take a single. And some other things that I can talk about. And how about this one? This is a day I think most of us do remember. On this day, 1994, American football hero O.J. Simpson was charged with the murders of his ex-wife, Nicole Simpson, and her boyfriend, Ronald Goldman. Though after a sensational trial, he was acquitted the following year. We all remember the scenes, don't we, of A.J. Simpson in his little 4x4 being chased by hundreds of police cars.
that was 1994, right?
1994, yeah.
So got it it was in a quiz night last night. All right. Straight away I said 1994. You got a guy on the team who he throws out things like he just said 1992. I said 1994 and just we wrote it down. And he went 1992. I said, look, we can split the difference if you want, but I'm pretty sure it's 1994. And he said, okay, let's split the difference.
Yeah.
So we put 1993. It's 1994. He did 2 or 3 times last night. We were leading after the round, leading after a second. There were 2 points behind going into the final round. Ended up winning by 3, so it was fine.
Yeah.
But I did want to slap him a couple of times.
You're not going to listen to him again, are you?
But he does it every week. It's funny. He does it every week. He'll throw in stuff, and I'm like, no. I'll give you an example. This is a nice shot, but it's caught out the boundary. And that was Raya Prolu with safe hands. Another wicket go down. That's Patnagar. So the 2 set batters are for Moravians.
Yeah, and, well, this is good. They get both the openers out, so you're basically going to have to start again, if you like. Well, the batting side, Moravian, so Faiz Ahmed picks up the wicket. Sandeep Kumar, of course, got the first break through the wicket of Parker. So Bhatnagar will now go for 32 of 20 deliveries. And straightforward, comfortable catch there, taking it. Just wasn't able to get the elevation to clear the fielder. So 2 new batters out there now. But good batters. Singh, he didn't really get going in the last match, but one man who did was Sagar Khatri, who comes out at number 4.
Yeah, so 2 new batters, 66 on the board, going just under 10 and over. Moravians might have to pick up this run rate a little bit, but they've lost those 2 wickets. Here comes Ahmed again. It's it pretty well, but just be, it's well done, I think. Just be a single. Let's have another look at this one. I think it's really good fielding.
Yeah, I think he does okay here. We have to look to see when he does leave the field of play and make sure he's not walking the other side of the rope.
Oh, we're not going to see it, so it's only a single.
Yeah, the umpires are quite happy with it. They've called the over. Let's have a look at this. So Finland is not that far away, Vinny Sandhu. And the Rhino will be there. I'll take a little break before I return to Bulgaria and then also there in Belgium. And Germany, Krefeld, and Sweden, Stockholm around the corner. We will go back to England. Of course, Hornchurch was a huge success. And Rains Park, Wimbledon will be next before going to Croatia. It'd be nice to go to Croatia again to see some of the ladies that were here. And, of course, we will also go to Germany, Kiel. Haven't been there for a while, actually. So that's a very nice ground. That's a very nice shot through the covers. 4 runs. 4 carreras as Khatri gets his first boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot. Picked the gap nicely. Timed it pretty well. That's, again, what Marines need at the moment. They need to get about the 120 mark to be competitive, I think, with Spartans. Yeah, just going back to this this friend on my team, Igor, his name is. He's sort of part Russian, part Canadian, I think. Something like that. Anyway, So the question is, and it's worth 3 points, what are the 3 longest rivers in the world? And, I mean, I've been doing quizzes for a while. I've been writing quizzes for a long time.
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah.
right? And I said, look, it depends if you look at Wikipedia, all right, the Nile's the longest big river in the road. But you look at Czech Wikipedia, it goes in the air and just away from the fielders going towards the boundary. Bit of footwork, but can't catch up to it, and it's another 4 runs. The Czech Wikipedia says that the Amazon is the longest because it was surveyed by a Czech guy, and he found that with tributaries and all sorts of stuff that was... Anyway, long story. They're number 1 and 2. Yangtze is the 3rd. He turned around, right? This is before anyone said anything. This could be out. Gone. That's it. And that's the end of Khatri. He goes for 9 after hitting a couple of boundaries. And Hathmod gets a wicket.
Yeah, but Khatri, similar to mode as he was in the last match. He's not there to hang around. He's there to try and hit every ball to the boundary. Did okay with the first 2, but tried to hit this slightly shorter ball over the top of the infield. Not able to do so. That straightforward catch taken in the end. So another one goes, 75 for 3. And they are coming to the end of the inning, so it's quite understandable that the batters are just going out there now and swinging hard to try and get to a score probably there about that 110 to 120 mark. That's what they'll be looking for. It's got to be more than that 102, you feel, which is expected at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the new batter. So anyway, he started, the first thing he said, okay, the longest river in the world is this river in Russia. I don't know, that I'd sort of vaguely heard. This is in the air again, same combination, gone again. Jinapunalit with a catch. And Abhishek Hathmod with another wicket. He's on deck. Have you ever seen a hat-trick of 3 catches in the same area? With the same bowling and catching combination?
No, I haven't.
That'd be good if we did see another
Let's see
hat-trick
if it
today.
can
Would be
happen.
great.
Well, that's just who comes and goes. Now, we know that he can be pretty useful, so he will go.
So, we might see another hat-trick. It's 2 in a row.
We did see one, of course, already today, and of course it was Abdul Muiz who got one. He's had a fantastic day after taking the hat-trick in one match. He then scored a magnificent half-century in the next. So, a hat-trick ball here then for Hathmod. He didn't play, as I said, in the first 2 matches for the Spartans yesterday. Hat-trick ball coming up.
There we go. And nicely hit through the offside. It won't be a hat-trick, just be a single.
That's Ramurthy who gets that one away.
So he was insisting that this is number 1, write it down, this is number 1. And I'm looking at this girl, Natty, who's on our side, who's super clever.
Yeah.
And we just looked at each other and went, no. It is. I know. Yeah. Let's check it because you're gonna have to confirm. Let's confirm it. You write it down. I'm like, just looked at him. And went, no. But he does it every week. And in one round, he lost us 2 points because he overruled what I mentioned. So the next round, I just ignored him.
You just, but you still stick with him in your team.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he's smart, and he'll come up with things. But occasionally, he'll just throw out stuff where you just think, you're making that up. Like there was one about James Joyce's book Ulysses, right? And straight away I said 1923, right? As to and it's 2 points if you get it right, 1 point either way. I said 1923, and he looked. There's a bit of a pause. He went 1932. Where did you come that? Where did you get that from? And he said, that's through the gap, 4 runs. It's just something that popped into my head. And I said, let's just stick 23, and it was 1922, so we got a point for it. But if I'd listened to him and gone, let's cut the middle, like I did in the last round, we would have not got a point. So when he starts saying that, I'm just going to ignore him from now on. He's very good with chemistry stuff and sciencey stuff, which I'm not that strong at, so let's let him have that bit.
Anyway. Is coming on to bowl. He's second, bowling this all-important 9th. We sometimes are saying on the European Cricket Network that it all happens in the 9th, or a big swing and an edge flies to the boundary. They do make a change now as the 3rd is deployed on the boundary. And that one is going to be a dot ball as the batter doesn't even play it this year. It's the 9th over. You've got to be swinging at everything. Wants the wide. And concedes a dot.
Yeah, you don't leave it. It's not good. Even if a little edge. And there's a third down there. And you saw Diras the Cool with the nice catch earlier. So he's got long arms. It's a better effort, but straight to the field. A chance for a run out. He would have been gone. He just stopped.
Yeah, I think as soon as he hit this, he knows that if the fielder picks this up and gets it in and knocks the timber over, it's going to be gone, and it's very close.
I don't really understand that with batters. You just keep on running and slide the bat. You don't pull up. I don't know, weird. So hit down the ground, pretty nice shot. There are two fielders back there, just be a single. And it's been a good over here so far from Roprolu.
Yeah, it's been a good performance actually for the Spartans. We know that Moravian are a good team, and we've seen that already from the way that they started. But as soon as those two openers, Parker and Batnaga, were removed, they just haven't been able to get another partnership of any substance going. It's in the gap of the infield, but they have a sweeper placed out there intelligently who does the job and keeps it just to a single.
It's a good field set here by Diraj. I mean, he's got, as a keeper, you can see the angles and you can see where your bowler's bowling. You can see, so I think he's got it. It's a bit of an in and out fielder. Of course, there need to be 4 players within the circle, but his bowlers are bowling outside of stump. He's got that set. Oh, just missing. Got through the keeper though. Just be a single, just be a bye.
That hasn't missed by much, has it? And it found its way through to Diraj as well. So they do get a bye, and it's also the end of the over. What a good over that is as well. And with that bye, only the 8 come from it, and that means that Moravian 84 for 4 with an over to go, and it looks like unless they go really big here, they may not even get the 100 on the board.
I'm going to ask a quick question to the chat, because Paul keeps on going that we've got an issue with the microphones, but we can hear our microphones through our cans, through our headphones.
Yeah.
Is anybody else having an issue with what's coming out, or is it just Paul's ears?
Yeah, I mean, let us know. Nobody else has said anything. Normally, if there is an issue, people do say something. I know that Phil G's been in the chat as well. I know that Phil definitely would have told us.
Yeah, tell us, Phil.
If there was an issue. So, yeah, do let us know. And if there is, we'll try and put it right in the innings break that will be coming up in 5 balls' time, as that one's just going to be worked away for a single. So Singh just hasn't been able to get going here today. He's really struggled. He's not been flowing the way he was yesterday. As Riaz Ahmed, not an easy guy to get away, comes charging in to ball the second delivery of this over. That's a good strike, though. There's a fielder out there, deals with the bounce and just keeps it to a single.
I need to Google a name of Norman Collier. Do you know Norman Collier?
Norman Collier doesn't ring a bell. You both sound like Norman Collier. All right. Now
He's a
what are you
comedian.
looking for it? I see the picture now.
I don't know who he is, but he looks like a comedian. He looks like an old-timey British comedian. So, I don't know much about him. But thanks for that. He's best known for his faulty microphone routine and his chicken impressions.
I could do a duck impression, but I don't know about chickens.
No, don't do the duck. You've been good with that, actually. Thank you very much.
Well, it's because I'm with you, and I remember what you said to me in Drew. So I'm not gonna spoil things for us.
I did hear it yesterday. I thought, I hope he doesn't do it again. But no, thank you very much. It's going to be 4, by the way, over the top. But thank you very much. It does might drive me a little bit crazy. I love what you do. I really, except for the duck. And with the audio from my side, that's Paul Whiten. So thanks for that. So it's either your ears, Paul Kempen. Maybe in the break. Restart your computer or whatever it is that you're listening with. That might be that. Fiddle with it. Bash it with a hammer, something like that. Hopefully that'll fix things. In comes Riaz Ahmed again. And it was a slower ball, I think. A slower, sort of shorter ball. The look for 2. Could be trouble at the keeper's end. And that's gone.
Yeah, it was optimistic, but you can understand it is the last over. And now ball to go. A new batter will stride out there to see if he can at least make it a 90-something chase at the moment. They're dead on 90. Just never really been able to excel in this innings. They were 59 for 1 at the end of the 5-over mark. The 50 came up in the 4th over, actually. It was 54 without loss. But as soon as they lost those wickets, Parker went first, and then just a few balls later, Bhatnagar went. They just haven't been able to recover. Nobody's really made any real contribution with the bat after that. So it's been, once again, a bit of a struggle here. Moravian, remember, unbeaten yesterday. They lost to Vinaradi earlier today. And it looks like they're going to struggle to put a competitive score on the board here against the Prague Spartans.
Kranti's in the chat. So he's another player who has played for Spartans in the past. This is hit nicely, hit, and 6 runs. That'll help Moravians a little bit off the final ball.
Oh, Manish Varshney is probably going to go back there and just the other batters done. No, pata nahi ki ho gaya, double man. He's hit that pretty well. And we'll get them to 97, so 98 is going to be the chase here for the Prague Spartans. Remember, a big match this. We do feel that the winners of this match will put themselves in a very good position to finish in the top 2. Moravian, they're playing the last match. The Prague Spartans are playing the third. They got one more after this, so they could really go to the top of the pack. So let's wait and see how this finishes. Of course, the thing is for Ostrava, who are waiting to play the Spartans in the final match of the day and the final match of the group stages, they will know that if Moravian go down here, then basically that's them done and dusted as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Ostrava hasn't won a game yet, but yeah, the Spartans, they're going to look, as Rico said, just to try to make top spot, but it's still a bit of work to do against this Moravian side. They've got a very, very good bowler up front, Chandraprabhasha Rai. But again, it was mainly very good from the Spartans. Great catch there from Dira Sakur, the captain. I'm going to look at it here. Just stuck out a glove, and he has got long arms, does Diraj. It's a little unusual for a keeper, quite tall. But in general, the catches pretty well. Did Spartans, made the opportunities happen. But it was Moravians that they were kept in there. They've come up with a reasonable score. Junior Punalet, that was an action replay. Took 2 catches in 2 balls off the same bowler. Have we seen this? No, that was another one that went slightly away. But in general, pretty good effort there from the Spartans. I think they're happy with keeping Moravians under 100. Moravians, though, a little to do. They did go okay. Get 2 of a total to bowl to a little bit shy of what the pass score is of about 113. But a big 6 off the last ball, that'll help them a lot. We've got a couple of mentions in the chat. You know, the voices raise their voices. So we'll sort it out, have a bit of a listen. A couple of people saying that there's a bit of cracking. So top, Ambership Park as usual comes up with 27 off 18. Bhatnagar the 32, Arjun with 10. Only 3 wides, 5 extras altogether. Good discipline from Spartan B, limiting the Moravians to 97. 5 wickets went down along the way. It's all the bowling figures. No wickets up the top for Briar Prolu, who I thought was excellent. And wickets for Sandeep Kumar, Faiz Ahmed, and Abhishek Hathmod with 2 for 25. Pretty good effort there from the Spartans. Moravians probably a few runs short, but still with a competitive total. I think about 10 and over. Well, the Spartans. So at the halfway mark in this match, it's the European Cricket Series here from Czechia. It's a challenger division. We'll see the big boys up in a couple of days. Match 9. This has got an innings and a game left of the group stage. Then we get to the finals tomorrow, and it'll be the Spartans in this next innings to see if they can get the 98 they need against Moravians. I'll try to limit their the Spartans, get a few early wickets. We're back with the second half of this game in just a few minutes' time. See you then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome back to Prague for the second half of this match between Moravians and Prague Spartans. And pretty even, probably Spartans edging it with Moravians not being able to get up to that 100 mark. But as Todor in the chat says, exciting second innings, and I think it will be. So we'll see how it goes. As the players are out there, almost ready for a start. It's a mystery bowler with no number on his back for Moravians. This is the Invisible Man. In fact, I got that wrong. That's the umpire. That's Shobit with no number that look exactly like the Moravian shirts. Let's have a look at this. So, 67 for the point for Spartans. They'll want all three though. 97, I think, or 98 the total, 97 the score. So let's get this underway. So there's this innings, and then we'll see Spartans back against Ostrovo in the next game. Good bowler coming in Rye, left armour, and tucked around the corner. Nice shot, 4 runs. Junior Panel at the opening batter. He's there with Sandeep Kumar. So that was short on the hip, just turned around the corner. Easy runs there for Panelet. So I'm just getting a bit of word to do with what their issue is, and it's don't know. It could be a bit of an internet issue here more than anything. The sounds perfect coming from where we are. The velvety voice of Rico Fool. It's tucked around the corner. 4 more. Well, yeah, skipper there. Back at Abhishek Park. He's just pointing down there. Just someone down there. Again, it's surprising why he's not down there, because he will get in swing to the right-hander. Anything goes slightly too straight. Just tucked around the corner. And that's 8 runs that could have been avoided. I've got it right now, I think. So there are 2 players behind square on the leg side. There's a short square leg and the other on the boundary a little bit wider. It's a better field, I think. Ryan comes in again. And straight through him. What a delivery. Well, that's what I was saying. He gets a bit of in-swing. Let's have a look at this one. Started it wide, and how did that miss the off stump? Let's have a look from this angle, and it's not far away. The keeper thought so as well. Great ball. So that's about the line and length from Rye. Just a fraction closer to the next song. Next to the off stump, please, Chandra Prakash. Oh, another one. He's a very good bowler, is Rye. So left armers are always a little bit difficult. It sounds better already. Well, Rico has fixed the internet. Well done. All right. Good even contest between these two. Here comes Rye. And tucked around the corner again. There's a fielder down there now. Just be a single. Bring Sandeep Kumar on strike. Right, he's only got the 2 overs, of course. That's all you can get. But when he's got swinging ball, he's a very difficult customer. Just got a couple 2 straight. And got those 2 boundaries head off him. But apart from that, it's been excellent. So here he comes again. And again, that line just outside of stump. Just not quite close enough to the off peg. Rico's back in the commentary box.
I'm back. I fixed it, apparently. I fixed it. We still don't know what it was, but we played about with a few knobs, and it looks like it's okay. But yeah, looks like it was down to some internet issues. 68 matches since the golden ball. And heard you talking about this bowler, Chandra Prakash Rai. Yeah, I was very surprised with the field set to him. You know what he's going to be bowling, and with him moving the ball like that, and he's being a left armer, every so often you might get the odd one on the pad, so you need to set a field for that. But what a comeback after 2 boundaries in the first 2 balls. He comes back with 3 dots and just a single. 9 off the first. So 9 without loss. But Jinu and Sandeep Kumar are 2 very good batters. Let's see how it's going to be Yadav to bowl the second. This is a bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, the one-armed Prem Yadav. Good bowler. I like Prem's bowling. He will get a bit of in-swing as well with the action. He's a tricky customer. And been around the traps for a while, has Prem.
With the ball, there's Monty. See, Monty's in the chat. Hello, Monty. Hope you're well.
Yeah, good to see you. From Tasmania, no? I think. Tasmania? I think. I know it's Australia somewhere. Pretty sure it's Tassie. Anyway, I'm sure it'll tell us. But guys, thank you very much for helping us out with the sound. It's good to see. Spanner's doing good work around. This is in the air, should be gone. Catch! Abhishek Parker will make no mistake, and that's the end of Sandeep Kumar. First wicket down, 10 on the board.
Parker is going to take the catch, and Sandeep Kumar, who's normally the man who is always performing in one area and more, is going to go without scoring. It's going to be a 2-ball duck for him. So he tries to get it over the fielder. But a very good catch taken there by Abhishek Parker over his head, takes the catch, and he does reward Yadav with the wicket. So Yadav and Prem Prakash Yadav, who does elect to open the bowling this time with Chandra Prakash Rai. So he gets it right, and the captain picks up a very valuable wicket.
Yeah, big wicket. Paul Kemman's phone survived the bashing. I hope it sounds good now. So, all right, Prem Yadav. It's been a good over so far. And Gupta, the new batter, Shubham Gupta.
Yeah, he's a hard hitter of the ball, isn't he? He doesn't mess around. You can see that the field has changed straight away. They've gone with 2 men straight.
Oh, that's a lovely shot through the covers from Gupta. First up, just a little bit of width there from Yadav, and just got launched. There we go. Boom. Love shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Well, Gupta saying, well, okay, if you're going to put 2 straight, I'll go through the covers. Thank you very much. It was aerial, but with a number of bodies scattered around on the leg side, there's room to get that one through. So he'll start with a boundary.
What do you know about Tasmania, Rico? Apart from that's where Monty lives.
Apart from that is where Monty lives. Not a great deal, and still keep Vinny keeps promising. That's 4 more. That's a glorious stroke, by the way, from Shubham Gupta. And they're probably going to need to change the field here as well. Perhaps maybe move the extra cover on the boundary and bring back in the long off fielder into mid-off, because at the moment Gupta is finding the gap in that offside quite easily.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much width there, and Gupta right onto it.
I know about the Tasmanian Devil.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I know a fair bit about the Tasmania in Romania. Having spent a fair bit of time there, but in terms of in Australia, not a lot.
Tasmania and Romania.
Yeah, Transylvania.
Oh, Transylvania. Yeah, different place. Far
but
fewer
the Tasmanian
vampires.
Devil, oh yeah.
Yeah, the devil's great animal. I want one. So I think it's got the strongest bite for any mammal or something ridiculous for its size. I don't know. Anyway, but it's a place where in Australia there's the funny reputation with Tasmania, right? And it's said that it's if you want to experience Australia 20 years ago, just go to Tasmania, right? But I think it's a part of its charm. It's beautiful. I've never been, right? But I've seen lots of sort of images and documentaries and things about it. It's stunningly beautiful, very, very natural. The produce there is amazing. So the fresh seafood and just the produce, the cheese that's produced there. Whiskies, really nice whiskies. Yeah. And it's just very clean. It's got the cleanest air in the world. And apparently, if there's a nuclear holocaust, it's the safest place on the planet to be.
Okay, so it's got a lot of things going for it then, especially when you mentioned the whiskey.
The whiskey's great. Really, really nice. It was probably the first to start the Australian whiskey trend. There's quite a few good whiskies coming out of Australia now. but it won a World Whisky Award a couple of years ago. It was Sullivan's Cove, I think it's called. I think it's Sullivan's Cove. Anyway, here comes Rye again, and a bit short, and that's slashed away for 4 down towards third. That's just a bit too short there from the bowler.
Yeah, he tries to do something different. I can understand he's thinking, I know what the batter's expecting it's going to be, so I will go shorter. This ball, it does come back a fair way, doesn't it, off the seam? It sort of cuts back in, but Ginu is not going to let that one get away. He's always going to throw the bat at it. He's going to get 4 more. So Chandra Raprakash Rai going to have to, well, deal with a boundary to start off with. It was 2 boundaries of his first 2 deliveries in the first over. And then he came back well, but he doesn't want to be giving too many away here. At the moment, they're going at 9s, but that's fine. They need to go and stay at 9s to win the match, the Spartans.
Yeah, look, just over. If they stick at 9s, they're going to lose, Rico. But you're close. I think it'll be they're about on target. Rye comes in again, and good piece of fielding there. Take a single. And close, hit the batter. Another thing about Tasmania. So Australia was a penal colony, right? So it was criminals coming from Britain and Ireland, but it wasn't the bad ones. It was just little things because they wanted to settle, so they just trucked out the convicts. But the ones that were really kind of nasty, they shipped down to Tasmania. So not only like a 3-month or whatever boat journey away from home, right, on a giant continent full of things that want to kill you. For the ones they wanted to really forget about, they send them to an island off the continent, which is Tasmania. So no swimming to the mainland, nothing like that, no escape. So, but and then there was Port Arthur penal colony down there. So it's a long history of Tasmania.
Well, Monty was saying, well, he says quiz question. Well, we can say it's like a random question. Which European country has a football club named after Tasmania?
After Tasmania?
Yeah, he's putting that in the chat there. So, well, that's for everybody. It's got Danny thinking about it. So, yeah, quiz question. Which European country has a football club named after Tasmania?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question. All right. I'm assuming it's not one of the bigger leagues, and I'm assuming also, this is a bit of fancy foot fielding, and it's gone through the keeper again, but they'll come back for 2. If it's an English,
Monty, you got him.
I'm assuming it's not one of the big leagues, because I can't think of any it's named after. Okay, I'll think about it, and but that's a really good question. European country has a football club named after Tasmania. Literally after Tasmania. Okay, so I'll have a bit of a think about that. I like challenging quiz questions. I hope it's not a ruse.
This one almost falls back on his stumps, actually. I wonder if we could have a look at this just side on here. It's a nice little bit of sort of friendly gestures between the two. Look how close he is to these stumps here. Let's keep this going. Keep it going for a bit. I want to see where he lands once he puts his foot down. Let's have a look at this. Well, that's pretty close, isn't it? It doesn't get much closer than that. And then look at that. Well captured there by 2 circles. And score then is 26 for 1 at the end of the 3 over. They're only just ahead. Lost a wicket as well. But of course, remember, Moravian, they were going well until you can see that's quite the graphic really tells the story. As soon as they lost the first and then the second wicket, things went pear-shaped pretty quickly. End of the power play. And how about this? I think most people would know the answer. It's not really a question, but it's more of a matter of opinion. So if you were asked the question, the greatest one-day match in history, what would you talk about? Because it happened on this day in 1999.
Okay. There's one game that stands out for me for one reason. And it was actually, it wasn't an official game, sort of. I think it was Asia against the rest of the world. And the rest of the world were in all sorts of trouble. and Michael Bevan came up and hit like 180 something, and it was in. He was in with, I can't remember the batter. He's an English batsman, well, bowler, I should say. It was the final wicket, and they were going to get there. Bevan was just smashing it everywhere. It's 50 over game, and it's a shy at the stumps. We'll get an extra. No, I won't get an extra one. It'll just be a single. And there was a run out from the boundary, threw the ball in, and I can't remember who the bowler was, but got run out from the boundary, direct hit, and that was amazing because it came down to almost nothing, and then so that was the best game I think I've seen. There was another one at the SCG as well, which I remember again. Michael Bevan had something to do with that. That's 4 runs, but was it in a World Cup?
Yeah,
South Africa, Australia.
You're there now.
South Africa,
You're
Australia.
there now. Yeah.
Yep.
It's regarded as one of the greatest one-day matches in history. The 100 overs of the World Cup semi-final between Australia and South Africa at Edgbaston. It had everything.
Yep.
It had everything, and everyone knows how agonising the end was when the match was tied and Australia went through to the final because of their superior net run rate in the earlier Super 6 stages. And heartbreaking finale, wasn't it? Michael Bevan and Steve Cooley led Australia well with the bat. As this one is going to be stopped. They're taking the second on, and that's going to be pretty close, but I think the batter does get there. Shubit is going to go upstairs here. Take a look, but I do think the batter gets there. Here comes the throw. The bat, as long as it's on the ground, which it is, they do get there. And Steve Waugh and Michael Bevan, they led Australia's recovery after they lost 4 wickets for 68. There was masterclass bowling from Sean Pollock and Alan Donald, who had combined figures of 9 for 68. A true performance from a true champion, Shane Warne, 4 for 29, after South Africa raced to 48 without loss. And then an incredible all-round display from the barely fit Jack Callis, who was just
player.
superb. But then right at the end, of course, it was when Kulsner set off for that fateful run, only to find that Donald had lead in his boots, and South Africa's dream died in the cruelest of manners. 1999, the greatest one-day match ever, they say.
Yeah, it was a good one. I remember watching that live, I think. But just look, one thing, Skippy's in the chat talking about how the majority of Australians were not convicts. I never said that, but at the start, the first fleet were convicts, and a lot of the immigrants. Because I mean, it's tough to say, hey, we want you to go to the other side of the world. It's a 3-month journey. You might die on the way. When you get there, you won't know anything. Everything is going to be unfamiliar. Everything wants to kill you. The sun wants to kill you mainly. Do you want to immigrate? But there were a lot of free settlers to start off as well. But at the start, it was definitely a convict settlement. And yes, there are other convict settlements as well, Canada as well as US. It's just that they needed to populate, and they need to get, because of the Industrial Revolution, everyone moved to the cities to get work, and the cities just didn't have enough work. So, yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I'm not spouting it. Thanks, Skippy. It's a shot on the leg side. So just be a single. But no, I like this chat. But it's on top of the country in the 1960s. Oh, so lower division side. Is it an English-speaking country? Monty's got us going with that one. They play 1 season in the top division. Wow, that's a tricky question. Shot. And that's big 6. That's out on the other field. That's on the Banks field. And big shot there from Gino Panalet, who seems to be going pretty well.
Yeah, he's being pretty patient, isn't he, Gino? But as soon as he sees that length, that ball slightly short, he's onto it. It's sensible as well, because he doesn't need to try and do it with every ball. they're needing, the rate's going up ever so slightly. They're needing just over 10 and over. So if they get, as long as they get in that one boundary, a bank boundary like that, 6, and then take the singles, there'll be a few extras along the way as well. And then they stay on course. You can see that they're not worried about trying to take the 4 points. If it was an offer, they probably would be. But at the moment, they're just concentrating on getting that win. Let me check. Parker is the bowler. Normally pretty reliable.
I'll do a little bit more local history in a moment about football. This is been punched away square for a single. So there's a team here that used to be Vršovica, which is where Vinny lives, right? But there's the Australian Football Federation had just started in the 1920s, I think, and or maybe even earlier. I think it was about the 1920s. And they wanted a European national side to come out to Australia to play some games, and everyone turned them down. This has been, it's got past the fielder, just backed up a little bit too much, did the batter. That's Panalet. And so Vršovica changed their name to Bohemians. All right. Now, Bohemia was the area. Wasn't really officially a country, but they sort of went, oh, Bohemia, yes, that's a country. So they toured Australia and played. They also, I think, went to Sri Lanka from memory and played a few games there. So they played in Australia, and as a thank you, the Australian Federation gave them a couple of wallabies.
Really?
Yeah. So here's what's coming up: Czechia, Finland, Bulgaria, Belgium, and then Krefeld in Germany, and Sweden, Stockholm. That should be really good. I know that Finland, everyone's excited to see Finland for the first time on the network in an ECS. We did go to Finland just before the Czech Super Series to cover their local competition. And, they needed some convincing for us to say, look, everyone's going to bowl from one end, because otherwise the TV gets a bit, not very good. So that was the first, and that was covered before the Czech Super Series. But the Czech Super Series was the first ECN event covered in as far as club teams goes. So that was they came back with these 2 wallabies. They put them in Prague Zoo, but they were well taken care of on the boat, and there weren't kangaroos apparently. But they're now there. Oh, down leg side, called a wide, chance for a stumping, not quite taken by the keeper. But they're now called the Klokani, which is the kangaroos, and their badge is a kangaroo.
It is a kangaroo,
even though they brought out wallabies apparently. And that's they're a big club. This is a nice shot over the top. And that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Gupta.
This is class. This really is from Gupta. It goes inside out, over the top, holds the pose for a fraction, and sees that ball disappear over the fielder and to the boundary. Really good shot. Nice looking partnership between these two. It's the one thing that Moravian had at the beginning of the innings, but they could never find it again. So, well, the Spartans want to make the most of this. If these two keep going, they should get there pretty comfortably now. 52 required of just that 30 deliveries.
Ball comes in again. And, I see you chopped down by the fielder. Just scampered through for a single. Just again going back to the chat. It was an interesting one about that Wayne brought up with that can had Krongnev fingerprints all over it. Is all I'm saying. Conspiracy theory. Oh, no conspiracy about that one. Just smashed onto the Banks field. That's another 6 runs then. Lovely shot.
He's muscled this, isn't he? He's muscled it. It's right in the slot. And, Jinu Pinalet gets after that one as well. Beautifully struck. Clean as a whistle out of the middle. And gets the meat of the bat onto it. It's going to take a while for that ball to come back. And we can talk some more.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of Australian chat. Wayne's in the chat talking about what we've done with the country in 240-odd years. Yeah. I don't know. Australia's a funny place now. It was very different to when I was growing up. It was kind of, yeah, it's just a different feel about it. And every time I go back, it's I think it's reverse culture shock. I think is what they call it, where the country you grew up in is just different. And I'm not saying it's any worse than when I was growing up. There's lots of really positive things, but there's also other things that just don't make much sense to me. And whereas at the moment, at least in the Czech Republic, it's a pretty open society. So I like it a lot, especially in Prague. It might be a little bit different in other parts of the country. It's called a wide. What's it like living in Spain, Rico?
Spain's, it's fantastic. I think being out there now over 24 years, it's just very different. I think, as we all know, if you think about it, wherever you're living, if the weather is a bit dull and gloomy, I think it does have an effect on people. You live in a place where, where most of Spain, you're sort of nice and close to a nice coastal region. You've always got good weather, and I think it just there's more to smile about. And I think if people are happy, then I think it rubs off on everybody. And Spain is good, and of course got a very good, healthy sort of lifestyle and cuisine there as well. And I think a lot of ways it's a different what I find in Spain. Whereas I think when you for example in the UK, where sort of your normal day comes to an end, say at 7:38 in the evening, because it's dark, it's miserable, it's cold. In a country like Spain, that's when sometimes your day gets started. Particularly in the summer months when the kids are off school. There's people out and about till 2, 3 in the morning, and even the promenade is still pretty busy until that time. It's just a different lifestyle altogether, more relaxed, I think.
Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, look, every time I've been to Spain, I've had a good time. I had friends in Barcelona for a while, and I just found it funny that 10 o'clock is when the Spanish start having dinner, which I think is odd. Oh, put down. Good effort, though. Hit pretty firmly. That's a good effort by Praveen Pilar. Let's have a look at this one.
It goes quickly, doesn't it? He just gets a hand onto it, but he's not able to hold on to the catch. So, good opportunity to take one. And then, of course, the next ball gets hit away. That's going to be 4 runs. I think it bounces just before the rope. How many times do we see that? An opportunity doesn't get taken. And then the next ball ends up getting to the boundary.
Yeah, just bouncing in front of that rope. So, yeah, look, I mean, it'll be an interesting place to live. The thing is with Prague is at 10 o'clock you've got to be quiet. So whether it's at home or out on the streets, they try to respect people trying to sleep, even on weekends. It might be, New Year's and stuff, it might be a little bit different. So as you hit down the ground, just be a single. But generally, like I've been to parties, quite a few of them, where even if we're just chatting and there's no music on, we've had people complain after 10 o'clock. Okay. So I had a couple of incidents as well with people. The police called for no reason. Oh, gone! Straight through him. Khatri gets the wicket. Gupta's gone. And that's a vital wicket for Moravians.
Gupta, he's going to... And Khatri is the unlikely man to get the breakthrough. Remember, Gupta gave a chance earlier. It wasn't an easy one for Pilar, who got a hand to it. That was when he was 21. He gets back on strike after just adding one more after being dropped. But well done to Khatri. He goes through, he gets a breakthrough now. It's going to be interesting here because this is exactly how Moravian were going, weren't they? They were going well. It looked like they were going to get a score in the 120s, maybe even the 130s. And then they lost those 2 wickets. And then everything fell away. So Jinu is still out there. It's very key that he's got to stay there and knock off the 31 runs needed and get the victory here. If they get his wicket, maybe that Moravian can do the same thing that the Spartans did to them and just really put them on the back foot.
It often happens that when a set batter's out, that their batting partners are next to go in quick succession. That double wicket, but it's often the 2 set batters. Paddlehead's looking good on 43. It's Karunanithi.
Karunanithi who comes out,
there you
isn't it? Yeah. De Ganesh, he can crunch it. He's coming in a little bit lower than what we saw yesterday. I think we saw him coming in a little bit higher up. I say higher up, he's coming at number 4 here, but I think we saw him at probably number 3 at one point. Goes for the big shot, can't get it away. Good areas this. from Khatri. So Sakar Khatri. And gets a very good over in there. That over only goes for the 6 runs. It's exactly what they needed there. And though he did have Gupta drop, he gets his man in the end. A score at the end of the over, 67 for 2.
This is what's coming up next. And it's Spartans are looking for a win here. And they'll be up against Ostrava, who are out of this this tournament. A couple of ins for Ostrava in Juno Rairaju and Dipak V. And also down the end is Sivakumar coming in as well. So Prague Spartans unchanged from this game. We'll see that coming up after this one.
Yeah. Ostrava, one name you don't see on there, Danny.
V. Oh, yeah. The bat chucker.
Yeah, okay. Can this be caught? Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, my. Of all the people, you would never think that Abhishek Parker was going to put the catch down, and that is the biggie. That's the one they wanted. It's Jinu who goes for the shot down the ground, gets dropped on 43. How expensive will that be? Is that the match just there?
It could very well be. And as I mentioned, you often get, when a partnership's broken like that, you often get the other partner being out pretty quickly afterwards. And it was almost came true. Arjun asking if the ECN will ever go to Andorra. So I'm not sure what the cricket scene's like in Andorra.
Yeah, well,
probably lots of crickets out in the fields. But
that's the thing. I mean, you need to have at least,
a
I
player.
suppose, at least you need a ground to start off with. And maybe this ground, this time, no way. You're kidding me.
Dropped him again.
You're absolutely kidding me. He gets another chance, this time on the boundary. And not only is this drop, but he allows it to get through him and go for 4 runs. And this time it's Chandra Prakash Rai that puts down Jinu.
That's I'm laughing. It's not funny for Ostrava. For Moravians. It says hit to the boundary. Nice shot there from Panalet, and that brings up his 50. He's on 52. Should never have got there, but that's a good shot from Panalet. Deserves it. But,
yeah, he does. I mean, at the end of the day, he's doing his thing. If Moravian are going to keep dropping him, then that's their problem. There's the wagon wheel. You can see he's played shots to most part of the ground. But, yeah, being dropped there on 43 and 44 before he goes on and brings his 50 up. Well done, well batted ball. Badaya Jinunu. Apni half century Puri Kali in the air. And this time it will be plucked. So eventually they get their man, and the Prague Spartans lose maybe one of the key batters. Jinu Pinilet will eventually go after being dropped twice for 52, with the Spartans still needing 21 for victory.
That was, finally got a wicket, and that's a good bit of batting there from Panilet. He did get a few more runs. Interesting, Diras Thakur. So he was standing behind the rope, took one step, put both feet on the outside, took little steps coming in, and then walked in and ran in. One of those little things. I don't think we've caught it, right? But it's just must be a little ritual he does before he goes out to bat. But it was right in front of us, and it was just really noticeable. To see the catch here, it was nicely taken catch up high, and finally he goes. I think the bowler would have had a bit of a tantrum if that would have been dropped again. So 2 good batters out there, brand new out there. Andira Sakur joins the new batsman, Karunithi.
Karunithi, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And, well, it's going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure, this is D-Raj, I'm sure that yesterday when he batted on 2 occasions, I know he definitely got a golden. I think he might have a pair to his name already. So he's on what we're now calling an omelette. Is that right?
Well, yeah, an omelette. There was a golden omelette. That was Venki in the international games. We got 3 golden ducks. Or diamond ducks, actually.
He's going to get lucky this time. He's going to go to the boundary. As he swings hard at this, he gets the outside edge of the bat. There is a fielder there, backward point, but he can't do nothing about it. It skids past him and makes his way to the boundary. Runs on the ball then for the captain.
Yeah, needed it. And 16 off 10. They're not there yet, but they almost are. So 10 balls to come. 2 new batters. And this is in the air.
Oh, good
Play
luck.
getting under it. Can't see it. No way he's catching this, is he? No. And they'll come back for 2. And well, they're calling him through for another. It's getting pretty vocal down here on the bench.
That went such a long way up, and I think you took the words out of my mouth. No way he's catching it. He's moving around all over the place. Gets hands to it, I suppose. But if only they're taking their catches, Moravan, they could have been in a winning position. But it's not over yet. You can see that the Prague Spartans, they're feeling it. They're all on their feet and watching. They're nervously walking around. Katri with the ball. He's been good so far. 1 for 14. 2 balls to go in this. The 9th over.
Again, firmly into the covers. They'll just get the single. We picked up on it. Guthrie wants it. Sorry, Gurunathi wants it, but Takua went no. So 12 off 7.
Big delivery, this, isn't it? This is a huge delivery. I mean, if they get a boundary here, that'll serve them well. If we don't go to the boundary, it's not going to go to the boundary. They're casually taking the single, and Diraj, he's happy to take control of things, or at least start to take control of things going in to the last over. So we're going to have a last over finish here with 11 runs needed of the last over.
Let's see what they bowl. They've got a choice. Arjun Singh probably, Abhishek Parker, or Manish Vashni, the 3 bowlers who they can choose from, probably. I don't think they're going to bring someone else in. It'd probably be Abhishek Parker. Maybe not, actually.
I think wouldn't you stick with Singh? He bowled a pretty decent over. Only went for 10, didn't he? Kept it pretty tidy, and I think they are. I don't think they want to risk Parker, because I think the pace on the batters might get a little inside edge, outside edge. It's going to fly away to the boundary. So they are going to go back to Arjun Singh, who's defending 11 for a victory for Moravian. But the Spartans, they're looking for the win here. So everybody's standing, everybody on their feet, watching. A few nerves here. Adjusting the field.
The chat's getting the twitch. Let's see. So it's in the air, just away from the field. It's going to go towards the boundary. That'll be 4 runs. Nice shot there by Thakur. And gets him closer. 7 off 5 now. Almost home. They needed a boundary. And it was just a little bit wide there from Arjun.
Boundary off the first ball certainly does calm the nerves. Arjun just goes a little bit too short and wide. And Diraj throws the bat at this. But there's nobody on the boundary there on third or on backward point. So once you get over the infield, it's only going to one place.
This one's just down to the covers just for a single. They don't think they'll chance the 2. Okay, so Monty, I can't think of your answer, and I'm not using Uncle Google. So what's the answer? The football team is named after Tasmania. That's because don't know. Oh, she's in the air, and no one's going to take it, are they? Yes, they are. Well, he thought about it for a while. That's Akil Pillay out there, and realised that he could get under it, and that's another wicket down. More importantly, no runs off that delivery.
Well, yeah, that, and also, of course, it means that a new batter is going to have to be in the firing line. 6 required of 3 deliveries. It's going to be the end of Karunanathi. He will go for just 3 of 6 deliveries. Nice catch there, you're right, because Akil Pillay, I was wondering whether he was not going to take the gamble, because he's probably thinking, if I spill this and it gets past me, they take a second. But in the last moment, because he's quick, he's fast, he's an athlete, holds on to the catch, and now puts a little bit of pressure here on the Spartans and the new batter, Riaz Ahmed.
Oh, that's gone. And that's another one, 2 and 2, another dot ball. Riaz trying to be the hero.
Yeah, that was a very strange shot, wasn't it, from Riaz Ahmed? I mean, what are you thinking here? He's charged down. He's completely missed it. The wicket-keeper's taken his time. Let's have a good look at this side on if we can, E-Mans. Let's have a look. Here it is here. Keep it on the gloves. No issues. Good take. And that's gone.
Oh. So there's a wide call as well.
Well, we're just going to have a let's have a look to see how wide it is. So that's definitely out. Now we want to see it be. Let's see the ball again, because I think the umpires might be wondering about the width of the ball. Here it is here, and
yeah, that's a wide.
It is a wide for me.
Yeah.
So that might be a run. So in a way, I mean, if you're the batting side, I suppose you take that. All right, you lose a wicket, but you still got 6 to get. But now you got them. 6 becomes 5 in 3 deliveries. Oh yeah, it's all happening here.
Kasi Balakrishnan, the new batter, gets it down the ground. Just be a single.
Oh, well, they take 2. They might do. Oh, maybe you do take the gamble. Maybe you do take the gamble there. I mean, you got nothing to lose. You got wickets in hand. I think they may have probably got there as well. Oh, it's all happening here, isn't it? All happening here at the moment.
Yes, it is. And, well, still up for a golden ball. 4 runs needed in 2 balls. A dot ball would be interesting.
4 off 2.
You got the right man on strike, though, in Dhiraj Thakur. Very experienced player. Hits it well. And it's going to pierce the field. It is 4 runs. Spartans win. And look at Dhiraj running off the ground.
Oh, great scenes here. And you know why? Because they know with that victory, they keep their hopes big time alive of, well, top 2 finish. I think they probably have got that sealed, really. But they're looking to make sure and finish at the top. The only team that could cause a bit of an upset for them is Ostrava. But Ostrava, they haven't been at their best in this tournament. So the Spartans get a win in a very good, exciting and entertaining game there. Well done to the captain, who holds his nerves there towards the ends. Remember, he didn't have the best of days yesterday with the bat, but comes out there, scores 17 and not out of 7 deliveries, 3 boundaries, and helps his team to victory. And they do it with a ball to go. Let's run the highlights here. That was a good catch taken running backwards by Chandra Prakash Rai. But when you look at the overall innings here, Danny, you got to say towards the end of the innings, it was Moravian that just made a few mistakes in the field, dropped a few catches. That cost them runs, maybe cost them the game as well.
I think so. Look, it was a very even game between 2 good sides, but the Spartans, it was the innings by Gina Punalet, I think, that really got them going, got them ahead. Hit a 50, and then both the set batters were out. It was kind of anyone's game, but you've got the right man coming in with the skipper Dhiraj Thakur. Very experienced, very good player is Dhiraj, and to see this one a wicket getting through the batter, and it was always a bit difficult for Moravian, so always behind a little bit, and then a couple of catches went down. That was one from Padalet. This is another one from Padalet going down, and this one also went for 4. That cost them a lot. In the end, it did go. It was a good catch up high from the player in the deep gully area, but thought maybe not. Dhiraj came in and did what he needed to do. So again, just over the top.
Yeah, it's those chances that we see going down there, especially the one that the drop and the ball going through. That was a good one though, wasn't it? Running in Akil Pillai. Now that one, it was a big moment. This actually, I mean, the wicket goes down, but it is a wide delivery, so it's, you know, you give that run away. How costly was that? Then the batters did change around. Here's the one that gets through. That was the winning runs, and then there was joyful celebrations. The captain Dhiraj literally hits the boundary. He comes running towards his teammates in real vocal celebrations from them. It's a big match. They wanted that win. And of course, they still got a match to play. The last match, match number 10, will be them taking on Ostrava. They'll be looking to seal top spot. There's no doubt about that. They just had that one loss, didn't they? Which was that surprise, that lottery, I call it. 3 over a side when they went down to the Pra Dominators, but since then they haven't looked back. They get another victory there, but good batting performance. New Pinalet made 52-27. He certainly led the way for the front. A good supporting knot there from Gupta 22, and then D-Raj 70 not out there towards the end. On the bowling front, some good performances there. You can't take anything away from Arjun Singh. He picks up 3 wickets, but I think 1 or 2 of the other senior bowlers probably just letting the side down slightly there, Danny.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you, but look, in the end, very close run thing. Only 2 balls, well, 1 ball left, one on the second last ball. And it was the skipper, Diraj Thakur, with a nice 17 not out. But 52 off 27 from Jinu Panalet. That was a very good innings from him. And, well, next game we're going to see coming up in about 34 minutes. Prague Spartans against Ostrava. And last time we'll see these 2 in the group stage. Last time we'll see Ostrava at all in this tournament. By the way, for Monty, thank you for the link to SV Tasmania Berlin. Read through the history of that. Thanks for the link from the Tasmanian Times. So I'll have a bit of a read. That's always something new and interesting. But look, we'll be back with the final match of today. It'll be match 10, final match of the group stage here from the European Cricket Series in Czechia, the Challenger Division. We'll be back in Prague very shortly. See you soon.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome to the final match of day 2. Match number 10. It's also the final match of the group stages. Ostrava, they have not had a good time so far. Can they finish with a win? It's going to be an unlikely one, and it's going to be against the odds as well, because they are taking on the Prague Spartans. Let's go straight over to Charles Croucher for the coin toss.
Thanks, Rico, and welcome to the toss for match 10, Prague Spartans with Ostrava to call. Tails is the call, and it's a head. Spartans have won the toss, and they'll bat.
Diraj Thakur, the captain of the Spartans, winning the toss, and he is going to have a bat first. I get the feeling that he wants as many of his batters to come out here on a glorious afternoon, a nice breeze blowing at the moment, and go out there and score as many runs as possible. This will be a pretty good sort of testing point for them for tomorrow when they come back for the finals day. He's got players that have been in good form as well. Sandeep Kumar has been absolutely fantastic. Shubham Gupta has been in good form as well, and he's hoping that one or two others can also muck in and score a few runs. Maybe we'll see a little bit of the captain himself. Remember when we saw him yesterday, he didn't have the best of forms. He had a couple of ducks, so he's probably pretty keen to get a few runs on the board for himself, but are looking for a big win. Remember, if they can get a big win, then they will also seal a top spot. That means they get the double chance tomorrow. Their opponents, Ostrava, what can you say about them? Even when they've struggled and they've battled and it looks like they're going to get a win finally on the board for them, they find a way to give it away. That's certainly what happened with them in the last match against the Praha Dominators. We thought they were going to get a win. It was Abhijit Vincent who found his form again. He batted beautifully well, and he had Suresh who also produced a magnificent knock, and Ramdas also. Ramdas was the man who could have won it for them, but unfortunately we know what happened. Ramdas, he got out at a crucial time, and then he was very naughty by throwing the bat. He didn't just throw it once, he threw it a couple of times, and because of that he will not be playing this match. So he's been suspended for one match, and that makes it even difficult now for Ostrava. But maybe somebody like Nitin Mill, who is an experienced player, can come good for them in this final match. It's been a great day. We've loved your company wherever you've tuned in from around the world. Why don't you all get in touch with us for the final match? It's a time for you to do the lurking. Come through, send us a message, send us a message and tell us where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you a shout out, and also we'll have some fun in this last match. We'll have some random questions as well. We'll talk a little bit about Czechia and anything else that you want to know. Let's have some fun. Let's have an entertaining end to the day as well. Let's go straight over to Danny Hudacek. Danny, the news from the middle is that the Spartans, they're going to have a hit.
Thanks, Rico, and welcome back to everyone for the final game of today and the final game of group play in this Challenger series here in lovely Prague, with this European Cricket Championship, the Challenger division, as the umpires walk onto the field, and it's a good toss for the Spartans to win, and they're going to bat and put on a hopefully for them an imposing target. So Spartans, they want a big win. They want to get up into that top spot. The idea that they have a big win against Ostrava, they can pump that net run rate up a little bit. And so Ostrava, well, they're winless. Let's see what they come up with. They've got a couple of big names out. And there's no Nitin in the team either. Let's see, Prague Spartans 73%, Ostrava 27%. It's going to be a tough one for Ostrava. Let's see what kind of score the Spartans can put on the board. So good to see people on the chat still. Paul Kempen's there. And Johnny He right there. Of course, Johnny with his birthday. Happy birthday to you. So just about ready for a start. And it will be Ostrava with the ball. Couple of inclusions. I've got him listed as Deepak V, number 6 for Ostrava. So that'll be interesting. With a new player coming in. Tim Harmer in the chat as well. Hi Tim, how you doing? Just about ready. As I said, final game of group play. We've seen the teams will be in the top part of the draw tomorrow, and the teams in the bottom. Just this game might determine if the Spartans will get top spot or second. Vinarati up the top at the moment. So Ostrava out. The other two teams are Dominators, and the Moravians make up the other two spots. Comes the bowler. It's the Archer gone first ball. Sudhir, the Archer, comes in and cleans up Ginu Panelet. And that's not what the Spartans had in mind when they decided bat. So Ostrava, a big celebration there. And the Archer, spot on bullseye. Let's have a look at this one. And big swing and a miss. Nicely pitched up delivery. Takes the middle stump. So the Archer delivers the arrow. Ginu Panelet goes for a first baller. Rico.
Wow. We have a royal duck to start the last match of the group stages of Challenger Division. And, of course, remember, we started with the royal duck as well. And it was Sandeep Kumar, who's at the non-strikers end for the Sprague Spartans, who would take the catch. Well, what a start that is. And Sudhir. And name known as the Archer, is it?
Well, yeah, it was Dave B who called him the Archer. We tried to come up with a nickname because have you seen his run?
Yeah.
He starts off straight, goes way out west, and then comes back in like in an arc. Well, so the Archer, I think, is a really good nickname for him.
I think the Archer should be given that bail that he just broke. That's what the delay is here. You can see Shobit going to the other end and putting another bail on. So not only does he take the wicket, he breaks the bail. I think he should be presented with that.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not indeed. No point throwing it away. So Sudhir gets the wicket, and it means that Shubham Gupta comes in at number 3. What a start that is. Now, it's interesting, this match. We'll talk about the tables in a moment and why it is so important. And then he comes. This time it's short. Just gets played away. That's going to be kicked for 4 by the fielder. Gets a big boot on it. And rather than stop it, he just helps it accelerate to the B. That's Pradesh Pushpa. But Pushpa gives it a good push to the boundary.
Yeah, it's nice little fancy footwork there. He has to chase it as well, so maybe should have got down and tried to pick it up.
Yeah, so the way this thing's at the moment, the Spartans with their last win. Now, Spartans at Ostrava are playing their last matches. Everybody else has played their matches. They are 4th at the moment on 7 points. Shot. Ah, that's a glorious stroke. Shubham Gupta rocked back and cuts this over the field. He's been a little bit short after that first wicket, and that is a lovely shot right up there as one of the top 10 in the day.
Yeah, lovely shot. You're right. Just waited for it and guided it over the top. Gupta. He's looked good when I've seen him bat. And the Archer to get his range back.
Yeah, needs to go back a little bit fuller, back to hitting the timber. And he does get movement when he gets movement away off the seam. Probably a lot of that is to do with his action. Look how wide he starts from, and then he starts to see. He's not running into the bowler footmarks. In he comes, angles in. And, well, that one is going to be a no ball. Gets that one completely wrong. The batters will take another extra. While they're doing that, let's talk about the table. So Vinaradi, you're quite right. They're top with 10. In second at the moment is Moravian with 8. Joint on 8, but on net run rate below them is the Praha Dominators. So at the moment, the top 2 that have the double chance, Vinaradi and Moravan. But the Prague Spartans, they're on 3 points. If they get a 4-point victory, they go top. No questions asked. If they get a 3-1 victory, they will also make their way to the top of the standing. So they will finish in the top 2. So that's what they've got to do. Win here finish in the top 2, and it will be then a eliminator played between Moravian and the Praha Dominators tomorrow. So that's why it's important that they stay focused and get this win. Oh, well, they're wanting the wicket. They're appealing. And Joe Foster just chews his gum and says, wide ball. Let's see, they were absolutely sure here. Well, there's nothing conclusive that from there, but it's going called wide. Nothing, but look at them. Everybody goes up. That's why it looks so convincing.
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like he got near the ball, but it can never tell. It could be a little fine edge. Everyone was pretty happy with it.
Yeah, they were sure there was something there. Certainly nothing came through on our headsets. That's going to be a dot ball as he sneaks that in. Better length from Sudhir. He just went a little bit short after taking that wicket off the very first ball.
It's super weird because he goes out, he comes back in, so he's an in-swinging run-up, the archer. When he gets to the crease, he bowls, and then the ball swings out. It's bizarre. Have a look at this. It's just all weird, curvy things. There you go.
Yeah, that's what bowled is. He said he will finish. Looks to finish the over. It's not quite done yet because there's a couple of wides in there. So 1 ball to go. 11 for 1 at the moment. He gets the wicket of Jinu, who was looking very good in the last match. He batted well, scored good runs. Scored 52, in fact, of 27. So he's removed the half-centurion. But, of course, there's plenty of batters still to try and get rid of. That gets played out to the offside. They will take a single. That will also bring us to the end of the first over. 12 for 1. As I say hi to Ian Smullen, who's saying happy birthday to John Heasham, who no doubt will be spending some nice time with his family a little bit later on. And let's have a quick look at our tour of Czechia. So tomorrow, of course, being Wednesday the 18th, is going to be finals day for the Challenger division. Of course, there will be MVPs to think about, and also the winner's trophy, thanks to a lot of lifestyles and medals, will be presented to the winners and the runners-up. So that's certainly something we've got to start thinking about tomorrow morning. I know we don't make the decision, but MVP, there's a number of names in the hat.
Yeah, I wouldn't know who to choose, to be honest. But we'll see. I'll still got tomorrow. There's a new bowler coming on. And there's Push Pangadan. Bowling from over the wicket, gets that wrong as well. It's getting bowling outswing. It's been a little bit weird. Most of the bowlers we've seen today bowled in swing, and the opening 2 here are bowling outswing.
Yeah,
you know, the first one kind of straightened. So and bowled Panalet. So
Push Begarden. In he comes in again.
Push Begarden. Okay.
It's hit firmly to the fielder. Go, 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 go. Hits and runs. And basically says to the non-striker there, I'm running to the danger end. Come on, get your skates up. Get to the other end.
Push Begarden.
Push Begarden.
Okay. Well, Push Pangadan. I don't know. I don't know. I
Bushman Garden, I think.
Bushman Garden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Today, I think we've had this name probably in Malta and also in Cyprus. It's a familiar one to me. Pradesh Bushman Garden. A wide ball this time, signalled by Shubit. And well done to the umpires as well. That one probably, it's one of those umpires calls. I think it's if you really analyse it, you could say that the ball does probably catch a bit of the line, but the umpires are in the best place to see properly, I guess. But yeah, the umpire's doing a great job. Yesterday they had to deal with the cold and the rain. Today to deal with the sun that's gone through the fielder. And he does get a little bit of something on this, bit of the inner thigh, I think, which helps to slow the Grizzly down just a tad. They'll take a single or make it 2, I think. They come back for there.
Paul Kempin in the chat saying, strange run-up. Yeah, that's why we call him the Archer, because it's Dave B, because he's got the curvy run. We tried a couple of different nicknames, but the Archer definitely is the one that stuck. Well, stuck sort of for today at least. Got it at the end of the fingers, just a single. But the Archer. We've got from Hungary. We have the Protractor.
Oh yeah, the Protractor.
He comes from way out west to bowl.
Lovely shot off the scenery here.
But that's
this ground.
It's a constant curve. Now this is a like an arc.
Yeah. Interesting. I mean, we just touched on the fact that the bowlers seem to be getting that ball to cut or swing away, whichever way you want to look at it. Yet the batters are playing shots as if the ball is coming into them. I mean, that's a horrible looking shot. I mean, that ball is moving away, and yet he's trying to give himself room on the leg side and play it on the leg side. So you've got to really go through with the shot and try and play on the offside, maybe sort of upwards above point. That one's going to be too wide, and it's a good leave. As Push Pungarden once again just gets that one slightly wrong.
It's amazing how a little bit of swing can deceive a batter completely. I know that, same as baseball, I can't remember who it was talking about baseball, that they wanted to be a baseball in America. Someone who's actually very successful is what they did, but originally, that's going to be another wide. Originally it was going to be, wanted to be a baseballer. And they went out some sort of regional tryout, and this minor league pitcher started pitching to him, and he was hitting it everywhere. And then he just bowled something with a bit of a curveball, and he realised, I can't hit the curveball. So that was the end of his career. He just gave up.
I can't do it. All right. Richmond Garden now decides he wants to try and come round the wicket to see if that helps. This is an interesting one, isn't it? I always find this interesting for bowlers, Daddy. I love your view on it. So you're bowling over the wicket, right arm over, and you're bowling big wires down the offside. So he's thought, well, the cure to that is to come around the wicket.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's going to help him. And now he's giving it a go. He says, nah, actually, well, what's he doing now? He can't come in. No, he's going to stick around the wicket.
He did in the previous game. That's good bowling now. That's a good spot.
Yeah, good spot, but Shubit would probably say to him, I don't mind that, but don't be running right in front of me. Runs right in front of the umpire, but at least he does get a dot ball in there. And let's see if he can finish well. 9 off the over so far. And it seems to be a little quiet out there, the Spartans and their camp at the moment. It's a big match for them. And that's hit well. That's more like it. It's just the bottom hand comes into play here. It's again short. And the thing is, when you're coming around the wicket, these are always going to be on for the batters. You know that ball, if it's anything pitching outside the leg, you can really play it with it at freedom.
Yeah, just dragged that one down, didn't
he?
And it was not pitched up, not swinging. Just it's hit me all over it. See here the standings. Vinarati at the top, 10 points. Moravian on 8. And they'll finish in the top 3. And the Dominators, with a win here, will get the they will get the first place. Ostrava down the bottom with 3 points, no wins, and it's a long way home. So
bowler checks his field. It's not going to see a change. This is going to be Vincent, who's been a good all-rounder for Ostrava. He's been one of the highlights for them actually, and he is also going to come around the wicket, and he starts down the leg side, and now as the wicketkeeper doesn't get down with his gloves, gets a bit of foot on this as this gets away. And on this day back in 2022, not that long ago, England broke their own record for the highest one-day total in men's cricket when they made 498 for 4 against the Netherlands. The previous best was 481 and had come against Australia in 2018.
Yeah, it's quite a few runs.
Shot. That's just going to bounce upfield in front of the boundary. Pretty good hit again from Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep Kumar started the day well yesterday. He was a top performer in both the matches for them. Didn't have the best of match number 3s, but match 4 now for the Spartans, and the important one, he could be the star of the show. Good looking shot. Moves to double figures.
Yeah, someone had to pick up the pieces after the first ball dismissal of Junior Panalet. Well, they're going up for everything that just gets close to that bat. I hope it's not a bit of a boy who cries wolf. But Joe Foster, the experienced umpire, just chewing his gum.
You know the picture using, of course, AI that Phil G did of us in the rock band. Well, when Phil was with me, as that has been launched, it's going to go a long, long way. Arriva, Kidna Sona, 6 runs, manos arriba from the arbitro. It just had hit me written all over it. And Sandeep Kumar, oh boy, did he hit it. That's 6 runs. But yeah, Phil G was with me, and we were looking at that shot there of Teletubby Hill. And Vinny Sandu was coming in, and he was wearing his green suit. And And that gave us an idea. He said, well, really what we've got to do is get all the commentators, and he does another one, but us as Teletubbies, and get us in the hill. So I don't know how Phil's getting on with that, but be interested to see what he comes up with when we see him in a couple of days.
Well, Phil's very Teletubby shaped as well.
Oh, Phil, love you for saying that. There'll be a comeback from Phil G, I'm pretty sure.
Hope he's not listening.
And nicely whipped away, so that's another boundary. So Vincent started with 2 wides, gone 4 dots, 6 and 4. And, that's a better delivery. They will take a single. One thing that was pretty impressive, actually, from the Spartans, even in the last match, they did run very well. So even the good deliveries like that one from Vincent, it gets dug out, they take the single. And I think the reason they do that, because they're pretty aggressive with their shots anyway, they push the field back, and when the field is back, of course, there's loads of room for the singles.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes in again. Push to cover, and just a single. Another plane goes past.
Yeah, another. Okay. Oh, there it is. This time it's going the opposite direction to the ones we've seen most of the day. It goes away. 18 coming off that over from Vincent. 43 for 1. And a pretty decent power play when you consider they lost a wicket off the very first ball of the innings. So it's gone 12, 13 and 18. So a healthy start here from the Spartans.
Yeah, it's a good start. The Spartans are a good team. I did hear a rumour that I'm going to spread that there's a reason why Neeraj Tyagi is not in this Spartans lineup.
No, yeah, I think you were sort of kind of giving me insight to this, which is, yeah, it's very interesting.
He's a founder of the club, but didn't want to play in the Challenger division. And so he's going to, I think he's playing for Bohemians this year. So it's his choice, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it's a bit of a strange one. I've seen players jump ship and go to different sides to win, but that's a very competitive move there from Neeraj. Of course, he could have just won the trophy with the in the Challenger division with Spartans.
That's what
he could have helped them a lot.
That's what I was going to say. Does he not realise that even in the Challenger division, you've got every opportunity tomorrow, of course, finals day, to get your hands on the magnificent trophy of thanks to Local Lifestyles, trophy partner, and the medal. So it's not as if there was nothing up for grabs in this one. That's a good shot, beautifully timed. Sandeep Kumar, we know that he's certainly got a fair bit of muscle firepower when it comes to aggressive shots, but this one is just classy. Gives himself a little bit of room, picks the length really well and the width from Bhupathi, and gets 4 more to his name.
Yeah, very nice shot there. 48 on the board. Of course, we're out of the power play, so the field restrictions are lifted. Bhupathi now bowling to Sandeep Kumar.
That is just brutal. This it's just too short. Bhupathi, I mean, look with that ball, you don't even see where it's pitching. It's at a nice height to be crunched down the ground. And Sandeep Kumar, he deals with this Captain Caveman style. He's absolutely mullered it. 6 more runs, and that ball, somebody still, well, it's only just on its way back. That tells you how far it went. That was a big hit. It's on the way to the clubhouse there, the golf club. Absolutely smashed away.
Sahil Grover in the chat. Tyagi is playing for Bohemians this year, so we'll see Sahil as well coming up in the next couple of days. Sahil's, a couple of firsts for me with Sahil. He's a couple of notable things. Firstly, it was a second Czech Super Series. He decided to play a ramp shot, got into position. It wasn't really a ramp. He tried to smash it through the keeper. Ended up smashing it through his stumps. So that was the first Sahil Grover shot. Again, just launched 6 runs.
Another boundary, another 6 signal there by the umpires, who probably will need a good therapeutical massage maybe after today, because they're being given a lot of these signals. And that's a really nice shot there. And end off the over, expensive over. There's 18 coming off that one as well. Vincent also went for 18, 61 on the board. And 1 wicket down. So he smashes it into his own stump.
Smashed into his own stump. Looked a little embarrassed at it. It was an absolute beauty. He couldn't have hit it any better. Just the fact that he smashed it into his stumps. Then, a couple of years ago, he's facing Riaz Afridi, who's pretty quick. But he's out there batting without a helmet, right? And now it's compulsory, which is good. And I think it could be the Sahil Grover law, because we saw it live. And he tried a hook shot and missed it. And Riaz is quick. He's quick. And it smashed him sort of just on the jawline near the neck. And but it was finals day the next day. He went off, right? I think he might have gone to hospital with it. Another ambulance called. We saw that the other day as well. 2 of them called, but for slightly different reasons. It's called a wide. The next day he came back and he's wearing a neck brace, but he's also wearing his Bohemians kit. Like, so what are you doing? He played in a neck brace.
A neck brace and a helmet, or without a helmet?
He wore a helmet.
He wore a helmet on
but
that
But
time.
mainly he was fielding. Anyway, I remember the ball goes up for a catch, and he's trying to look up, and because of the neck brace, he couldn't look up. He was just literally leaning back to try to find where it was. He couldn't move his neck. So he was definitely in the news, or in the wars. Oh, a nice shot there. It's gone past the fielder, 4 runs.
Oh, dear.
But he was desperate to play for the national side that next weekend. I'm not sure if he did in the end in the neck brace, but he did play for Bohemians, which was very brave. But then that was 2 years ago. Last year he'd broken his finger, so he couldn't keep, because he normally keeps. He's a good keeper, keeps for the national side, good batter as well. And he's out in different places, mainly at deep fine leg. But he's fielding with one hand. Took catches, but you just can't keep him out of the game. Super keen player, really nice guy. 4 runs, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah,
4 runs.
Very nice guy. I used to play with Sahil years ago for Barbarians briefly. But yeah, super nice guy. Always got a smile on his face. Talented cricketer as well. And yeah, so but in the wars, and nothing will keep him out of a game.
Yeah, it's a very good cricketer. I know that. It's a decent bat, and certainly knows how to get that ball to swing around as well, doesn't he, Grover?
Yeah, he's a keeper, but he bowls as well. Nice shot. That's 4 more.
It's raining runs here at the moment. Well, that's 18 of this over as well. Sivakuma, and the thing for him is he's still got another ball to bowl, so nothing's going well at the moment here from Ostrava. Ostrava very quiet in the field, of course. Really, they're just trying to play for a bit of pride here. If they can get a victory over the Prague Spartans, that will be something certainly for them to savour. But the Spartans, they're not in the mood to let that happen. They want all the points here. They want to finish in second. Well, if they can get 4 points, they'll finish top of the pack. That's short, hit hard. There's a fielder out there who will make the stop. So only the 19. Well, they say, come on, get it in. He will eventually. So 19 off the over. And at the halfway point, the score moves to 80 for 1. It's a good opportunity for us to invite you into the, well, we're calling this the box. We're calling this all sorts of things. But
the cooler.
The cooler. But it's done. It served its purpose today because it's very hot out there, but nice and cool here. And we invite you to come in with your questions, of course, because this is the last innings of the day.
Yeah.
Rico Paul here with Danny Hudacek.
It's been a good day's cricket. I've enjoyed it.
Did a good
Come
day.
back.
That last match was a great match. This one looks like it's going to be very much one-sided. Of course, Ostrava not really much to play for. They've, of course, no Ramdas in the side because of the incident that happened in the last match. There was a slight... Hey, what we didn't see is he threw the bat again the second time as well. That wasn't on camera. That's a great shot. Beautiful shot from Gupta. The control on this is fantastic. Have a look at this. I think this is a 1x bet shot of the day. What a lovely shot that is. Can we see that just one more time? Because that oozes class. Let's see it from behind the bowler's arm, because that's when it's at its best. What a lovely shot this is. That's one angle, but the best angle is when it's from behind the bowler. You see him getting into position beautifully, full control of it, and plays it elegantly through that point area. Great shot.
Yeah, very nice shot. And, well, that came in a little bit, just tucked around the corner. Nice shot again from Gupta. And this could be a big total. It's just good cricket shots.
Yeah, good shot. It's not. That's the thing about this is that you look at that shot and the one before it, and this is where Shubham Gupta just shows what a classy player he is. First, he cuts beautifully outside the off stump, and now with the ball onto his pads, he just clips that away and gets forward as well. It's not slogging. It is, as you say, just great cricket. It's the bowler here, Riaz, really struggling. Can he get it right here as he comes in for his third delivery? And that is better. Gets it a bit fuller and does the fielding himself. Talked about some of the days today. Global Garbage Man Day today, or garbage men and women.
Where do you come up with this rubbish, Rico?
I knew you were going to come in with that, but I couldn't stop you. But no, well said. And that's clipped away. They might even try two here. They think about it, but in the end decide no. So from collecting our garbage to seeing it through the entire disposable process, the garbage collectors provide their services to the world relentlessly every day. Even in a day's delay could really cause all sorts of problems, inconvenience, a risk of disease, and etc. So we really do have to be very grateful to them. Asking the question, umpire thinking about it. There could have been a run out. Now they will run. And all happening in that one. So thus, garbage collectors and the associated sanitary workers do society a great service by keeping it healthy and clean. So hurrah, hurrah for all the global garbage men and women around the world.
You know, I like people being recognised for what they do. That's fine. But there's just absurdity about giving everything a day. It's, I mean, that's a nice shot.
Oh! Wow, Danny, we haven't done this for a while. That's a proper Tortuga. Have a look at this. This ball has just taken off. You wouldn't believe it. Tortuga! Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, that stopped the garbage talk for a moment, didn't it? It's another big over from Riaz. It comes to an end. And runs coming quickly and fast, 94 for one. I wonder if there's an international commentators day. What do you reckon? If there isn't, you could come up with one.
There's a day for everything. You want to start an international commentators day?
Well, it's got to have something. It's got to be over here. I mean, we've already decided with all the commentators, most of them being based out here. With Shubu's here now, you're here, Phil G. I think, well, even Vinny, of course. Vinny. Is here most of the time when he's not on the road or working. So yeah, it's got to be something. It's got to be over here. So we've got to have our annual convention here in Czechia, I think, every year.
Yeah, well, the ECN one. I don't know if other. I mean, you can come if you like. If you're a commentator, come to Prague. We'll start an international commentators day.
In the air, fielder coming across. Can't do nothing about that one. We'll go all the way. Volley, Ginnasona, Jakalagia. And that six brings the 100 on the board already. And there's plenty of balls left to really put a big score on here. You've got to be searching for that 150 plus score.
At this stage you do. And it's just good batting. As I mentioned, it's nothing, no slogging. It's just like it's the... Oh, just as I say, there's no slogging.
Yeah, no slogging, and then Sandy Kuma goes for a bit of a slog here. It's Venugopal gets a rare dot ball in.
So, Venugopal coming in again, tucked around the corner.
Like in the comment, by the way, from Paul Kepin. And he's touched on your one about don't talk rubbish too. I refuse to believe that. Haha. Yeah, I like it. Keep it coming. I got to say, everybody in the chat, you've been absolutely marvellous today. You've been really good company. Really enjoyed your company. And you've been superb just there chitter-chatting amongst each other. And with us, of course.
Yeah, it's a good community, isn't it? And looking after each other as well. Taking out the nastiness as well from the chat, which pops in sometimes. Of course, it's just amateur players playing cricket for the love of it here on the ECN, and that's, I think, a lot of people appreciate that, and that's good to see.
Oh, short ball doesn't quite get this the way he would like to. Wants two. He might even get more than two. It's a one-handed pickup. In comes the throw. Good communication between the batters. Good running. And even though there's plenty of boundaries being hit, you've got to focus. This partnership has been built around a lot of good running as well.
Absolutely. Really well run. Okay. Last ball of this, the 7th over. Oh, it's in the air.
Good luck. Who wants it? And down it goes. Well, it went a long way up. The bowler is happy with the attempt from the fielder, but he never looked like he was going to hold on to this, did he? That was Riaz coming in. So chance to break a partnership, which is worth now 104 between these two, Sandeep Kumar and Shubham Gupta, but it doesn't get taken. And at the end of the 7th over, 105 is on the board.
Here's what's happening tomorrow. First game up from 8:45 local time is 3rd against 4th. So we're definitely going to see the Dominators and Moravians, I think.
Yeah.
And then 1st against 2nd, which will be Spartans and Vinarati. The loser of the first game goes home. The winner goes through to play the loser of the qualifier. And the final will be the winner of the first qualifier against the winner of that second qualifier, I think.
Yeah, second qualifier, that's right.
Yep. Okay, bowler comes in.
Let's hit that straight, and with only one man straight down the ground, that's always going to be run. So good shot, and that's going to be 50 to Sandeep Kumar, and a big cheer goes up around this ground as he gets congratulated for it. Well, that's the first of these two to get the 50. Shubham Gupta is not that far behind on 46, but well batted. Well, Badania Sandeep Kumar up the half-century Buri Gully, and it's been a really good knock. Just a couple of shots where he's lost his shape, but other than that, it's been a very good display of hitting. And now with that bye, the batters will cross over, and maybe Shubham Gupta will be now on the receiving end of a nice round of applause for bringing up his 50.
Yeah, Gupta's faced fewer deliveries as well. That's, the 50 came up for Kumar of 24, and Gupta's he's on 46. He's faced 18. See if he can get it off this ball. 110 the score. Expect the score 151. Not bad.
Here comes Suresh, the bowler, and that's not a bad delivery. It's well, Suresh, it's a bump ball. A few people probably got excited, but then he thinks he's going to get the run out here. Watch this. So the bump ball, he thinks the batter's overcommitted. And in fact, the batter hasn't moved. He's in the crease, and then he's just natural instincts. He says, nah, he's in. Don't throw it, but he still throws it and gives them a single away. Look at that, and it's a terrible effort as well. And then he says, oh, get the ball, get the ball back. They're probably saying to him, why did you throw it in the first place? Right. That's Kumar back on strike. In the air. Catch it, they say. And catch it won't be. It's straight in, straight out. It's this time Siva Kumar who's not able to hold it. So Sandeep Kumar gives the chance. Doesn't get taken. He'll add one more to his 50.
It's a long way home for Ostrava. And they're not making it easy for themselves at all by dropping these catches. Started off so well. First ball. That was a wicket there, but that was straight through by the archer. And ever since then, it's been all one-way traffic.
Yeah, it was a dream start. They probably couldn't believe their eyes, but then after that, they haven't been able to take another wicket as yet, and they're not going to with this ball either. That's a delightful hit, and now it is Shubham Gupta, who in the same over as the one that Sandeep Kumar bought 50 in, does the same. This partnership keeps on growing. It's worth 117 as Gupta now warmly receives the applause from his teammates and the spectators around the ground as he moves to 118 for one. Still 12 balls to go in the innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's been a really good partnership, and what it does also, it's a bit of a launching pad to the finals tomorrow with Spartans. Then again, also Vinarati have won 2 in a row today. Again, 2 good victories, so they'll be in good form. We'll see what kind of team they put together tomorrow. I know a couple of players might be unavailable for Vinarati, and we'll see how that goes.
Pushman Garden is going to come to bowl. He's second, 13 came up his first. He's going to start with one down the leg side, which the wicket keeper actually does very well to at least get something on it. Stops the ball going all the way down to the boundaries. No fine leg. They've got a man on the 45, so If it gets past him, it's going to go all the way. So makes the stop. Gupta goes back on strike. That's it firmly. Stick with just the one fielder on the boundary who negotiates that pretty well in the end. Catching wasn't his strong point with Sivakuma, but he does make the stop there.
Yeah, good arm too. Throw it back to the keeper. That's a pretty long throw. 120, 145 now the expected score. Still got is that 10 balls left. Let's see what they can get out of it. Short, and he's got him. Well, look for the quick single. Don't think the batter wants to run, Kumar.
Just takes his eye off of this one, I think, Sandeep Kumar. It sees that it's a short delivery. It's one that you'd expect either one of these batters to put away because they must be seeing that ball so big now. They've spent so much time out there. But just takes his eye off it, and Brisbane Garden gets away with that. He has changed his action now to becoming over the wicket again, which I feel should serve him better.
Comes in again down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. And it's 4 wides, a minimo. That's not what they needed, Ostrava. They need wickets or dot balls.
Yeah,
that's pretty poor.
5 more to go on the board, and there she goes. 125 now for one, so that 150 very much on the cards. What a good partnership it's been between these two.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. So, well, still giving Ostrava a 4% chance of winning the supercomputer. It's generous.
That might go down by another percentage or 2 before this innings is done, as that's been clubbed. As Sandeep Kumar says, "Alo, Horshakelo, both बढ़िया batting की थी, दोनों ने बड़ी partnership बनाई है. Really good batting, good hitting, clean, crisp hitting as well. And Ostrava, they've had a long, hard couple of days, haven't they? 2 losses yesterday. They would have hoped that their fortunes would have changed here today. And it was in their grasp against the Praha Dominators, remember, when they should have got that win. But they found a way to lose it. That's been powerfully hit onto the leg side. It gets past the short man behind square, and the mid-wicket can't come around to stop it. 4 more. You can see there, nobody on the boundary. They just don't know where to put these boundary riders at the moment. There just seems to be so many gaps out there. And Ostrava, they're looking like a tired and dejected side there, Danny.
Definitely looking like that. But, you know, sometimes things go for you in cricket, and sometimes things go against you. And when you see the ball just going past you every delivery, if you've played any form of cricket, you've seen it happen to you. And you've done it to other teams as well. So, let's head out to the player out there, Suresh.
It's a game of many emotions, isn't it, as that over comes to an end. And Brisbane Gardenese spell goes for 30. And when you think about Ostrava, you know, they started with a wicket and they probably thought, hey, you know what, things might change for us. And then after that, they haven't been able to take another. Look at the number of bowlers that have been used. But only the one success, Sudhir picking up the wicket. I suppose at some point they will think about getting back to him. Will they in this last over? Let's wait and see.
I think they have to. They are going back to him, the archer. He's got very bright shoes. Do you think you need sunglasses for those? Brighter than the sun, those shoes. Oh. But no, they've used 8 bowlers. They should have used 9 or 10. Of course, the keeper can't bowl, unfortunately. Comes the archer coming in, and it's a bit of outswing towards the edge of the bat. Good piece of fielding. Cut it down to a single.
Good save. There's not been too many. Oh dear. Just as I was about to say, there's not been too many highlights. I was going to say that's probably one of them. I guess technically it still is. If he went past him, it would have been 4. He keeps it, we thought, to 1, and then proceeds to throw it over the keeper and gives another extra away. So they'll take 2. Kumar will stay on strike.
Paul Kempin looking forward to finals day. I think we all are. As the archer comes in. The last game we'll see him this year. It's got another one down. Got it right at the end of the fingers. And these Grizzlies causing more pain for Ostrava.
Siva Kumar, he's had 3 chances now. He keeps trying. He can't catch him. And this time he drops the catch, but he does at least lay it on to Rias, who gets the throw in. They only take the single. Gupta has had far less strike, 22 balls to that of 33 of Kumar.
Oh, straight through him, straight through the keeper, straight through everyone, and that'll be 4 byes. I tell you what, though, like the keeper dropped that one. I really hope that they actually catch their train back to Ostrava, and that because that's the only thing they would have caught this this week. Ostrava, they've just dropped pretty much everything that's come to them.
Well, the way the day has gone, or the couple of days have gone, the chances of them making it seems pretty slim. Now, let's hope something does go their way. And they're going to have a big run chase here. There's no doubt about it. 143 with 3 balls to go. And let's probably just take the single here. But yeah, let's hope there's a couple of highlights for them in the batting. Maybe somebody gets a few runs, a little half century or something, because they need to take some positives away from this. It's been a grueling couple of days from them, and I think it's not going their way.
So, Rico, what's been your highlight of the day?
Very good question. You mean other than the pie?
Oh, the pie, yeah.
Good ball.
My short-term memory is not great. All right, my long-term memory is fine. I remember random stuff from years back. My short-term memory, I'd forgotten I had a pie.
Yeah.
So,
well, I suppose you got to. I know a lot of people, some that have played a lot of cricket as players, as people who enjoy watching cricket. I know so many people who've never had the pleasure of either being on the field of play or watching the game. That's 4 runs. And you can see, look at the fielders there. They don't even want to chase this. Just leave it to somebody else to get the ball back. That will be the end of the innings. Won't quite get to the 150, but 148 it will be. That means the chase is going to be 149. And what a good partnership. That partnership worth 148, because remember, there was a wicket, a royal duck right at the beginning. So Jinu is the man who's lost out. He was the one who lost his wicket. But just to finish off before we see the highlights, yeah, a lot of people, players, watchers, who've never been at the ground where there's been a hat-trick. And we see a hat-trick today. I know it's not the first one that we've seen, but I still think it's always a special moment when a bowler picks up a hat-trick. So that's got to be the highlight of the day. And that was, we thought, going to be the start of things to come for Ostrava, but that was their only highlight of this match when they got a wicket of the very first ball, and it was Sudhir to do it. But then after that, they were following and chasing the ball to all parts of the ground.
yeah, look, it's a really good effort from Spartans. And clearly on top here against Ostrava, who just want to go back to Moravia. Moravia Silesia, actually, because it's on the cusp. And it's just nothing going right for them, Ostrava, unfortunately. They've still got a bat. It'll be a turn up for the books if they got this total. But just everything out of reach. It was a bit of poor catching and a bit of poor fielding, but generally it was just good batting.
Yeah, they've got nothing to lose. That's the early thing here. Nothing to lose. Go out there and say, you know what, look, we've got nothing to lose. We can still make this a good day for one or two of us if we go out there and score some runs. I also think it's probably an opportunity for the Prague Spartans. I think they will start the game hard, and then after that, I think it's an opportunity for them to maybe also try a few things in preparation for tomorrow. But they're not going to go too crazy. They will want 4 points here, that's for sure, and to seal themselves and book themselves a top 2 finish. In fact, 4 points will see them at the top.
Well, it's pretty much gone to form this tournament. Every team's lost a game. The Spartans lost the 3-over game against Dominators, and Vinarati lost to Spartans, where Spartans were really good. Vinarati was a little bit off in that game, but it's pretty even. But on paper, if you look at it, the Spartans and Vinarati, the 2 Div 1 teams in this competition, definitely the 2 favourites for the Challenge Division, and they'll end up on top. But tomorrow will be anyone's tournament. Moravia are really good. Dominators, if they get on heater, can beat any of these teams as well. So.
Yeah, I agree with that as we have a look at that again. So Jinu Penilet, he's probably thinking, I think I missed out here today. He got a good seed there from the bowler Sudhir, who picks up the early wicket. You'll see that on this. Look at the number of bowlers that's used there. They tried, I suppose, but they just couldn't get the breakthroughs that they wanted. But a lot of it was down to some very good batting from Kumar and Gupta. Has to be said though, some not so great fielding. When chances did prevent themselves, they weren't taken. So we're going to leave you with the match summary. The second innings should be happening pretty quickly. It is the last match of the day, so we tend to get back on pretty quickly. So we'll be back in under 10 minutes time. But just to remind you, do come back with your random questions. It'd be good to finish with a good old banter on the chat between yourselves and us during the last 10 overs. John, myself, Rico Fool and Danny Hudacek when we come back in under 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome back to everyone here in to lovely Prague, the Vinoj ground. You can see the Scott Page field there from the air, and we're halfway in the final game of the day between Ostrava and the Prague Spartans. And Spartans put on a pretty good show in the first innings, and 148 the innings total. 103 for a point for Ostrava. They've picked up a few points during this tournament, but not a win. And it looks like it's possibly going to be a winless tournament for Ostrava. They're going to have to bat well to get the 148 they need. So, but you never know, Ostrava. So they might pull a couple of rabbits out of the hat and a few runs on the board. So Rico's back in the box.
Yeah, I'm back and looking forward to this final innings. I mean, I suppose most people, like myself, and I think Danny, we're the same, are expecting this to be a comfortable victory for the Prague Spartans. But let's just hope that that Ostrava, they do finish with a few, as I've said before, a few highlights of their own, a couple of batters that get in, that they make it competitive. The last thing that they'd want is to be blown away here by the Spartans. They need something to talk positively about and smile about on their journeys back home.
Well, it's definitely good to have Ostrava in the competition. As bowler comes in, and just be a dot ball, because of course the competition here in the Czech Republic or in Czechia is dominated by Prague teams. Brno they've got a very good club down there, Brno CC, Brno Cricket Club. They've got I think 3 teams, the women's team as well. I think junior development. Moravians are down from there as well.
Yeah.
There are a couple of other sides in some of the regional cities as well. I know Jeff Foster started Česká Budějovice. This is over the top, and that's the first boundary.
Yeah, nicely sort of played it. Got a bit of width, swung hard. I'm liking the name of the batter as well, Jinu Raju. And gets a fair bit of the bat underneath this. Swings hard, gets a little bit of good fortune, a little bit of suerte, as that one flies away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's runs on the board. So yeah, just saying that Ostrava is the 3rd biggest city. It's still, I know there's been cricket there or thereabouts in Ostrava for quite a while, but formalised cricket and having a real club to it's called a wide to compete in the Prague League is a big achievement, and hats off to them. But they're not quite as competitive yet, I don't think.
They're not that far away. We saw that they were pretty competitive in that match against the Dominators, which we thought they should have probably won. Look at their matches yesterday. They didn't get enough runs on the board against Vinaradi, and then against Moravian, chasing 130, they got to 99 for 3. So, they're getting there. They will, hopefully, they'll get stronger themselves. Maybe they pick up a player or two that strengthen them. A decent all-rounder just in addition to what they've got here could make that difference. But the key thing is you don't give up heart, of course. Unfortunately, no Ramdas here. But they have got, I like the way that Suresh played in the last match. Let's see if he can come up with the goods as well. So they've got to take the positives, but it's all about building on it. And, when this campaign is over, as it will be after this match, you sit back, you look back and say, right, these were the positives, and focus on those, and then see what you can do about the things that you didn't quite get right.
Arjun in the chat has talked about the Mona Lisa being about the size of an A4 sheet of paper. It's a bit bigger than that. It's not a big work of art, but it is bigger than an A4 sheet of paper.
Yeah, that is for sure.
So I think it's probably more A3 size, I'd say, at a wild guess. But look, Uncle Google's there, and you can find out the exact size of the Mona Lisa. It is a very interesting painting for many reasons.
Big swing here. I don't think that is a wide. I think most of the movement happens after the ball gets past a swinging bat of Venugopal. So first over comes to an end. The good news is they haven't lost any wickets. It's 6 without loss and 69 matches now since a golden ball. It's quite unlikely that this match will go to that sort of golden ball criteria. Almost, we got pretty close with 1 or 2 matches today, but I do have a feeling that maybe tomorrow, finals day of the Challenger Division, could certainly present us with a few opportunities, I'm sure.
Yeah, look, there are 4 teams tomorrow I think are pretty even, on paper at least. And as I said, the Dominators, if everything goes right for them, they're a hard team to beat. They really get on a roll. And Moravians, we've seen the improvement in them. They've got some good talented players, but probably the 2 standout teams are Vinarati and Spartans. So I'm expecting it's going to be a Y there for Mariaz Ahmed. But I'm expecting those 2 to meet in the final, but anything can happen. You know, if whoever loses the first game between Spartans and Vinarati will have to play 3 games in the day, which is a tough ask, especially it's going to be pretty warm tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a warm day, you're absolutely right, and to play 3 matches and tense matches as well and win them all, it's going to take some doing. This is another wide here from the bowler, Riaz Ahmed. I get the feeling that sometimes with Riaz Ahmed, he comes across to me, Danny, as a bowler who doesn't always go back to the same bowling marker. I think he chops and changes, and he loses some of the momentum in the way that he runs up. He seems to be losing his run up as he's coming in. So he runs, but you can see there he misses a step, he's hopping, he's skipping, he's a bit all over the place. And I think he's just thinking, maybe he's thinking in the back of his mind, he doesn't have to give it the full 100%. He's charging in, he's cut his run up down a little bit, but he doesn't seem to be coming in with any kind of smoothness at all.
Yeah, I agree with you. He is trying to find his feet, isn't he? And not finding him there. And it's called a wide, and it's going to go down towards the boundary, but they will pick it up. But then again, it's sort of typical of a lot of the players you see in these leagues that there's been no formal coaching. So just something which is which you learn as a kid is you run up and you see it more. I mean, you can tell someone has been coached by the way they run up. They're either that or a very good athlete. Yeah. And it's the same with fielding and just simple things, running between wickets, backing up, backing up in the field. It's things which are second nature to someone who's been coached in cricket. But a lot of these players come from tape ball backgrounds, or what's gully cricket?
Gully cricket, yeah, very much the same, just cricket that's being played in a kind of like a narrow street, and probably use, again, whether it's kind of a tape ball or a tennis ball.
A lot of Australians grew up playing with a tennis ball, playing in the backyard, and then getting into formalised cricket, but not necessarily coached. I think it might be a little bit different now to when I was growing up, where you kind of do your own coaching if you don't want to play at a high level. Yeah, I played with some very good players, and I didn't play at a high level per se, but I did play some decent cricket and with some good players. But yeah, you can really tell just little things. You can tell, and I don't think too many of these players would have played much organised cricket back from wherever they're from originally. Yeah,
that's a very good point, and I suppose also most of the times when they are playing cricket, they're playing actually, in a match. They compete. They haven't got the time, you'd have to say, to come together just to practice and train as a unit. Sometimes I know that we get questions from people in the chat when, teams having a bit of a mare in the field, and people putting questions and say, well, don't these teams train? Don't they have catching practice? Well, usually, no. They've got the weekend. If they're not working to play cricket, they turn up, they play until the next weekend. And if there is a European cricket series being organised, you have to appreciate the fact, and you have to, we're grateful and thankful for the sacrifices that the players make to take time away from work, from their families. I mean, Ostrava, they've been staying over, I'm pretty sure, to play in these tournaments. So it's a big sacrifice. So unfortunately, keen to play, and not quite at the next step where you would be saying that they're spending some time in between training, etc. Well, that is huge. That's a humongous 6. That's pinged out of the middle of the bat there from Raju Raj. What a lovely hit this is. Full delivery. Boom. Shakalagya. Oh my, that's a biggie. Well, Shubit there is almost going to click his neck as he's looking at that one go a very long way.
Just a bit of a chat in the, or a bit of thing in the chat with Johnny here and Arjun talking about Gozo in Malta. Have you been to Gozo?
Yes, I have.
What's it like?
Gozo's beautiful. I mean, Malta itself obviously is a very, very busy island. It's the biggest island. A lot of islands there around Malta. But Gozo's very different. Gozo's it's much more open. It's much greener, much more open space. Yeah, very nice. Catching chance, caught and bowled. That's going to be the wicket. And Riaz Ahmed has held on to it. And after being smashed for a very big six, I believe he's taken the pace off this. I think this is the slower ball. It hasn't been picked. And it will result in the wicket of Raju having to depart. Well done, well bowled there to Riaz Ahmed. He recovers well. And straight to his hands, crocodile style, as he takes the catch, but it stays in there.
Yeah, neat catch. Made it look easy and deserved. He's worked hard as Riaz Ahmed today. Yeah, so the reason I'm asking is that talking about Gozo, it was an independent nation for 2 years. Napoleon conquered Malta, but never Gozo. So that's interesting. And Johnny here saying they're proud to be Gozitans, not Maltese.
Yeah, of course, John Hisham, he's spent a good fair bit of time there in Malta. Of course, he's travelled to see the action there in the European Cricket Series and the ECS, and of course, the women's cricket that we had there recently. So, yeah, I think John Hisham knows a fair bit about Malta and Gozo. Well, but yeah, it is a beautiful island. I've only been a couple of times. One time with just a flying visit. The other time I had the chance to actually explore and go around the island, but it's beautiful.
So here's something for you. Now, have you heard of the Knights of Malta?
I have heard of the Knights of Malta, yeah.
Yeah. So they're basically a charitable organisation, more to do with hospitals and things like that. But they are an official nation. Oh, put down. Sharp chance.
Yeah, that is a sharp chance. Let's see if we get this on camera, because it's been hit, like you said, pretty well. But he goes down, goes to take it, but doesn't quite. I mean, that would have been fantastic if he holds on to it. Don't know if we've got a replay of that. Looks like we haven't, but it would have been a sharp chance.
It was a sharp chance, and it was a good effort. Oh, good delivery from Sandip Kumar. Too good for the batter. So the Knights of Malta. So I'd heard of them. There is a building here owned by the Knights of Malta in Prague. There's the John Lennon Wall, which is a part of their property. But they actually don't own any land. It's the only country in the world. It's officially like a country. Chance just missed. I had a good view of that one. Woo-hoo. Very close to the stumps. So they're a country, like an official state nation, but do not own any land, because they were pushed away from Malta, but they're still recognised internationally. So they're a country, so to speak, but they don't own anything. There's a few places in Rome where they have the offices and like the ministry or whatever. I think they see the Pope as their head of state. I think something like that. But yeah, so that's another little thing to look into. The Knights of Malta. One of them is a keyhole that leads to a building, the door that never opens in Rome.
4 runs at the end of the over. Nicely played away. That's the power play complete. It's a little bit short on where, of course, their opponents were, but still, it's all about fighting and trying to get a respectable score here. 24 for 1 at the end of 3. Yeah, Malta, it's a very, very interesting place, Malta. It's the people are actually so friendly, but there's so many cultures in there as well. You know, you've of course got that Arabic mix in there, so a lot of people do speak a mixture of languages. Of course, it's a big Italian influence in there as well. And when it comes to the football, usually it's a split between the people, you know, kind of half the population supporting England and the other half will be supporting Italy. Things like that is very, very, very strange. But it's a lovely place, beautiful place, lovely island. It's blessed with lovely weather, and so many festivals there as well.
Oh, really?
The cannons are always going off for one reason or another. And at the end of a hot day, to go down to the coast, it's the rocky coast, but to go down the steps into the sea and cool off, it's a fantastic experience as well. So yeah, Malta is brilliant, and the island of Gozo, very different. Malta itself, very busy, I mean, it's there's hardly any parts of Greenland because you know, the population is so big. In fact, they're struggling to cater for the population. But Gozo, you go across there and it's much calmer, much greener, and far more pleasant if you don't like the city life.
I haven't seen too much of Malta. I think it's lovely, but I went there for a Valletta Cup one year with the Czech team, and it was very interesting. I really enjoyed it. The history of it, going past like through Valletta is lovely. But I did feel that there was just not a square inch that wasn't really developed, or an archaeological site. I saw a few of those, but nice shot down the ground, and that'll be cut off, just a single.
Yeah, well fielded, good ground fielding. And the other thing about it is, I mean, we've been via cricket and on European cricket, we've been there at various times of the year. You know, September, October, November, even been there December time. We've been in the summer. It's always busy. Yeah, it is always busy. Whatever time we go, it's so much happening there. And, full of tourists, all enjoying the many magical places to go and see. I know I've done the boat trip a few times to go across from the island to Valletta. Valletta is beautiful. And a bit like here, we talked earlier about some of the movies that are filmed here. And in Malta, of course, a lot of movies and series have been filmed there. And they've got a fantastic aquarium there as well, which is, it's a nice place to go. If you've never been, it's certainly somewhere that you should try and go, because you certainly will enjoy it. This is bobbling away to the fielder, does well, and keeps it just to a single.
Yeah, look, this game petering out a little bit, isn't it? But 9-10 and over needed, 19.5 and over. Don't see Ostrava doing it. But yeah, look, a friend of mine contacted me a while back. I grew up with him in Sydney, so he's out visiting Europe with his daughter. And then his daughter's meeting up with a friend and going somewhere. So he said, "Do you want to go to Malta? I'm going to Malta for 4 days." I'm like, "Why didn't you just come to Prague? I can show you around Prague. It'd be nice." And he said, "No, I've heard good things about." That's out, by the way. It's catch by Sandeep Kumar, and Athmo gets a wicket with the final ball of his first over.
Yeah, you can see not too many celebrations there. They're just taking this all in their stride. He chips it up in the air rather than hits it. Comfortable catch taken. And another one bites the dust. That's the end of Venugopal. He'll go for 7. And it's got Vincent out there with him. Vincent now will have to wait to see who's going to partner him, to see if they can get something going here. So, wicket falling at the end of that 4th over, 28 for 2.
You know what I love about the chat is there are so many people from all different places around the world. We've got Arjun from Gozo, all right? But we had talking fondly about Gozo and about Malta, and we had Monty before talking about Tasmania, and you know, there's quite a few people from just all around the place. It's fantastic to see. There's Finley's Chickens from Dubai. He was on the chat before. So Wayne, I know, from Australia. There's quite a few from Australia, and Rob Thompson from New Zealand. We had quite a few from Canada in the US at one stage. I don't know how many are still around, but it's really good to see, and it's just a nice community.
Yeah, it is. And if you are watching and we haven't heard from you yet, why not? Come on, say hello to us. Let us know who you are, where you're from. You can see that we're all part of a big family here on the European Cricket Network and the chat. And it'd be lovely to welcome you into that family. And say hi to us. We'll say hi back, as that one will be called a wide by the umpire. And you're right, though. It's I know that sometimes that you and I we've done some gigs when we were on our own, and of course it's always nice to have somebody with you in the commentary box, so you can you can talk to each other and talk about various things. But you know, when we're on our own, it's almost like that. All those people in the chat, they're there with you.
Yeah.
And it's quite fantastic, and that's why you all are fantastic. And thank you for being superb, not just today, but most of you are on, and they're every day. It's always a pleasure. Someone's going to be dragged out onto the leg side. He knows he should have probably played that on the off. Feeling that it's got very muggy all of a sudden, Danny.
Yeah.
The heat certainly, I mean, normally, I think the last few days as the afternoons come and this last match, we get a bit more of a breeze, but it's very warm out
There's
there.
one thing I think, Rick, we've been in this box for a while, right? And it's been a bit warm, and I think basically we're boiling in our own sweat a little bit. So I think that might be a little bit of the humidity.
Well, that's why the ants are getting out of here. So look at them, they're all marching out of the door.
They're right in front of me. What have I done? I think they're bowing to their leader.
Good shot. That's what we want to see, a bit more of that. And Vincent, we know he's got the power to do it. Well struck. And the Ken Vincent. It's a very good shot. He kind of just says, you know what? Never mind the footwork. I've got my eye on it. I know I'm going to get it away. And he crunches it down the ground for a biggie. He's got Suresh there with him. We know Suresh can back very nicely. This time he just, again, gives himself a little bit of room. Just plays that out onto the offside and takes another single.
Tina's in the chat. Hi, Tina. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. And I don't know where Tina's going to... Where is Tina at the moment? Is she back in Germany or working or doing something? Where are you, Tina?
Yeah, Tina will let us know. I think the next time we probably see Tina in action probably will be at Kartama now. I know that Tina was scheduled to do Kiel, but of course with Germany qualifying, Tina's now going to have to, well, stick to commentating in her sleep and playing a bit more cricket. Hi, Tina. I hope you're well. Did a fantastic job there, of course, with Nish in Hornchurch. And deserves a bit of a break, but I'm pretty sure that's combined with some work, your day job, and also a little bit of practice in the nets, I'm sure, to get yourself ready and the team ready for those very important matches coming up a bit later in the year. So hope you're well. I hope all goes well.
Tina lives in Hamburg, which is one of my favourite cities. It's fantastic. Lived there for a while. Worked at a friend's craft beer place for a summer. That was great. Have you been to Hamburg?
I mean, close to, but not to Hamburg.
It's
Place where the hamburgers come from, isn't it?
That's where hamburgers come from.
Hamburgers
Indeed.
come from Hamburg.
So Americans think they're American, but shy at the stumps, and it's got through the keeper. I think they'll take an extra. Didn't cost them too much.
Yeah, the keeper should have stopped that. Don't know why he didn't. He just starts gesturing something to the fielder, but yeah, had to be stopped. This is Abhishek Hathmode, he's made a good introduction to the side here today. He's bowled well in both matches.
So Hamburg is a very open city, very liberal, and mainly because it's a port city. So you get a lot of people travelling from all around the world. Lots of Portuguese sailors came in and settled there, so there's a nice Portuguese culture within Hamburg. It's very open to visitors. My friend's pub was in a place called St. Pauli, which is famous for the football team, but it's just going to hit the fielder just for a single. But it's a fascinating place. It's very aesthetically kind of punk type area, very do-it-yourself, very left-wing. The football team also is very much like that. So they call it wide. So the symbol of St. Pauli is the skull and crossbones. You'll see it often on shirts with a skull and crossbones at St. Pauli. So it's the football team, but it's also that area of Hamburg. It's a really interesting place. The Reeperbahn and the Grosse Freiheit are there. It's dropped. Pretty simple catch, and it's getting late in the afternoon when the Spartans are dropping sitters. But yeah, look at the Beatles. There's a big Beatles history there. They lived all around the St. Pauli area and grew up there, basically, in a sense. But the Schanze is very cool, very hipster. And then you get to other areas. The centre is very rich. It's one of the richest cities in Germany. It's the second biggest city in Germany as well. Has more bridges than any other city in Europe, including Amsterdam. It's a fascinating place. Lovely new opera. So, yeah. Anyway, Hamburg, reminiscing. Haven't been there for a little while. Really good place.
Yeah, we'll be going, to, of course, to Krefeld and been there a few times. No Dresden this year. Dresden's beautiful as well, of course. But going back to Kew, as I said, now Kew is beautiful as well, I must say. Chris making a comment there.
Tina will be in Wimbledon and Krefeld.
Okay.
So according to Tina. So that's good to see. Americans will claim anything at this point. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's pretty true. So it's a very insular place, the States. But every time I've been there, I've had a good time. It's very good. This is in the air and just over the fielder. Good back up. Skipper's got his angles right again with the field.
Yeah, they have done very well actually with the field positions here today, the Spartans. I think we were touching on that in the last match, that very close and entertaining match between them and Moravian. They just have the upper number on their opponents. Here you see again, so it's not a bad shot, but there's a fielder there waiting for it. It's just going to be a single, so they're not, they're not doing anything spectacular. They've got the behind square and the boundary mid wicket. Long on, pretty straight, long off, but they've got that sweeper on the offside. But every ball that seems to be hit towards the boundary fence, there always seems to be a Spartan there to stop it. This one struck and straight into the hands. Oh, that was absolutely thumped. Wow, this ball was travelling, and Krunati has taken a really good catch. This was clobbered, Danny. This was hit with a plenty of might. Boom. Bang! It's travelling, it's fast, it's hard, but it goes into the hands and the catch gets taken. Have a look at this once again. Well taken, good catch, and he lets go of the Grizzly pretty quick because it was still stinging.
That was it was a nice catch. It was straight to him. Suresh has to go, but yeah, definitely that was a hard hit chance. See again the replay. Look at the bowler looking at it, looking for it, turns around, and well. Easier to catch those than let them hit you in the chest. It's a chance for a run out, fumble there. But,
yes.
But no, Hamburg. Yeah, Hamburg's a very interesting city, and I think you'd enjoy it actually. So if you're ever up in Kiel doing some commentary, pop over to Hamburg for a day or two.
Yeah, I think that's where I remember Hamburg from, because when I did me bits and pieces about Kiel and where it was in relation to other parts of Germany, I know that Hamburg wasn't that far away. I think we were probably about, I think, memory serves me right, about an hour away, something like 80 kilometres or something.
Yeah, it's not far.
That gets played. It will just be a single. Well, thanks for Tina for updating us. I didn't, of course, got that you would be in Krefeld. Weren't sure if you were going to be in Wimbledon, so that'd be good. I know that I'll be doing some of that Wimbledon tour and at Krefeld, so we're looking forward to calling a few games together, no doubt. Let's have a look at this. I think we can probably pretty soon start to fill this in. In fact, we might be able to, we probably could fill it in now actually, maybe the next time we see it. So I think we know that, of course, Vinaradi and the Prague Spartans will be playing that qualifier number 1. That's where the double chance comes. The eliminator, well, it's going to be Moravian. They're going to be in there. There's no doubt about that. And they'll be up against the Praha Dominators. And one team will stay, one will go. That launches into it. Gear. Shakala gear. Kinnasona Vincent. Maybe he's going to give us on song is with a good hit. I mean, they're hitting the ball well. Vincent's been good, the captain. He just hasn't had enough other players that he can call upon to help him when it comes to the bat. So, but that's a good strike.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, they needed, well, a couple of balls ago, they needed 17 and over. It's 16 and a half and over to get the... I'm seeing a pattern here
on
from
wides.
Both teams on wides, yeah, with teams appealing. Now that's getting a bit annoying. I saw Diraj a little before when there was a wide appealing on the for a caught behind, and it's just trying to fool the umpire. And the umpires are too experienced to go out. And it looks like a coordinated appeal. Now, I think that's naughty, because I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to save the run and the extra ball. and might sneak a wicket. Whoa, it's got through him. It's a good ball. But I don't like it, Rico.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I know if it gets too out of hand, then the umpires can, of course, have a chat with the captains and say, look, this is excessive appealing, and if it carries on, then you can award the opposition some penalty runs, couldn't you? You can do it. It can be done. But yeah, it's not nice to see, is it? It's almost like you're trying to trick the umpire for distracting them and giving them something else to think about, i.e. the appeal, and then they don't give the wide. But it ain't gonna work. Our Grizzly men are too experienced for that.
Yeah, you're trying to fiddle the system. And, see, that one's another one, but that was well, that wasn't a wide. But again, it's just that was nowhere near the bat. I'm not sure if he was appealing to the stumping. I don't know how kind of view he had. Dearose had no appeal.
I don't think Joe Foster was that impressed that he had to go all the way and get the stump set up again. This is another one that's going to be swung and missed at. So Fires Ahmed getting a good over in. Naveen bowled before then. So you can see that the Prague Spartans, their captain, is taking the opportunity, Diraj, to give a few others an opportunity to turn their arm over. Why not? Because this match is well and truly won, and they will for sure pick up all the points as well, all 4 points, because Ostrava, remember, just to take a point from this match would have to get past the 100 mark. 103 sort of kind of rings a bell once again, but they ain't going to get there. So another opportunity for somebody to turn their arm over. And well, this time there is a little bit of something on this. In comes the throw, and they will make it home. It's always time for a hug, no matter how bad things are. And that's exactly what Ronald does here as he makes his way back. And this is Naveen who gets his second over. You'll see this again, a good bit of fielding there from the man who's shot third. The batters, they're not really looking at each other. One's watching the fielder, one's running the wrong way, but they do make it home.
Yeah, look, the sting's gone out of this game a lot. It happens sometimes on late afternoon when it's not quite a dead rubber because Spartans need to win this to get at the top. But I mean, Ostrava already at the bottom of the table. Oh, that's close, that's gone.
Yeah, I could see the finger going up here. I think Joe Foster, he's processing that in his mind very quickly, thinking, well, you know what, it's straight. Is this ball going to bounce over the stumps? That's what he's got to decide, because in terms of, is it going to go straight on and probably catch the stumps? Yeah. Is it going to go over? I don't think so. You can see that kind of hits the batter pretty low down, right in front of the stumps. He's sort of right in the crease. This will show you here. So watch where it hits on the bat leg. And I don't think that's going over the stumps. I think that's a very good call there from umpire Foster. So the batter will have to make his way back. So another one makes his way back into the dugout. The new man comes out, and that was Vincent, the captain. He goes, and Deepak V comes out to take his place.
V for not for victory this time. Definitely not for victory, but.
They're not. None of them are watching the game, and not very happy is Ronald. They're all saying to him, "Run," and Ronald saying, "Well, I did try. He sent me back, and now I'm not going again. It's too warm to be running backwards and forwards for nothing."
Come on, V. We need a run from you.
DV.
DV, indeed.
Deepak V.
Deepak V. And hits it pretty well, straight to the fielder, and it's going to be there's not going to be a run. Yes. No, there's not going to be a run out.
That's out. I think that. No. Doesn't he put his hand in the way of this?
No. He hit him square in the back, I think.
Where did he hit him? Oh, look at Ronald. He's saying, I'm not running. He says, I don't care. He didn't run for me. I'm not running. Man, he's out here.
Leaning on his back.
Look at him. Get the knee. Man, he's out here. Look at the way he makes sure he gets back in his crease.
He's just jogging.
And then, that's right. Well, yeah. It's a double hit on his back and on his lid. Oh, there. Swings it. For a moment there, Daddy, I thought he just stuck his hand out there and stopped. So, nah, you're not running me out. And he didn't. If he did, he would have been out. But that's on his back. It's on his helmet. Somehow, he's still there, his V. Somebody in the chat will come up with what V is for pretty quickly. And Well, he's not going to. Well, this is going to be interesting. I want to see the two batters come together and have a chat. Well, I don't know if they're going to have a chat or take the gloves off. One thing or another will happen. It's 59 for 4. End of the over. 6 more balls to go. And that will be the end of today's play. And then it'll all be about the talk of what's coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, bit of celebration in the commentary box, and as this game's just about to come to an end. It's been a long one, and we will talk about what's happening tomorrow, which will be fascinating. But here, it's limped to a 4-pointer for the Prague Spartans. 45 and over needed for Ostrava. Weird things have happened in this format, but don't think they're going to get there. So, but yeah, that running between the wickets was well a little bit of comic relief towards the end of the day. Ronald will be facing Rajaprolu. Well, they've got one of their main men back on, Spartans, not mucking around here. Rajaprolu bowling to Ronald. And hit over the batsman's head. They've gone for one. They decided to take it. And it'll bring DV back on strike. What does a V stand for? What do you reckon?
I don't know. This is what I was saying is will we get something through from the chat to come up with their ideas? Well, what do you reckon, chat?
Let's straight back to the bowler. There was an 80s TV series called V.
Yeah, there were. Yeah, I remember it. It was it's kind of a. Are you talking about? Are we thinking about the same one, sort of sci-fi sort of thing? One.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, seen a ghost. Alex, the producer, has come in out of nowhere after a day off. He's come down to the ground for some reason.
Yeah. Well, he certainly doesn't like to hit it in the V, so it's got nothing to do with that Deepak V because he hasn't managed to get a run yet, and that's 6 balls, no runs. And look at Ronald. Ronald is not even thinking about having a run, by the way. I mean, Ronald, he's just standing there. So, a V for... It's not for victory, you know that. And
V for not getting any runs. 505, apparently, DV in Roman numerals. According to Arjun, thank you for that. So, well, V is not for runs. Definitely
not for runs.
No.
It's I like the way he's just coolly walking around in his crease, like he thinks, yeah, this is all good. I've got everything in control. Might get a wide here. He will do. That will have to be bowled again by Rajaprolu. Edita, he's going to be pretty key tomorrow, isn't he? I think he'll be the bowler that the Spartans will be hoping will pick up some of those key top wickets.
Yeah, I've got to say, look, if anything's maybe the Spartans are short a bowler or two. It would have been good with Niraj in the side, but no, he has to go to another side so he could play in the Premier League. Oh, he gets a run. V gets a run off the mark on the 8th ball he's faced, and that's I like that a lot.
Well, he does get the run, and he does make Owen Ronald run. So V, after 7 balls without scoring, will score a run off his 8th delivery.
I feel good for him.
Last one coming up here. Oh. All the points going, of course, to the Spartans.
And doesn't bowl a wide, thankfully. And, well, they'll get another single, and Ronald will move on to 3. That'll be the end of today's play and the end of this game. And 63 the total. Disappointing from Ostrava. Good performance all round by the Spartans, who are top of the table.
Yeah, top of the table.
The group stage.
And winning that match by 87 runs. So well done to them. Congratulations to the Spartans. Ostrava, well, it's good to see that they have got smiles on their faces. But they've got a lot to learn from this tournament. There's a lot of things that didn't go their way. And I'm pretty sure that when we see them again next time, that they will be better and they will be stronger. But they had their moments, they had their opportunities, particularly in the match earlier against the Dominators, but it wasn't to be. So this is what tomorrow will be. And the Dominators will be going up against Moravan. Then the Prague Spartans up against Vinaradi.
Yep, should be a good day's cricket. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And, well, look, there were a few. Not much happened. There was a shot There was another shot, but that one straight back to the bowler, and Riaz Ahmed was very excited to take that wicket, celebrating with his skipper. The left-hander was in, and then he wasn't. And what else happened in this innings? I completely, I don't know. There's a catch, and stuff happened, and more stuff. That one is in the air, but it's cleared the fielder. And,
yeah, I think we're probably seeing all the boundaries that there were. There weren't that many, but that was a fantastic catch. That was absolutely clobbered. It was really well held there by Gurumurthy, because that was Suresh, and if there's one man that can go well, it's Suresh. A nice moment there also for Naveem. I'm liking that also from Diraj Thakur, who took the opportunity to give one or two other bowlers a bit of a chance. That's a nice shot there by the way that was taken the other day when at the other ground, the Banks ground, the Banks field, we saw some of the Julius in action. And in fact, myself and Vinny did actually talk through some of those balls and some of those shots, because we did have a bit of a delay when unfortunately we had to wait for the ambulance services to carry out their duties. Yeah. That's our scorecard. Not really too much to talk about there on the batting front. And on the bowling front, as I said, it was nice to see that Naveen gets given an opportunity. Not only did he get the opportunity, he made the most of it. Took 2 for 5. But to be fair, I think none of the bowlers were really threatened by the batting. It was pretty much a very tame effort there from Ostrava.
Yeah, it was disappointing, but Ostrava, they'll go home after playing this tournament. That's all we'll remember them by. They didn't really provide too many highlights, but I'm very happy that they are in this tournament, Ostrava, and I'm sure they'll be back stronger next year. So Spartans beat Ostrava by 85 runs. Rico, a bit of a thrashing. It's the biggest one we've seen in this tournament so far. I can't see the same sort of thing happening tomorrow.
No, I think tomorrow we're going to see some very good, closely contested battles. Of course, availability, as you were saying, could be the issue for one or two of the teams. Hopefully that's not going to be. Hopefully we are going to see all of those key players in action. But yeah, finals day is tomorrow in this Challenger division, and then of course on Thursday we will start the Premier Division. We can have a look one more time perhaps at what the fixtures will be tomorrow. What are your thoughts on these, Danny?
4 very competitive sides. I think Moravians, Dominators, it could go either way. Moravians probably have got the classier lineup, but as I said, Dominators, they're a type of team that if they get their backs up and if they really they play for each other, and they could win if that happens. But otherwise, I think I see a Moravian win first up, but it's pretty even. The second one depends on what Vinarati team comes out. I know they're struggling a little bit for numbers. They've got a lot. They've got 3 teams in the 3 teams in Prague, but of course it's a work day, so we'll see. And Spartans again. Also, I'm not sure what kind of team they're going to bring out tomorrow, but I don't know. It's going to be a close one. Vinarati on paper have probably, you mentioned it, have got a very balanced lineup, but that could be affected tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, like I say, I think we're going to have very closely contested matches. Of course, the first one is always the nervy one, isn't it? Because that's the eliminator. You know, whoever loses that, that's it. They're done with. Yep. If you go through, then you know you've got another tough match coming up against the loser of that qualifier number 1. But the Spartans, I think, go into it on a very positive and a good confidence level, because after those victories that they had today, they'll be up and about. But then, having said that, Vinarati, they got 2 wins here today as well. So, you know, 2 teams in good form at the moment. Of course, the key thing is, as you said, the availability of those key players. You want the players that are in form to be playing again for you, and if that's the case, then certainly it makes it a very exciting one tomorrow. But I think any one of the 4 teams, you stretch. You stretch. You're just showing off now, really. You're just showing off now.
But put my heels on.
But I do think any one of those 4 teams can go all the way and win.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think it's going to be a very even contest between those 4 teams. And we know that we saw Dominators beat Spartans. It was a 3-over game, but they beat them in the very first game. We saw Spartans beat Vinarati. Vinarati have beaten the other 2 teams. So there's not much between them. Not much between them.
I tell you what I'm thinking for tomorrow. I think we've seen a hat-trick today. That was quite fantastic. So well done, of course, to Muiz for picking up the hat-trick. I think tomorrow I've got a feeling that we're going to see a centurion tomorrow. I just get the feeling that somebody's going to go on and score a big score. And who knows, we might even have a golden ball as well. What do you think?
We haven't had many hundreds here in Prague. I think the first one came 2 years ago. So it's unlikely, but definitely possible.
Okay.
So we'll see.
We'll see what happens. And I can hear that we're getting ready to cue the music for the highlights. And before we do that, just want to say a very big thank you to everybody that's been here at the ground. I think the ECN crew have been absolutely fantastic. A big thank you to Two Circles, who've been great. And I know that Imans was doing the production remotely with Alex having the day off. Alex will be back tomorrow. So well done to Two Circles. The umpires, I think, once again, have been fantastic. We always forget how hard it is for them. They're out there in the sun all day making all those calls. So well done to Charles Croucher and his team. And once again, a very big shout out to the Federation. They've looked after us well. The hospitality has been fantastic, and this ground just looks an absolute treat. And thank you for those wonderful lunches. The pies were absolutely fantastic. And last but not least, I want to thank all of our viewers around the world that have been tuning in. You've been, as we've said so many times today, you've been absolutely fantastic, and hopefully you can join us tomorrow for finals day.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, thanks to everyone on the chat, everyone watching from all around the world, as you just said. Thank you again, Rico.
No, thank you. It's been a very good day. And thank you for, of course, all those cultural lessons about some of the areas and regions here in Czechia. And we've talked a little bit about food, beer and wine. And on that note, beer and wine sounds like a pretty good idea right now. So without further ado, it's just time to say goodbye. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
See you guys.
My body back.